They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. always said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Do you love your mom? Because these players probably do. They're going to do it for her. Welcome, everyone, to Mobile Legends Bang Bang Super League Myanmar Season 1. Alongside with me, my name is Afel. With me is Remar. We'll be casting for today, where today we'll see who will be the best Myanmar team, the champions. But before that, we're starting with the best of 5. Myanmar, are you ready? Not Myanmar. Redmar, are you ready?
Yeah, man, I am ready, and I am hoping to see by the end of the day that whoever gets the MVP for the grand finals gets to say, Mom, you the real MVP, just to show how much they love their moms. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see some interesting action because you and Mirko had a interesting day yesterday. Let's put it at that.
We bonded. We bonded for quite some time. Some would say we bonded for like 13 hours. But either way, that was really an experience, Renmar. I found out that I am able to do jokes that I didn't thought I was able to do.
Yeah, I thought that was a barrier that you've broken maybe like 2 years ago, but hey, man, you're still continuing to break barriers, I guess, with self-discovery, with what you can bring to the table as a talent.
Yeah, and I gotta say, shout outs to the chat as well yesterday. They really helped us out. They were there to thick and thin, wet and dry, and purple buff to orange buff. Like they were there for everything. But we gotta talk about the opening match for today, the best of 5, because yesterday it was a tight match. It was a best of 5 that went to the point where you thought a reverse sweep could happen. You thought Mythic Seal could do it.
Yeah.
Then YG is like, yeah, no fam, you're gonna go down to meet AI.
Yeah, and you find yourself, if you're AI and Mythic Seal, in this weird spot. Because after casting MLBB for quite some time, this lower bracket final can either go 2 ways. One, Mythic Seal was so ready after yesterday that they were like, this is going to be easy, 3-0 AI. Or number 2, they're so heartbroken by the result yesterday, losing to Galacticos, almost completing the reverse sweep, but then failing right there in the end. And then AI suddenly stomps them. It's just going to be one or the other.
So I feel like if you're gonna talk about emotions, you gotta talk about Ken, man, because when he is angry, when he is upset, he tunnel visions to get that farm, to get that kill. Good and bad. Good, because then you will have an amazing jungler. The bad, if AI can play around it, be like, I know that he's gonna farm. I see a jungle creep. Let's camp here and take him down.
Yeah. It just goes to show that if you're too focused on one little thing in life, you're probably gonna lose your mind. And then you're gonna go crazy. But that could also be a good thing, where if you focus on one thing, you know that thing what Bruce Lee said, if you practice like one kick 1,000 times, it's gonna go really good. And that's what we saw with his aggression. And hopefully he can temper it a bit more, because when Ken is aggressive, so is Zippy. And if you have your 2 cores both being too aggressive, that could either go really well, which it did in game number 3 against Yangon, or it's gonna go really bad.
Yeah. Honestly, it's going to be interesting when we're going for the draft as well, because in terms of just the playoffs, just yesterday up until today, a lot of focus is on 1-1 in terms of bans. In terms of wins, even when you win, you don't look all that impressive. And the Jushin as well, we're starting to see, even from last week from MPL Philippines, that Jushin is going a little bit down in favor. Not that it's not a strong pick, absolutely a strong pick, but seems a little bit more situational compared to before, where right now, damage seems to be king.
Yeah. I think the main condition or the main situation that you're looking for if you want to pick up the Juicin is if the other team has someone who can instantly dive the back line. Might be one of those situations where you think, you know what, maybe we'd rather go for the damage instead. But since you see the tanky fighter junglers coming back up again, then that's when slotting in a juice in, sometimes even a Zask, might be a good for you. Because if you get that slow front to back, and you have someone like the juice in to pester that slow moving front line, that's good. But then if you have someone who can instantly just burst, equally match that with burst. That's why Farsa is really good right now.
Yeah. Honestly, like, I thought that Jushin will stay very strong, because out of all the mages, Jushin feels like a tank. Like, she's very tanky. And personally for me, when I play rank in my own server, I do go for that Jushin, because something about in rank games, whenever the opponent has an assassin, I just look like a cupcake. They always want me. So if I pick up a Jushin, then I can protect myself like a strong independent woman, and I don't even do that much damage. So even if they kill me, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, Juicin is thick in defense and HP, and especially once you get the Blood Wings in,
Yep.
there's some people who even pair it up with a Holy Crystal just so that they get even more shield with the Blood
Mm-hmm.
Wings.
Mm-hmm.
Although if you get to that point, even with your itemization, is another question. But yeah, it's she's really tanky, and that's why, with what I said earlier, that maybe if there's an assassin on the other side, you don't want to pick up Juicin. There are still some people who are like, I don't care, I'm Juicin, man. I'll get the defense, I'll get the HP, the shields eventually, that I don't have to worry about assassins.
And now we're looking at most pick heroes throughout the entire MSL Myanmar Season 1. The most pick is Granger, but I feel like this is everywhere around the world. People really love this Granger. 73 times picked up. The Gatakacha looking pretty good. The Joy, when you're looking at Ken, one of his favorite heroes. And Badang is the MVP for this tournament, man. Like every single game that there's a Badang, even in losing games, the Badang looks amazing.
Yeah, throwback to Madsi in the first match of this playoffs, Paladins versus AI Esports. Just when we thought Paladins could, for AI Esports, it was Madsi there who showed up really well with the Badang. Even yesterday, we got to see some really great Badang games. So because of how much damage there is on the board and how many dashes there are. You see the Joe, you see the Harith, even the Suyo, although he stepped down a little bit. Granger has a fair amount of dashes as well. Unli, some would say that the Badang is just so good right now with blocking all those dashes or even forcing those dashes out so that those heroes are going to be off their timing.
Yeah, and now we're looking at the GPM ranking here. I don't remember Ken being here yesterday, so the games that he had on that Joy probably just skyrocketed his GPM. Now he's sitting at 770. And Lena, amazingly, as a mid laner, on top of the leaderboards in terms of GPN ranking, 712 gold per minute. I'm guessing this is more of the games when he's using the Kimmy, when he's really involved in those team fights.
Yeah. With what Lena brings to the table, and not just with the carry type of Kimmy, similar what we saw in game number 5 yesterday. His low Yi almost single-handedly ended the series in 3 games, but then once the low Yi was taken away from him and it went to Mythic Seal, even the low Yi there did really good in the hands of Nico. But then after that, everyone was just like, all right, no more low Yi here. I like how active Lena is on the map, and I think we're going to see more of that.
Yeah, the Lee yesterday, like, it's one of those things where it's like, it's a strong pick, but it's really dependent on the team, not even on the player, because I feel like you can get that mechanic down pretty quickly. It's just that, how's the macro, where do you TP and everything? And the team shows incredible prowess of understanding the positioning of their opponent. So, yeah, I feel like the Louis is definitely pick our band in both best of 5 as well as the best of 7 that we're going to be having today.
Yeah, weirdly enough, I think I'm trying to see or remember if AI Esports. Yeah, it looks like Paladins did respect ban the low Yi from AI in game 2 and 3. I know for 3 straight games in the entire series. So that means there's a chance we might not see the low Yi here. For Mythic Seal, again in game number 3 against Yangon yesterday, they showed up with the low Yi really well. After that, it was just gone for the remainder of the series. So yeah, I think that's one hero that's 100% going to be contested.
Yeah, let me just say it's pretty insane because I feel like AI they have more advantage for this one for 2 particular reasons. Number one, they only went 3 games yesterday, so they didn't reveal much. Even the last game, we saw a Helker in the gold. So in terms of mystery, AI has more hidden up their sleeve. And the fact that yesterday as well, we can definitely see that Mythic Seal, they were tried and tested, man. Like their mental fortitude was pushed to the limit, went 5 games, almost getting a reverse sweep, but still losing it at the end. And the thing is that game 5, they could have won. It was just one mistake coming in from the mid, and then things just went wrong. So I feel like the real question is actually for Mythic Seal. Can they recover? But now we're going to look at the lineup coming in for AI Esports. We got Madzi, PS, Oh My Jenny, Black, as well as Alita.
I think 100% if you are Mythic Seal, just make sure Madzi doesn't end up with a Badang or anyone who can dive or really wants to dive the back line, similar to the Hilda. Madzi understands his man marking very well, and I'm looking at him to be the potential MVP for AI if they're gonna go into the grand finals against Mythic Seal. And paired up with that is the other guy in the other side of the lane. It's Alita as well. So we're gonna have to watch out for if Alita's gonna be a hit or a miss yesterday. Definitely he was a hit, but knowing how AI plays, we talked about the two side laners. Look at Oh My Jenny and how much control he has in the center of the map. And with this team, I think that Mythic Seal would really want to target Oh My Jenny to really mess up the rotation.
I mean, now we're looking at YG, although I believe that they're going up against Mythic Seal. But either way, just in case you guys don't know, the lineup coming in from YG is Ying, Han, Lina, Blink, as well as Stitch. Or am I crazy? I'm not crazy, right? Like, they're going up against Mythic Seal, right?
Yeah, it's
all right. I just like I don't know. Maybe yesterday like fried my brain so much. Yeah. But okay, it is.
No.
It is
yeah,
Mythic
that was
Seal.
Yangon. Yeah, that was Yangon. I think we'll see Mythic Seal in just a bit. But to remind y'all who's in Mythic Seal, it is Boye, Nico, Kun, Ken, and Zippy. All right, so Yangon Galacticos, they're excited. They want the grand finals now. That's why we're just like, show us our graphic instead. We want to go. It's like, no, they have to wait. They're the grand finals.
Yeah, maybe they're just like, you know what? We'll fight both of them now. Let's just have three teams in the Land of Dawn. But yeah, here we go, Mythic Seal. You already introduced them, but might as well do it again. Kun, Ken, Nico, Boy, as well as Zip Cutie. Ken popped off when he has that the energy, when he's angry. But I feel like fans of Myanmar, of Mythic Seal, is looking at Nico as well as Zippy Cutie, because Nico showed up, but that one mistake cost the team the win, and Zippy Cutie hasn't really been carrying as the gold laner.
Yeah, it's quite hit or miss. I mean, the one time we really got to see him pop off, I believe it was either game 3 or game 4. Yeah, it was game 4. It was Ken on the Joy, it was Zippy on the Granger, and then they did well. But then
and
if
Kun was on Phoveus, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Yeah, that too. So I think if I'm Zippy, yeah, you want him to show up, but then I think I'm gonna go the more safer route here. Wherein as long as you have at least one other dude being aggro, then that's where you go. But if you are the one setting the tempo of aggression, that usually doesn't fare gold laners well because they get punished.
Yeah. But unfortunately, it does seem like Mythic Seal, they're the kind of team that really relies on the early game, and they're really funneling everything onto Ken. Like, you see minions, that's Ken's minions. You see the jungle, you see anyone's low HP, all of that is all Ken. The best game that I feel like ZP had, even though he didn't get MVP for that one, but it was actually on that Brody, and just for the simple fact that he drops turrets so freaking fast. But now we're looking at a player head-to-head for both mid laners, Oh My Jenny, as well as Nico. In terms of the numbers here, it actually looks like KDA, Nico's looking good. In terms of team fight participation, honestly, even I'm surprised with this. Nico is only 68%, and Oh My Jenny is 90%. And the only logical thinking that I have is maybe Mythic Seal just have a lot of solo kills that Nico doesn't get to participate.
Yeah, again, we talked a lot about Ken and most of Ken and Zippy together. Even Kun with the Phoveus. Seeing Kun play on that Phoveus shows that he's the type of EXP laner that's very proactive. That, all right, not everyone's here yet. It's fine. Let me start buying time already. If I get the kills, it's good. And inversely, as we talked about with Oh My Jenny earlier, anyone who has the Oh My tag on their IGN play a very specific way. You play around me, we play as a team, and that's how AI esports likes to play.
Speaking of which, remember when I asked, do you love your mothers? One, single. Unless you have multiple mothers, then go ahead, But
yeah,
this is the battle of the brothers here. Zippy Cutie and Madzi. They're siblings, and now they're playing on opposite sides of the map, where one is a gold laner, one is an EXP. And if I know EXP laners, they will go for that gold lane. Yeah. Or maybe in this one, he's like, you know what, brother? Let me just go for Nico. Like I'm just gonna chase Nico. Someone else is gonna chase after you. We're gonna keep it professional, y'all.
Yeah, at the end of the day, family, actually no, not even family reunions. They probably still live in the same house outside of the boot camp. So it's just gonna be awkward in general after today. Or they're both chill. Also at the same time, who are the parents cheering for? Is the mom cheering for one, the dad cheering for the other? Or are they both just equally cheering, maybe even booing the other? I don't know anymore. But it's
Yeah.
really cool that we're gonna see a brother versus brother, and it's most likely they're gonna be facing off against each other in team fights because the other one is just hunting the other one.
I mean, like, here's the thing: if the cameraman does his work well, now we will know which one is the favorite.
Is it gonna be the favorite child or just the favorite of the cameraman?
No, like, imagine it's gonna be so confusing if Madzi kills Zippy Cutie and then the parents cheer and it's like, wait, what are we cheering for?
And then if Zippy gets a kill on Tamazi and they just politely clap, oh, you know what's up.
Oh, you know who's the favorite. That actually sounds like a cruel reality show of having both siblings playing MLBB and see their parents' reaction.
Oh man, now I'm really hoping we just get the little picture-in-picture camera at the bottom once one of the brothers gets a kill on the other.
Dude, if that happens, man, if that happens, that would be one of the highlights of 2025. But anyways, AI going up against Mythic Seal, game one. Just to remind you guys, this is going to be a best of 5. And AI esports, like, on paper, you'll go for Mythic Seal. But if we're talking about the current, like, momentum that you have, AI kind of has the upper hand here.
Yeah. They went up against Paladins. Again, a Paladin squad who could have gone on a Cinderella run, but then reality hit them.
Yeah.
Of course, they don't have a coach. That's the big elephant in the room with that team. So AI Esports, they needed to dominate that. Any series outside of domination, and they would go into this series starting to doubt themselves. Like, guys, the other team doesn't have a coach, and we dropped the game. What happened? But they were dominating. They even got to pull off a Hellkirk gold lane for crying out loud. So that goes very well for them, and they can go into this one with more confidence. And I just hope that we get to see more crazy stuff like that. We probably won't, but come on, it's the inaugural season of the Super League. It's lower bracket finals. You're contesting for that grand final slot. If you can go local, go local.
Yeah, if we're going to talk about bans here, like going ahead just a little bit, if we saw the previous matchup, YG going up against Mythic Seal, YG has a very interesting drafting pattern where they will invest 2 bans onto Ken. You know, banning out either the Hayabusa Joy. There are games where they just ban out the Harif, but we can see that YG really doesn't want that Chip. And Chip is a very strong hero, don't get me wrong, but I would say in terms of performance in this playoffs, a bit 50-50. Like, even the games that the Chip does win doesn't look all that impressive.
Yeah, I think it's the curse of Chip now. Despite still being one of the strongest picks in the meta because how much you can completely change the game with one sequence, and then let's say you ultimate into one fight, you win that, you quickly use Y walk to go to another part of the map. Either you push a minion wave that's already been pushing if you've been playing your minion waves really well, but then at the same time, you know what to expect when you're going up against a Chip. As long as you have your eyes set on the beacon of where the Chip could potentially show up, if you know that the Chip is there and it's like, all right, team fight time, he's gonna drop his portal, let's conserve our dash to get out of the immobilize and then go back in, catch them off guard thinking that we're not ready. It's a double-edged sword at this point with Chip.
Yeah. Mythic Seal looking in high spirits, or at least they don't look all that down. Ken does look very focused here, and I really feel like he wants to make it happen because we got to talk about this story, man. Mythic Seal has tried multiple times, but they never really go international. Like the highest that I remember them is in SPS, and even that one, they don't make it all the way. They don't go to the offline venue. So I feel like there's only one slot for Myanmar to go to MSC. And Mythic Seal, this is a very good opportunity for them to finally show up, to represent their badge, their organization, and show it to the world.
Yeah, which is why for Mythic Seal, losing to AI Esports would be a very disappointing result for their fans, for themselves as well. I mean, they're one of the 2 favorite teams to make it to the grand finals. Yangon Galacticos already waiting. AI Esports, middle of the table, but has a pretty strong competitive history as well in the region of Myanmar. But all roads, all signs point to Mythic Seal is going to be the one going to the grand finals. 100% AI Esports are the underdogs going into this. So what they bring to the table, if they can start off the series with a win, they started off 1-0 against Mythic Seal, that's already a big warning shot.
Oh, and now we're instantly going into the draft here. Mythic Seal looking like they're looking to ban out those junglers, but the tankier ones. Not the one with damage, banning out the Boxia as well as the Fredrin, and AI banning out the Chip as well as the Luyi. Completely understand they don't want to play this macro game against Mythic Seal.
Yeah. We have just gone back to where we were a year ago or so, or just maybe even a few months ago. Look at that. Fredrin, Baksha being banned out again, being the go-to bans. It's like the world is healing.
Healing is a strong word. Yeah. Like now I'm just imagining Fredrin, Matilda healing the world everywhere. And don't bring up the Estes. 1-1 getting banned out, where I really feel like Alita has almost 100% ban on that 1-1. He has not been getting this hero at all.
Yeah, respect ban also by Paladins. Hopefully we get to see it show up here.
I like that.
And yeah, good thing that they respect the Badang as well. Kalia open. Fanny open though.
Oh. Well, can't go for it. No, he goes for the Kalia. And I kind of feel like Fanny won't have that great of a time against Kalia, so maybe you do want to avoid that. Especially if you look at Mythic Seal, Remar. They banned out the Boxy as well as the Fredrin. Is this their way of saying that you guys aren't that great on those assassins? We're more afraid of your utility.
Yeah, 100%. Any team that decides to ban out Baksha Fredrin, blue side first phase is already telling the other, go ahead, pick up the assassins. That's a bit more manageable. They go for the Phoveus Harith. They go for the pair. Harith won't have the counter against him. But now Mythic Seals, they'll be open to pick up a
Granger,
Hayabusa, Granger if they want to. Joy also
Joyce.
going to be really good. But then, considering that the mid lane options for AI are either going to be the strong backliners or anyone who's just easily picked by a Hayabusa, could be good. But now they wait for it. They go for the Granger, but they pick up the Juicin as their prio.
Yeah, maybe also just another way of saying that, that AI, they just want 2 or 3 front lines so the Juicin is able to peel up. And maybe this is just Ken saying, like, relax, there's a lot of junglers left. The Hayabusa does get picked up. So now Mythic Seal, honestly, there's so many counters towards the Joy, but Ken sometimes he really doesn't care. He just play with it. It's like I'll deal with it. It won't be that big of a deal. But now AI banning out that glue, just looking pretty strong, especially considering that Mythic Seal, they really need a strong front line to open up the map.
Yeah, I'm liking the picks on both sides right now. Although, maybe it's just I'm really more conservative when it comes to my analysis and playstyle. That I hope AI is thinking about more range. So if Mythic Seals decides to ban out the Farsa, that would be great. Kami does have really great range also in the center of the map if you decide to play it more like a utility instead of a carry. So I think a Farsa ban would be good for Mythic Seals right now, considering that they're playing around their Granger.
Yeah, Farsa would be good, and then forcing them to use something like Eve, which we haven't seen at all in the past 2 days. Other than those pickups, haven't seen a Selena as well. I think only 2 teams have used the Selena so far, and I think AI is one of them. We'll see if they go for that route. Now AI, are they gonna ban out, say, a Hilda? Because I feel like a Hilda will be able to deal with AI as well. So yeah, Hilda gets banned.
Yeah. Oh, great bans here by AI. They're really putting a lot of respect onto the EXP lane. Taking out some of the best picks available for Kun. Oh, now I'm really thinking, what is Myth gonna end up here with? I mean, there's still like the typical high losses, the Gatot Kachos of the world if they want to. If there's still gonna be a lot of shield on AI, you could even make a case for an Esmeralda in the EXP later on.
Oh yeah, for sure. If you're just thinking about winning the lane against Phoveus, I prefer the high loss. You can go for the CC for more damage, but I feel like you just need someone a bit tankier. So yeah, I honestly, between Gatot and Hylos, I'm completely okay with, especially considering the fact that you can have that revitalize, helping out your backline. And like you said, the Farsa does get banned out.
Yeah. And if AI decide to go for the Eve, as you mentioned, or the Selena, I think Mythic Seals will end up with a strong pick in the Gatot Kacha. Hopefully they have their eye set on that, because whatever mid laner you end up with now in AI could potentially be countered by that. If they decide to go Valentina here, then AI are going to be putting themselves in the risk of playing a full dive comp against a lineup that has the juice in. So they read into it and pick up the Gatot Kacha instead. I really like that fourth pick.
Yeah, making it so that no matter what you pick up in the mid lane is not going to get countered. And at this point, High Loss seems to be the premier pick in terms of putting it in the EXP. Or Mythic Seal can just do a switcheroo and put Kalia in the EXP. I wouldn't say it's the best, but they definitely have that option. Yeah. And then pick up like a Cho. Again, I don't like it. I don't like double pick off. I prefer one person just to be that front line. But we've seen teams trying it out.
Yeah, I think another front line would be good for Mythic Seals. I'm not a big fan of the double pick off. And there you go. They end up with the high loss, as you mentioned, against the Phoveus. And yeah, Ken really doesn't care. He's just, you know what? Joy it is. I get my joy. I'm happy.
Yeah, his people are saying, like, even the coach is like, excuse me, Ken, like literally everyone on the opposing side counters your hero, and then Ken is just like, who decided that? Who decided these are counters to Joy? It's like, you know what, too much aura, you win. Pick up the Joy.
He aura farmed his own coach. Let's see though if it's actually gonna work out, because I'm looking at the picks of AI. It's gonna be scary. If AI ends up with an Eve here, their formation will easily get broken. They have to go for something unique, like a Zask maybe. I don't know. Aurora could help with the control. Yeah, they needed more crowd control. They already have strong burst, but dude, this lineup has like a lot of magic damage.
A lot of magic damage, sure, but hey, Moontown doesn't like magic defense, so we don't have a lot of that. So I feel like it's still gonna be okay, especially considering that the Hyrif will be building the Starlium Scythe. So honestly, it's not even magic damage. At that point, it's true damage. And the thing here is, it looks like against Mythic Seal, the opponents really like to have a lot of front to back crowd control kind of lineups, because they're just like, Mythic Seal will lose in a team fight. At least that's what I saw from YG as well as AI against Mythic Seal. It's just like, have a good, solid team fight comp, and then you're good.
Yeah. One of the good things here for AI, though, in terms of their team fighting now, is that their Revitalize is in the center of the map. The Revitalize for Mythic Seals is in the EXP lane. So for the early skirmishes, before the turtles, or in between the major objectives, AI esports are actually encouraged to be a little bit more aggressive, considering that they can just play around their Revitalize and trade.
Oh yeah, for sure. And now we're jumping into the first game of today in MSL Myanmar lower bracket finals here. The match before the grand finals. We got Mythic Seal going up against AI esports.
Ooh, all right. In the center of the map, it looks like it's Mythic Seals setting the aggro tempo. I mean, that's what you get when you have the juice in paired up with you. That if the other team decides to be aggressive, you can just counter it and crowd control it as well.
You know, looking at the emblem setup here, it looks like everything is a-okay, but PS goes to mid, try to get a kill onto Boye. An early flicker, making sure that he doesn't get taken down in the early game.
Seems like the emblems are all pretty standard, but Oh My Jenny did decide to go for the Rupture. Considering that, yeah, up against Agatha Kacha and Phoveus, a little bit more magic penetration on the Aurora would be great.
For sure, for sure. Looking at the rotation as well, if PS actually got that kill, that would be good, because you do want to get ahead against Ken. And Ken, I wonder, does he actually force it out and try to get a kill early, or just farm it out? As I say that, he's thinking about it. He's like, I gotta get ahead somehow.
Yeah, he's looking at the Gatot Kacha, just like, I can get dash blocked at any moment. It's not really my timing right now. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here, continue my rotation instead. And meanwhile, topside, Hayabusa and the Focus together sees the high loss, but that's a Centaur, man. He doesn't care. He has Revitalize. He'll stand through that. And no major resources used on the side of AI, though it's good that they did force out the Revitalize from the high loss.
Yeah, but that's why the high loss is just so good going up against the Phoveus. You're tanky, sure, but the main thing is that the longer he stays in your ring of punishment, well, the punishment gets harder and harder. You're just going to take more and more damage. Manzi hitting at level 4, but it looks like they're prioritizing Boye to get that ult. Nico's coming by as well. So the first turtle already looking like teams are setting up to get a big win here.
Yeah, nice little rotation trade. Roamer for Mythic Seals gonna hit level 4 through the EXP lane while Kun went to the mid lane to double lane there. AI has 4 members around this turtle. Kun spots a stun. He goes for the glorious pathway. Nico into the back, but PS still able to secure that turtle. He uses the shadow kill, but it gets cancelled out pretty quickly. Here comes the Phobius jumping on the members of Mythic Seals. First blood for Black. Can AI get more? Plus the turtle. Nope, 1 kill is enough. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, Zippy almost forced back by Alita, almost taken down, but AI gets the W there.
Yeah, but now we can see the weakness in the draft coming in from Mythic Seal. The only damage dealer is Ken. And if Ken is not able to dish out the damage, their entire team starts to crumble. They got a lot of control. They got a lot of defense here, even healing as well, coming in from the Hylos when he does have that Revitalize, but more importantly, coming in from the passive of the Kalia. But staying alive doesn't matter if you don't get a kill. So I kind of feel like Mythic Seal, they should have seen that fight and be like, you know what, Ken, I don't know. Do you have to wait until you get the Holy Crystal, then you feel more comfortable for the fight?
Yeah, I think that's also really one of the toughest decisions for a Joy jungler is, do I fight now or do I wait later? But if I wait, considering how expensive the Holy Crystal is, that you might just completely lose your window of your farm, of your proper timing to scale up, and then the time you spent waiting ended up with the other team actually already steamrolling through your jungle. So yeah, that's a decision they have to make. But I think what we're also seeing here is AI, with all the crowd control that they have around the Gacha, the Aurora, even the Phobius being aggressive, it's messing up the team fight of Mythic Seals. Like, they just look so uncomfortable in that fight.
Yeah, and now we can even see Zippy going to mid, getting the farm, and maybe even considering the idea of, oh, hold on, they want this kill, but the Revitalize has been used. It looks like he's going to survive. PS goes in with the Ogi Shadow kill, able to get a kill onto Boy, but no, Oh My Jenny's the one securing it.
Great counter eventually by Mythic Seal, but at the end of the day, AI Esports still able to walk away with the kill. Black was able to jump away just in time. So AI still gets the dub there, but Mythic Seals will have the advantage for this turtle. AI Esports want to contest. Oh My Jenny, Black and Mad C. Can they buy time for the Hayabusa? Looks like they will be able to. Ken already used his electrifying beast. Not a good timing for the Joy. AI Esports encouraged to go forward. Kun already using the Revitalize. Nico sees Black. It's a Mexican standoff here in the river as AI and Myth have expended some really good resources already just for skirmish.
I don't know, man. I kind of feel like if the Granger isn't here, I don't know how much damage that they can really have. Ken is just focusing on farming, and I kind of feel like that's the best thing that you can do.
Yeah, already used. Again, the electrifying beats. Madzy thought he could get someone with a Dark Wave, but no, it's going to be a big reset. I think you're right here. The Granger now needs to leave the gold lane. As we see him, he's going to to join this fight. It's going to be 5v4. The Harith is in the bottom lane. AI, this might not bode well for them, but let's see. With all that crowd control, they might be able to turn it around. With the tankiness of the Gacha Phobias together, Boya goes forward. Nico, Zippy in a good spot. Glorious Pathway already. Blacks gets lifted up by the taunt, and the crowd control coming in as well from the Kalea. Miss Ken is able to secure that turtle. Kun gets taken down, but Nico gets a kill onto Oh My Jenny, and Mythic Seals have turned this game in their favor. They started this 2-0, but now they are at 2-3. Can they get their third kill onto Madzy, who is doing everything he can, but this Phobius will eventually get taken down by 3.
And there we have it, folks. We see Madzy going up against Zippy, trying to get the kill, but Zippy is able to get away. Where's the parent shots? But either way, we gotta talk about the itemization, or at least the item timing here, because we saw the moment that Ken got that Stardom Scythe, that's where he's like, okay, you know what? This is time. This is where I start to deal the damage. And there you go. He did it. And Zippy, he made the decision. If I let go of my lane, there's a chance that Alita might actually get taken down here. Ken is trying to go for that kill. Kun is here as well, but Alita is actually the one trying to get a kill onto Ken. Ken still surviving. Now the Gacha comes in. No damage here at all. Alita having no mana. Should go away, but PS joins the fight, gets the quad shadow onto Nico. Nico taking a lot of damage, having to use the Crimson Beacon to survive. Now Ken goes in, gets the kill onto PS. Kun secures the kill.
That went on a little bit longer just when you thought AI would be able to get a big win with Alita outplaying Ken. Black coming in for the assist. In the long run, Mythic Seals eventually said, wait a minute. Let's go to the bottom lane. It looks like something fun is happening there. And they eventually get the kill, the clapback, and they get the trade in the tower. they'll still also be able to defend the tower top side. So in the end, that ended up not going good for AI. They have to rebalance this now.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the fact that Mythic Seal was able to wait long enough for the damage dealers to actually come back, then that's good. PS, it was unfortunate, man. If he was able to get a kill, even onto the high loss, that would have been good. That would have been something. But I guess he just doesn't have the damage yet. I wonder if Kun has some armor, or is it just coming in from the healing from the Elegant Gem? Oh, they get in!
Mad C with a flicker dark way forward. He's single-handedly zoning out the main damage dealer of Mythic Seals while here. And the Turtle AI Esports have taken control. Alita with the Zaman Force pushing back Nico. But wait, I think the Turtle, where did it go? AI was the one able to secure it. It went to the hands of PS as Mythic Seals. Mad C yet again, the Mad Lad doing it for AI.
And we saw, man, he targeted one person. I understand. This is probably the right thing to do. Professionally, EXP laner, go for that jungler, go for that gold laner, because he's the only damage dealer. If there's no Zippy Cutie, then it's fine. Yes, Ken is a monster, 3-0-2 with the Joy, but I kind of feel like the Joy, there's more room for mistakes rather than a Granger. So, Madzi, die if you have to, but you gotta make sure that Zippy Cutie is nowhere in the fight.
Yeah, and we were talking about this earlier in the draft, that this is going to be a very difficult game for the Joy. He hasn't died yet, but those 3 kills and 2 assists that he's gotten hasn't really converted to big objective wins. They've only secured 1, but across the map, AI are converting objectives better through the kills that they're getting. They've gotten 2 turtles, they've gotten 3 towers, so now it's not even to tell Ken to find your right timing, because that timing, that window is so small for a Joy in this scenario. And now considering that AI has a BOD on the Hayabusa, a Holy Crystal on this Harith, at this point you need a little bit of a miracle. So Mythic Seals, they're forcing the issue with objective takes across the map, willing to sacrifice some.
I would say the Hayabusa actually has a good chance to hold on. Alita gets a free turret here, so Mythic Seal got caught lacking here. AI is actually able to get majority of the objectives here for free, but what I was about to say is that PS can actually pop off, not just because he has the BOD, but I saw Mythic Seal's item. They don't have armor. Kun, the only armor that he has is the Warrior Boots. It looks like he's actually rushing for that Clock of Destiny instead. Yeah, compared to any kind of defense, right? So PS has a shot. Like, if he times it right, he could get a lot of executes in the next team fight.
Let's see if the Hayabusa will be able to get it. Oh, but Nico walked into the wrong shrub, but still he's able to get away using the Crimson Beacon. AI have forced out a big resource, but they're forced out here as well. Conceal, here comes Ken, here comes Boya. Can he go in? Flicker and the jump forward by the Kalea. AI are fighting into this. Mythic Seals might be able to turn it around, but the raw damage, the crowd control coming in from AI, too much to handle. Boya still holding on, but he gets taken out, and PS gets the Lord. Zippy gets the kill onto Alita, but the major objective goes to AI.
Yeah, but dude, that was a big frigid glacier coming in from Oh My Jenny, man. Like, if it weren't for that Aurora ult, I kind of feel like Mythic Seal could have taken everything in that fight. AI able to get that lore, but again, with everyone's HP being not so great, they gotta concede this one. Let the lore get taken down, but hey, count your blessings, man. At least it didn't go over the Mythic Seal. And now looking at how everything is going, Ken actually has to be careful because he does have 3 kills. At this point in the game, 12 minutes, 3 minutes, if you give shutdown goal over to AI, it's a big power spike, because at that point, highly likely that they will finish one item, and that item could be the game changer in the middle of a team fight.
Yeah, have to really find the good timing here if you're Mythic Seals. For AI, they can keep this up. Honestly, everything that we said in the draft with the crowd control that AI has, how difficult it is for a Joy, even Zippy, as we've mentioned in the pre-show, that he's really waiting for his right time. I have no problems with how Zippy's playing right now. He was able to get that kill onto Alita. He's 2-1-4, is healthy, but it seems like utility-wise, AI has so much more in their arsenal that no matter how good Mythic Seals are team fighting, there's always like one skill that just changes the game in favor of AI.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, man. Like they find these opportunities, they make losing battles look winnable. And now it looks like the high loss is actually oh, he actually went for Blood Wings. I thought he was rushing for the Clock of Destiny, but okay, interesting. I mean, it could be a visual bug, but Blood Wings, very cool on high loss. I've never tried that before.
Yeah, same. It's magical. Well, I mean, centaurs are already magical by nature, and that is his kit. But yeah, he gets more defense at the same time. His Ring of Punishment does deal more damage. He gets to deal better damage as well. So it's an
Movement speed
interesting
increase
build
as well.
Yeah, the movement speed increase. Very interesting build.
Hey, if it works out, I'll give it a shot, man. If it feels good, hey, you learn something new every day, and that's why you guys gotta watch out. MSL Myanmar season 1 here. Looks like they're trying to go for an engage. No one home just yet. The Lord is spawning top, so I do have to see how the junglers manage the wave here, because everyone else, I kind of feel like it's not all that safe for you to actually play that longly.
Alita.
Oh, very brave, very brave.
Yeah, both of us just reacted the same way. I feel like we both just clenched once we saw him. Once we saw him dash out of that shop. I was like, "What, bro? What are you doing there?"
A bit of flashback of what happened like last week. So
yeah.
Just a bit worried. I was like, oh, is it the same play? All right.
AI better spot here right now. Oh, Boya looks like he's gonna get caught, but he uses the Tsunami Slam. The Gato goes forward. Boya gets taken out. PS with a shadow kill straight to the back, but it's a killing spree for Zippy. Mythic Seals. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Roamer for EXP. Not as bad as it could have been for AI or Mythic. Still very contestable for this objective, but members of Mythic are low while AI, they're just blitzing the Lord.
Oh, but they're not blitzing it fast enough. Now Ken sees it. Kun as well. Nico and Zipicutie, AI, they choose to reset it. Probably just waiting for their alt timings as well. Black's taking a bit of damage. Alita does have that Zaman Force. PS probably just waiting for the Ogi Shadow Kill to secure this Lord much cleanly. PS finds Zipicutie! Ooh! Winter Crown! Saves him, and now Ken jumps in! And now he Winter Crowns as well. The Zaman Force is enough to shut down Ken! And now on the back line, Zipicutie gets killed onto PS. So both gold laners able to take down the junglers.
With both junglers down, this makes the story of this Lord interesting, as both teams will have to go back to the macro and recontrolling the minion wave. Zippy, I had no idea the man had a Winter Crown on him, and neither did PS. What a play. We told Zippy earlier, I doubt he heard us, but he's playing more carefully, and he played so careful that the man had Winter Crown, and it worked out so well for him. Not so good for Ken, but at that point, Mythic Seals are going to take any win that they can get.
Dude, Ken and Zipicutie at what, 30 minutes, 40 minutes picking up the Winter Crown? That's very early timing, but also shows how fast they've been farming in this game. But the Winter Crown is out. I feel like if AI is able to slow it down a bit... Oh, hold on. Speaking of freezing, looks like Boye got freezed up there, but still using the ult to bring him back. Got the Kaja jumps in, gets onto 2, and Monty gets a kill onto Boy in the backline. Ken looks like he's gonna get targeted by PS, still able to survive, but Alita gets the kill onto Kun, and now AI is on that Lord.
Can he? Will he even try? Zipicutie, Nico doing everything they can to force AI back. They still can't go for a full commit on the Lord. PS, every engagement that AI Esports has means that this Hayabusa is taking more damage than he should be. And despite everything that has happened, despite Mythic Seals losing too, they're the ones who look healthy for the Lord, and the burst damage for them works out. But Ken gets taken out. Alita is the difference maker. PS goes in for the kills and the executes that we were talking about earlier. Mythic Seals are left with 2, while AI looks like they can finally go for the Lord that has long escaped them for the past 4 minutes.
Yeah, Alita was good, but Oh My Jenny was cold with it, man. He's able to freeze up Ken, and now looks like an engage goes in.
No.
But Zipicutie, oh my god, it actually gets Oh My Jenny in the back, and now Alita dashes forward, tries to get Kun, or Boye. Zipicutie has to kite away. He has the damage, but he cannot die now. He has like, what, I believe 50 stacks on that Sky Piercer, now a BOD as well. Zipicutie cannot die. 50 stacks in health, 50 stacks in half is not 50 anymore. It's like 25, which is not enough.
Yeah, 100% math checks out. Gotta agree with that. AI esports. You actually got to see how much they had to give up on that. They gave up a lot of minion wave control. Mythic Seals, though they lost the Lord, had a lot of minions shoved forward. Good thing AI esports were the ones able to get the Lord here, so their super minions can come in, so that they can push out their side of the river. AI, oh my Jenny, as you mentioned, has been cold-blooded with this Aurora. Play around your star mid laner AI and you will be rewarded, and rewarded they have. Now Mythic Seals has to find a way to hold on and defend this. They do have the range with the Granger, and they have enough crowd control to potentially stop. But as we've seen before all throughout the world, one crazy Hayabusa play might just be more than enough to turn things around. Here comes that Hayabusa play. Can he actually get Nico down? He doesn't, but barely. Oh my, Jenny somehow finds the Granger. He flickered forward. He got the freeze. He got the carry. And AI have their eyes set on taking the towers in the base of Mythic Seals, LaFell.
Yeah, now Kel looks like he's gonna get taken down by Monty. Monty flickers out. Now the minions aren't enough for them to end the game, but they're sure as hell gonna try it out. Zaman Force gets the kill. Minion coming in from mid. It looks like they're gonna end this one. Game number 1 is gonna go over to AI Esports.
What an explosive game between these two. They've definitely set the tone for this lower bracket finals. You want to make it to the grand finals? You better be damn ready. AI gets game 1. And this is what we were talking about earlier, LaFell. Mythic Seals, they're favored to go to the grand finals. But AI gets first blood in this BO5.
Oh, yeah. And this must tick Mythic Seal off just a little bit, man, because that's got to sting. Going 5 games yesterday, and if they want to win, it's not going to be a 3-0. Like, minimum, they have to play 4 games, maximum 5 games for today. And I got to say, oh my, Jenny did a lot. But let's talk about damage profile here. Because the only people that AI really had to worry about was Zippy and Ken. And Ken on that Joy naturally can't play just because of the draft that AI got. And then Zippy Cutie, you see that you just have to send one person, either the Phoveus or the Hayabusa, and then that damage is out. So I feel like Mythic Seal, the best change that they can do in the next fight, maybe draft a little bit more damage, especially in that mid. Jushin is strong as heck, but maybe that's not what they need with the players that they have.
Yeah, we talked about burst, proper damage profiles at the end of the draft here, and Mythic Seals, they have a good spread on their damage profile, but AI Esports decided to be focused with theirs. All right, we have a crazy amount of burst magic damage on the Harith that weirdly enough was also supplemented by a Gatakacha and Aurora's presence because of the sudden burst that the Gatakacha can deal with his enhanced basic attack. The sudden burst with strong crowd control that an Aurora can dish out. Then you're thinking about all that magic damage. Suddenly this assassin comes out of nowhere, forcing Zippy to be like, wait a minute, I gotta back off out of here. This isn't good for me. I'm already down to half. Suddenly you lose a majority of your damage already with the Granger gone. So with AI deciding to be more focused with their approach, it rewarded them.
Yeah, but I gotta say, Remar, as a roamer, as a tank player, whenever someone says like, "Oh, this is gonna be easy for you," the opponents are all magic damage. And when I hear that, I just want to spit on their face because I'm like, yo, magic resist items isn't that great. I can have 6 magic resist items and I still can get 2 tapped. Yeah. Feels a bit unfair, but that's how the world is, Redmar. It's not built to be fair. It's built for you to feel like, all right, good enough.
Yeah.
At least I don't get 1 tap. 2 tap, fine, I'll take it.
Yeah, it's like, you're not getting one-shotted, so you just go ahead and take that too. And yeah, it's tough here for Kalea. Every time he wanted to, or he committed the Tsunami Slam, it's like once he gets to bring his target back to the rest of his team, suddenly Boy is like, where's half my health, man? It's like, I just showed up in front of the magic damage dealers for like, what, 2 seconds? Suddenly I'm almost dead. What am I going to do with my life? Alita's the MVP.
Yeah, and Alita's the MVP, dealing a lot of damage. Because you even have, like, you sold your boots to get that wishing lantern. At that point, it doesn't matter. Like, this is why I say Redmar. What does magic resist do? Like, wishing lantern, percent HP based damage. Divine glaive destroys your magic resist. And then the Starlium Scythe just deals true damage.
Mm-hmm.
What magic resist do you have, bro? It's not gonna be good enough. Maybe that's why Kun is just like, you know what? Maybe that's why I need the Blood Wings. Maybe the Blood Wings shield is better than just magic resist.
Yeah. It's like at this point, building magic defense and magic resist against magic damage and MLBB feels like, yeah, you're wearing bulletproof armor, you're wearing Kevlar, but you're still gonna feel the impact of that bullet, that it's gonna, knock you down. That's what it feels like. And that's exactly what it felt like for the front line of Mythic Seals. That with the unique approach, actually, as we look at the items of Kun, he might have traded some items around because I don't see those blood wings anymore. Maybe
Or
he
was it a
swapped
visual
some things
budge?
left and right. Yeah, it could have been also a visual bug, but yeah, at some point you're just gonna hit a point of no return against that Harith. That yeah, it's a glass cannon, but it's still a cannon.
Yeah, we have not seen Harif the entirety of yesterday. Either gets banned out or teams just legit don't want to pick it.
Mm-hmm.
And now Lita is showing like, hey, look at this hero, man. Oh, one of the best heroes in the game. I got 9 lives. I only die once. Try to kill me 8 more times. And looking pretty good. I got to say, in terms of the draft, AI really did a good job here. At Mythic Seal, I kind of feel like they're forcing it a little bit because they don't change the draft so much in comparison to yesterday. But now maybe you just got to look at the matchup, man. It's like, yeah, Ken, you're amazing on that Joy, but the heroes you're going up against, these aren't ranked players. These are professional players. They know how to deal with the Joy with the heroes that they got.
Yeah. And like we mentioned earlier, if Ken ended up having a really good game here, all the flowers to him, praise him. If any store nearby is watching the tournament, you instantly give the man a discount on anything that you have. That's how hard this game was for a Joy. Equally, though, actually, if you look at the pieces on the board for Mythic Seals, this could have been a difficult game for Alita. But considering just how well AI played as such a solid unit, again, you look at that through the kill participation of Oh My Jenny. 90% of team fights, he's there, he's involved. And when they're playing as that solid unit, Mythic Seals looks like they just get outclassed. As we mentioned earlier, anything Mythic Seals brings to the table, it seems like AI always has 1 or 2 abilities ready to instantly turn the game around.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like Mythic Seal was probably shocked with that Aurora pick because, yeah, you just don't see her around in the meta, but the moment she does pop off, you're just like, you just forget the amount of CC and damage that she has. Either ways, congratulations to AI Esports for getting first blood here. So now momentum is definitely on their side. A conversation that me and Mirko had yesterday was throughout the regular season, and it's transferring to the playoffs as well. Majority of the wins is actually from red side or second pick. I don't know which one is first and second. All right, I'm colorblind, but I know it's the second pick. Yeah. So I wonder if Mythic Seal losing this one, will they opt for that second pick and then try to win the draft that way?
Yeah. If ever Mythic Seals does decide to go for the red side and then they win game number 2, and not just win, if at the end of the draft, because, okay, spoiler alert, it's going to be me and Mirko casting the second game. We're swapping here and now throughout the day. If at the end of the draft we say Mythic Seals definitely won the draft and then they win the game, then something is definitely up with the red side in Myanmar.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Honestly, this has been a conversation throughout the years. I believe it started back in like 1720, where people are like, which one is better, first pick or second pick, red side, blue side? And it's been, what, centuries now, and we still have no idea which one is better.
Yeah. I think that's just an age-old bet. I am trying to rack my head with history, and my brain just keeps just going, thinking about...
Don't you remember Julius Caesar? He's like... gang, which one do we go for, first pick or second pick? And to be fair, historians have not actually deciphered which pick they went for, but it was good. Genghis Khan as well chime in, is like, hey, which pick is good?
Yeah, main colors of the Roman Empire: red.
Yeah,
Genghis
there it
Khan,
goes.
I don't know, but it's probably also red. So red side might be the key here. And as we look at the highlights for Alita and for the rest of AI, yeah, there were moments where they eventually got punished for overextending. But again, once they're playing together as a solid unit, it seems like Mythic Seals just, I don't know, they get outplayed. There's always something that goes so right for AI that makes Mythic Seals look worse. Like this one, you thought Mythic Seals would win this.
Yeah.
Boya's entry was great, but then as you pointed out, the Frigid Glacier from Oh My Jenny instantly stopped too and forced Mythic Seals to back off a bit.
Yeah, and now actually looking back at the highlights, you just wonder who made the call. Is it a coach? Or is Madzi just being like, I'm just going to target ZP, man. He's my bro. He's my brother. I know how he moves. If I move forward, he will move slightly to the left, and that's where I will catch him. That's how you know you're that close, you know?
Yeah. Are they twins? Do you know if they're twins? They're not, right?
I don't think they're twins.
Alright.
Twins. But
Okay.
to be fair, I haven't gone to their birthdays for a while, so I can't confirm.
All right, maybe that's a storyline will hang over throughout the day if they're actually twins, or if anyone in the comment section know if they're twins or not, or their age difference, just let us know. But as you see through the highlights, you just see AI again. Something always just ends up so well for them. The Mythic Seals at some point, I felt like they were so frustrated already. It's like, yo, we got this. Wait, we don't have it. Wait, oh my Jenny flickered forward just to take the Granger down. What is up with AI today?
Dude, Tippy tried his best. He really tries to position himself in a way that he's able to dish out damage. Because let's be real, he's actually doing quite good on this Granger. But
Yeah.
if everyone and their neighbor comes after you, like what's with all the hate? Love it,
Yeah.
love and peace and all that. Let me do damage.
Yeah, it's like everyone in the world just wants to feel wanted, but not like that. Not like how Zippy felt in that
like
game.
that.
It's like, this is more than enough, please. Like, you can't blame that Granger. Dude, you're not gonna expect an Aurora to flicker under your tower. Yeah, the Lord is there, but no, barely any pro players would make that super risky call. But oh my Jenny decided to make that risky call.
Maybe that's why he did it. Because it's like
Maybe.
no pro player would do it. So there's no way he's gonna react. But now, Renmar, you called it. Mirka's gonna come in. So we're going to go for a short break. And after this, game number 2 will be popping off with Renmar and Mirko.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Super League Myanmar Season 1. Day 2 of the playoffs, Match 1, lower bracket finals. Again, elimination match. If you guys didn't watch Game 1, just a quick recap. Mythic Seal lost. AI are now leading the series 1-0. I'm still here with Renmar, and I'm Lafel.
Yeah, LaFell has just, he's grown. He's evolved to I don't know if it's a higher or lower being. Let's just say equally great being.
Exactly. So how you doing, Renmar? Nothing has changed at all here. It's still me. I still agree with what we spoke about earlier. The
Yeah.
drafts were great. The drafts were amazing. I agree that the Joy had a tough time. But, man, I gotta say, Harith is broken.
Yeah, I think it is surprising when Lafell did point out, and then when you pointed out, excuse me, Lafell, that we've barely seen Harith all throughout the Super League so far, especially in the play-ins and then going into the playoffs. Like, no one's banning it out, no one's picking it, and then it shows up, and then it's just busted up against Mythic Seal. So what's going on with Harith? Huh? What are we gonna get for Harith for the rest of the day?
Dude, at this point, I think if you're on blue side, it's so tough to make that decision too because the Kaleo was open, right? But if the Kaleo was banned out, then okay, we would have 100% seen the Harith as the first pick prio. But that's just the gamble that you gotta take when Harith is up and Kalea. You gotta decide between Kalea and Harith. And usually, when you get the Kalea, it means that you have an easy road to snowball into the mid game. Once you get to the mid game, and then you have, let's say, like a 5 to 6K gold lead, the Harith really should be kind of irrelevant by that point, right? Like the Granger should have these 3-4 stacks on the Sky Piercer, and especially with the Farsa, you should have been able to shut down the Harith, but that didn't happen because AI were just so good at managing their resources, waiting for their power spikes, and getting to that power spike without being too far behind.
Yeah, and I think also what's tough for Mythic Seals in Game 1 was that with their first pick, Kalea, if you look at the picks of AI esports, a majority of them are heroes that, outside of the Hayabusa, if the Kalea gets the catch, it's like, what are you going to do? First, the Aurora has the passive. It's like an immortality. So Kalea is going to be like, all right, I will waste my skill on this. I'm not going to do that. You get the Gatot Kacha has a chance to taunt or maybe even just jump away. You get the Phovius, as we've seen onto Madzi, then he has a chance to Dark Wave and then punish you for wanting to pick him off. It was a tough choice for Boy in the end of like, who am I actually going to get here?
This is why I feel like for Mythic Seal in the jungle, for some reason, I feel like they're kind of one-dimensional. It's really only been Ken on Joy for the most part, right? Like, we saw a Hayabusa game yesterday that didn't really go too well. He's only really performed on the Joy, which is concerning now. If Mythic Seal want to play the Kalea composition that we saw earlier with the Juice in, you kind of, and the Granger, the first 3 picks of the first phase was amazing. You need a pick that can win you the early game in the jungle. And Joy is just not it. You know, Joy is kind of like a mid-game to late-game hero. Yeah. And on top of that, it's countered by the Harith. So when you get your power spike, usually Harith gets his power spike too. And when you battle it out, the Zaman Force ultimately wins out. He has so much sustain plus damage on top of just Joy having burst, technically, right? So there you go. Proper response. Ban out Fredrin, ban out Harith. If you want to play Joy, enable the Joy in the draft. They finally understand that and they've identified it.
Yeah, great bans here. Looking at the bans of game number 2, for the first phase, it was Fredrin Baksha 1-1. As we pointed out with the Harith, it's a good thing that they decided to rush ban it in the first phase already. So now it should look a little bit more different in the draft that you've instantly put Ken in a much better place. If he really wants to be a Joy spammer for this series, then he's in a good spot right now for this game number 2.
I love the changes already, man, from Mythic Seal, and I hope this is what we get to see more of later on in the series, because it's almost been, well, they've already played a whole match yesterday that went to a best of 5. I was really concerned the fact that, you know, they still haven't adapted. They still are trying to put Ken into the Joy without really enabling him. So at this point, play just a safe composition that'll play from mid to late, get that power spike, wait for Ken to pop off on the Joy. We're going to have to wait a bit, ladies and gentlemen, on the draft. And there you go. We're going to resume the draft. Welcome to the drafts. Game number 2, Fredrin, Harith taken off the board. The 2 teleports of AI already taken out as well. Chip and Loyi.
But, okay, now that I'm thinking about it, doesn't that mean that the rest of the draft is so easy for AI that they're just going to be thinking, well, they're going to pick up the Joy? Because Fredrin and the Harith ban, that is Joy-coded right now for Mythic Seals. And AIs are like, all right, we're already drafting around making the Joy or giving the Joy a difficult time. Yeah, you've taken out some of the best answers for it. You can still draft so that the Joy will have a hard time.
I agree, and that's why it's still going to be tough for Mythic Seal. Despite, again, banning out the Fredrin and the Harith, there are still going to be many ways to deal with the Joy. The Badang, the Phovius even. But at this point, whoa, AI are the ones to ban out the Badang. want Mythic Seal to pick up a down first pick, I believe. If Mythic Seal don't pick up the Joy here, and this is the risk that AI take technically when they leave everything open, they can leave the Joy open, but somehow a 1-1 shows up. First pick. Okay, we haven't seen a whole lot of this, by the way. Even AI versus Paladins, it was always prioritized in the first phase. We got to see the first pick 1-1, I believe, from YG and also from Mythic Seal, and both those 1-1 games were a loss. I don't know why 1-1 so prioritized in Myanmar right now.
It seems to be the hero, something with the execution, but so far we've seen that the execution bodes well for it. Instantly, the Phoveus into the 1-1. Not that it'll give the 1-1 difficulty, but more of like the Phoveus will be so happy. Oh, look at all those little micro dashes, giving me a little bit more on my passive. And then the Hayabusa as well for the instant pick. What's tough here is that Mythic Seals, if they want to pick up the Farsa, it's quite discouraging to do that, seeing the Hayabusa on the other side. So if you want to do that, you're like, yeah, Nico, you're probably going to have a hard time here, but we need you on this Farsa so that AI doesn't get it.
The safe choice would probably still be the Juice In, having the Crimson Beacon, the Brave Smite, just ways to survive. But the Kaleo was actually left open, and they will pick it up with the Hilda, putting Mythic Seals Ken again in a tough position, despite setting up for what looked to be a Joy pick. They have gone for the opposite. I think when you have 1-1, you're not really too concerned about the Fredrin, right? And if you want to save your pick, your jungle into the second phase, then usually that means that you have more than just one pick to show for it. So we'll see about that. We'll see how Mythic Seal wrap up the draft right now, because to be fair, I like it. I also dislike it. It depends on which picks. I love the Kalea and Hilda. The 1-1 not so much, and AI go for the Gatot Gacha too. There you go. Another pick that can deal with the 1-1.
Yeah, and we saw earlier the timing of AI with the Gatot Kacha and Phoveus. They timed their ultimates so well. Madzi goes forward. Once he gets a good Dark Wave, that's actually a surprise setup for the Gatot Kacha, or vice versa. So it's going to be even more difficulty here for Mythic Seals based off of what we saw in game number 1. And I feel like this Hilda pickup, I'm on the same boat of like, I'm alright with it, but also not. But at the same time, it feels like this is their sort of like soft way of telling Ken, at least we have someone who can supplement you relatively well from the EXP lane. You have a Hilda that can go around the map relatively quickly, that can help apply pressure or help alleviate the pressure if there's invades coming in from AI. So maybe that's why they picked up the Hilda.
Maybe, yeah. That it should be good against the Hayabusa, and it technically stops possible Granger from coming out. Mythic Seal with the 1-1, I think they gotta ban the Irithel here, and yeah, they do. Second ban though, are they going to just lean into the gold lane and force out the Granger pick, knowing that they have a Hilda already? Maybe ban out the Moskov, another hero with the blink that could give 1-1 a bit of some trouble in the gold lane. Good Juice In takeaway there, something that we were already talking about. A safer choice for Mythic Seal if they wanted to have someone to just deal with this composition that's right now very front line heavy, man. Gatot Phoveus, Mythic Seal. I wonder if they still want to take the risk of going like, it's a bit risky, but Kimi, do they want to go for that? It's great against the Gatot, pretty solid against the Phoveus too. They ban it. Despite banning the box too. Man, I feel like some of these picks and bans are just not in sync with each other for Mythic Seal.
Yeah, I think also that Mythic Seals drafted themselves into a corner that no matter what AI picks up now, considering how solid, like a Gatot Kacha, Phoveus, Hayabusa is always a solid foundation for your draft, that if you go long range artillery mage here, then you pair it up with something like a Moskov or a Granger, you're already set. Long range up against that 1-1, you're already pretty darn good. So for AI, they pick up the Granger. Wouldn't be surprised if it's just going to be a Farsa later on for Oh My Jenny. Or they could even go for even more surprise and suddenly, I don't know, pick up a Theramis as their 5th pick. If they want to go for all dive while Granger's just safely in the back line. Dude, it's looking like AI is going to win this draft no matter what Mythic Seals ends up with.
I agree with you. They go with the Selena. So that was the choice for them? All from the... I get the Kimi ban now that they pick up the Selena. Kimi does do really well, especially in the early phase against the Selena. But they go up. They still end up going for the Joy, AI, yeah, mid lane pick. They just need some solid prio in the mid lane, and I already feel like Selena's gonna have a tough time there. Knowing that, again, AI can technically take those shots in the early game, and I feel win the early game still. It really depends on the execution here, but AI going for the far side is a bit riskier now against the Joy and the Selena, but I honestly would just take it. They already have enough offensive power to make use of a safe or very vulnerable backline here with the Granger. So go for it, Oma Jenny. I like it. I like what they can do with this draft as well. They're going to have so much artillery. And man, if AI with the Farsa pick get ahead in the early game, this is going to be a tough watch for Mythic Seal.
Yeah, it's what's tougher even more for Mythic Seals is that it's so dependent on the Kalea and Selena now to somehow pull off a miracle in the early that dominates AI. Yeah, Abyssal Arrow is so strong that it can, if you start landing them over and over again, that will mess up the opposing team's rotation. But then once you get to what? Turtle 1, Turtle 2, you have so many problems just with the Phoveus alone. Because your kit is based on some crazy amount of dashes, that the Phoveus Madzi can just continue what he did in game number 1 and just be like, alright, not everyone's here yet. It's fine. I can handle this front line on my own.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. What do you guys think? Do you guys think AI, do you guys agree with us casters, me and Renmar here, that AI just got the better draft? And if they snowball, it's going to be scary. Or do you think Mythic Seal is going to pull it off with that mid-game extraordinaire? With the Selena, the Joy, comfort picks all around technically for Mythic Seal. I'm not too sure about the Selena. I saw some win rates yesterday. And yes, to be fair, in the regular season, Mythic Seal were the guys who picked the Selena the most. So technically, it could be a favorite for Nico as well. We'll just have to see how they are able to use it here in the Land of Dawn as we get right into it. Game number 2 in the lower bracket finals. Remember, guys, it's an elimination match, and AI are leading.
All eyes really are going to be on this Selena. If Nico can pop off, play like how Super Friends, Few, even how Sanji showed off in the grand finals of MPLPH, then AI is going to be in trouble. That's what you get when you're up against a really good Selena player. You give a lot of difficulty for the rotations, but PS, Black already getting pressured early on. And okay, despite the draft struggles that we pointed out for Mythic Seals, this is how they have to play. If they want to make sure that AI doesn't just run away with this, they have to take what aggression they can in the early game.
Definitely. Lethal contest 2 here. Black walking up already. It does seem like AI will be the ones to take this. Mythic Seal kind of burnt out a few of those resources earlier. An arrow doesn't land. It'll just be a free lethal to PS. Getting level 4 with the next camp probably. Looking at the emblems though, pull yourself together on both Zippy Cutie and Boye. It means that, yeah, they're really going to be looking to utilize those battle spells as much as possible. So that means they're looking to fight as much as possible. Look for picks at least. It's going to be a high-paced game from Mythic Seal, trying to combo in the Abyssal Arrows with the Tsunami Slams. And looking at it again, honestly, it really depends on how they set up for the first turtle. Yesterday, Mythic Seal were always kind of late to set up for first turtle. They don't have that mid lane rotation for the XP lane. They stay in their individual lanes to get level 4. Therefore, you know, the roamer, Boye, actually suffers for not having level 4 in the first fight. But this time, it seems like AI going to be playing it safer.
Oh, PS really wants to get this turtle, but he gets Abyssal Arrow! Nico in the clutch, stopping the Hayabusa right away, and AI Esports will not be able to healthily contest this turtle. Mythic Seals! Nico landing the arrow just in time.
Okay, you know how I said they were going to play it safer? I thought he was going to quad shadow back. Turns out, no. Decides to walk up. He didn't even blink on the quad shadow. He just walks in. Nico reads him like a book. And now everything is going to be taken from him. Not quite everything, but a lot of things. Even, oh man, the green cam taken away from PS. I think this is going to be a solid 2-level gap by the time Turtle 2 spawns in the game.
Yeah, let's see if AI can get any resources. Maybe in the lower part of the map. Nothing has spawned there just yet. But as we see, it's Kuhn actually getting info on the purple side of the jungle for AI. So, Mythic Seals, I mean, we talked a big game about the Selena. If the Selena pops off, here comes Boya popping off. Already forced to Purify out of Valita's hands. So that's something that Mythic Seals can play around later. That there's no more Purify for this Granger for the next 80 seconds or so.
Yeah, they can still play safe, to be fair, for AI as well. This by the way, I love it. I love the fact that we're not stuck in the I have to go flicker era anymore. For some reason, in the Philippines and ID, I keep on seeing players just still kind of force out flickers, which I understand, to be fair, up against the Assassins, up against the Hildas too. But I think you gotta take control of the threat that's right in front of you first. And for the most part, it is the CC coming in from the Kalea. So double respect for Jenny and Alita. Both of them want to go for Purify. It will help them a lot, especially considering they have a solid front line. They have to trust in their teammates. You don't always have to make that individual play with Flicker. You can always just chill, wait in the back, let Madzy shoulder bash a lot of these threats in the front. But man, Ken farming like a monster again. Find beats on Black.
Whoa, so aggressive, and it helps set up the follow-up for Boye and Nico as well. But Black, he's able to get away. His ultimate got soft cancelled, but Black was still able to dash out, unbreakable the taunt, saving his behind just in time. Mythic Seals now, though, have expended resources, but it looks like this turtle is going to be good for them unless PS. Will he commit the Shadow in? Will he even try? He tried, and he got punished as Ken gets the turtle. PS now wishing that he could have picked up a Purify for himself.
Oh man, it turns from bad to worse for some reason. AI, it almost looked like they got a chance. Another very, very good chance to recover in the game, to play it slow, but they decide to play with Mythic Seal's tempo in these fast-paced games. Ken able to steal away the purple buff, and now even Madzy, he walks up, does get a few in front of pursuit procs, but this ain't really going to threaten him. He's actually going to put himself in a tough position. Kun already holding the wave up top, so no trades could be taken by AI, and man, I wonder why they're playing so fast. This isn't like the AI we saw yesterday who were playing it so calm, so composed. Good feather airstrike there, but Boye just cancels it out straight up. Tsunami Slam too!
Okay, are they going to continue this fight as Ken already used electrifying beats? I think it was just a warning shot to keep them at bay, but they could get sandwiched here if they're not careful. Black and PS here by Madzy as well. In range, PS commits the ultimate. Can he actually get anyone here? No. AI also not completely in range to supplement the aggression of the Hayabusa. And all of that leads to Zippy getting just a bit of a push at the bottom lane. Needs to pull out though as Madzy's here. He does have the proc up. Will he be able to commit the ultimate? Yes, he does. Boye here for the assist. Phobius trying his best. Oh my, Jenny for the assist. They reach the 1-1 in time. Madzy gets the 1-1 down alongside the Farsa. But oh my, Jenny's stuck. He doesn't have Wings by Wings as Ken with the electrifying beats, making AI dance to his tune.
Uh-oh, look at the flank coming in. The sandwich maneuver, an Abyssal Arrow lands on Black. It's gonna be the full flank as Kun goes in, trying to go for more. Good taunt. Chain CC, Madzy staying alive, not for long though. Taken out as Alita picks up a Sky Piercer stack and a turret falls up top. Ken jumping back and forth. The Missile Arrow landing again. The Purify won't get you out of damage. Alita taking out Black. Barely able to pop that AOG in time.
Nico. My cousin Nico. He's not really my cousin, but if you know the reference, you know it. AI! Bro, they are getting shut down by Nico's Abyssal Arrows. It's not the main thing, but it's coming in at the clutch. The moments where you feel like, oh, AI has something here. If it's not PS doing something that, you know, doesn't really turn out well for AI, it's the Abyssal Arrow of Nico that just turns things around, man.
Been so tough for AI. Oh, hold up, Madzy. Just as I say that, is looking to get a pick off on Ken. Won't be able to do so. Mythic Seal again. Good rotations, good recovery here. Rotating straight up top, knowing that AI will be trying to look for the bottom lane prior with the orange buff. Also gets taken away for AI. And now Mythic Seal, or despite, you know, a few toss-ups here and there, a few battles that didn't go fully their way, it's alright, man. They still have a 2,000 gold lead and they're still within their element. Zippy is going to hit that massive mid-game power spike. Ken, same goes. And AI, they really are falling behind. If Alita doesn't get 3-4 stacks by the 10th, 12th minute, it's going to be tough. They're not going to have enough damage to really execute a lot of these frontline tanky members in Boye and Kun. Remember, you fight a long fight against the Kalea, he's just going to heal up constantly and he's already going for more. Nope. Okay. Just a slight.
Yeah, they weren't complete. They weren't completely in the right area just yet, but with Black taking a fair amount of damage, our Mythic Seal's trying to find an opening. Oh, Abyssal Arrow's gonna land again. Boya not gonna jump forward. They already forced out. They're revitalized from that Gatotkacha. Mazzy going forward, and here comes the cavalry of AI. Boya and Zipicuti get bursted and blasted out of the map as Madzy and Black have set the tempo. Madzy gets punished, but that is a consolation to the domination that AI has found. Ken goes in. This could be risky, but Nico lands the arrow yet again. The difference maker, but Black, point blank with a jump, means that a double kill is set up for Ken.
Wow, I mean, everything played almost to the win conditions that we put on the table for AI. At least 3 to 4 stacks by 11 to 12 minutes. Alita was on par already. Oh man, PS jumps in with the shadow kill. Doesn't get it. Good flick around, and it's going to be a free lord to Mythic Seal.
AI, they've tried. We thought they found that moment, but Mythic Steel's still holding on. They're push and pull in the team fight, working out well for them. And Nico, he has to be highlighted at this point. And I feel like that has set the story, with Black eating 2 Abyssal Arrows in a row now, getting his rotation and timing in check. Even though AI were the ones who found that big team fight win early on, it was the Abyssal Arrows mid to late team fight that turned it around. We talked about mid to late game in the big picture, but even for mid to late team fight in the smaller picture, it goes well for Mythic Seals.
It's just so tough for AI right now, but they are going to go on to Kun again, who's going to be picked off. But with the Lord, I think Mythic Seal really don't care about Kun. They've already used Feather Airstrike and the Shadow Kill. Big resources being burned out as now they slowly but surely utilize the Lord to get the tier 2s around. Luckily though, AI are able to do some pretty good work on the waves, stopping the tier 2 from being taken in the mid lane, and now it's a slow build back for AI. They've got yet another chance to prolong the game, to wait for the late game. But that's where I'm kind of concerned about this composition. But their airstrike again, Nico! Way too aggressive, Manzi! Utilizing that shoulder bash to chase. And, man, Mythic Seal, they can't let this lead go like this. This happened yesterday, by the way. They were leading quite a bit, and they lost it all just because they lost on that discipline.
Yep, slight overheat there by Nico, but the good thing for Mythic Seals is that they've taken relatively good care of their minion waves before that pickoff, so there's no clear opening for AI in the map to actually make the most out of that kill. But with a 3k gold difference, this is still 100% within the range of AI esports to turn things around. But it seems like the harder lineup to pull off. Oh, here comes Boya with a flicker and the jump in. Oh my, Jenny gets spotted out and blasted right away. The formation broken. Madzy left alone to his own devices. Meanwhile, in the back, AI still trying to hold on. They punish Ken, but Alita gets taken down by Kun. He's serving Kun. Finally, as AI esports have had their formation broken and they've lost another team fight.
Amazing fight by Mythic Seal, again understanding what to target, who to target in the team fights. Another Abyssal Arrow almost landing. The Holy Defense in the mid lane will be procced in, and oh my, Jenny and Alita, these are the conditions we also spoke about that technically could be a disaster for them. If they don't get the lead in the early game, these frontliners won't be tanky enough come the mid game to handle Mythic Seal's damage. I mean, to handle the angles of attack as well. Nico has been a monster with the Selena. Abyssal Arrows coming in from angles you would never expect, and AI really can't expect it. Every single time they see an arrow, it's a bit too late to react by the time they see it. And you can see for the items at least that they have gotten to, I would say, a comfortable spot, but they just can't deal damage against this very chaotic lineup of Mythic Seal at this point.
Yep.
AI are going to have to find a very, very perfect team fight with them holding Ken and Zipicuti down. I don't know how that's going to happen with Nico shooting so many arrows, with Boye constantly threatening the tsunami slams as well. It almost seems like AI are just overloaded with so many angles of attack.
Yeah, it's like they can focus on one area, but then suddenly there's two more areas you have to watch out. Look, Ken found Alita all alone, and they've already forced a full-on team fight. Ken has used electrifying beats, but Black gets taken out. AI, because they saw the joy in the back, were forced to do something. They punished Kun, but it looks like The crossbow of Tang is a difference maker as Zippy Cutie has a double kill. He finds Oh My Jenny, but Zippy walks straight into the Hayabusa triple kill for the 1-1, but PS gets him back. Here comes Ken yet again. It's 2v2. It's Ken and Nico. PS and Alita. Both junglers are up, but the Hayabusa has to go back. Mythic Seals, they might be able to get this.
They can. There's a chance here again. Electrifying Beast coming out. Oh, the
Yes.
Lord! A payback to
Oh!
Alita! How has that happened? Mythic Seal were in control for the majority of the game. One team fight where they decided to keep on fighting and AI punished them. It was Alita. It was the bullet of Alita, not even a retribution that got them the Lord.
Saved by the Lord the moment we saw that knock-up connect onto the two members of Mythic Seals, onto Nico and Ken. We both had just that guttural reaction of, oh no, Mythic Seals, something just went terribly wrong, and it did. The Lord bought time, and Kun now forced back, spotted out AI with their best chance this entire game to take full control. How many towers can they get? The mid lane push doesn't look that healthy, but the Hayabusa's there. The top lane push, can they get the Lord to push? Will they be able to get that tower down? They cannot. Mythic Seals has held on here, but AI have found the footing. Even ball game now.
Oh man, they're definitely breathing a sigh of relief right now. Oh my goodness, I thought that quad shadow actually landed. That could have been the game ender there had the quad shadow landed on Zippy Cutie. But I gotta say, usually I just give props to AI, but obviously I gotta give props to AI. Amazing plays again, understanding how to punish Mythic Seal, but Mythic Seal has done this too many times for me to say that it's, just the enemy team outplaying them. They had the winning team fight already. Zippy Cutie wanted to continue around that Lord fight. He ended up dying, giving another kill because Kun was so low. Or was it Boye? And then it became a 2v2. That really should not have happened. That should have still been Mythic Seal with a Lord for free. It would have been, should have been a 4 versus 2 situation for Mythic Seal. But again, oh man, some of these really, really risky decisions from Mythic Seal just does not end up paying off. And it ends up just looking like a pure throw, these gambles. The lead's gone. And that was what they were playing with, Redmar. If AI somehow can get their frontliners to hold on and play properly, like a proper front to back with the formation, it's going to be tough. Kun already. What?
Oh, he's going to get caught out here, but here comes the same by Mythic Seals, but oh my, Jenny claps it off with the damage. Here comes Ken. Kenny, hold on. Winter Crown just in time to revitalize as well. Matty with a flicker dark wave, but he gets punished. Ken still got the kill. AI have lost 2. So has Mythic. Even still, another standoff for these two teams.
They're just computing like robots once they get their win conditions. They're just so cold with the PS! Joseph with the shadow kill! Almost takes him out, Nico! Forced to flicker out! A big spell right before the Lord spawns!
You can call the region of Myanmar dark horses or whatever you want, but you cannot take away excitement from their name. Game 1 has served some interesting moments. Game number 2 serving even more. Still too close to call. One slip up. Will it be AI malfunctioning or Mythic getting their unfortunate mythical slip? Who can hold on better? We have to watch out for the multiple angles of Mythic Seals, but we have to watch out for the sheer crowd control that AI can dish out that could punish. Mexican standoff, Boye decides to go in. Mythic Seals, can they force something out of here?
A good resource baited out with the Feather Airstrike again. AI's working hard, and this time you can see that they really have downloaded a lot of the Mythic Seal movements. The Abyssal Arrows that has been landing constantly in the early game to the mid game. They downloaded enough, for them to understand the template, the pattern of where these Abyssal Arrows are coming from. And they have not been hit by an Abyssal Arrow yet. Again this time, though. Perfect timing. Right as I say it, it lands on PS. A good chunk of damage, but he has the regen still. Another one back-to-back on Madzi. That's going to be an all-in with Tsunami Slam.
Boye decides to go in, and the forward entry by Mythic Seals, it was stopped by the Phobius almost single-handedly. A double kill for Alita, for the Granger, but Nico with a shutdown on the BS means that 3 members of AI have fallen. Both junglers down. Alita still alive, don't tell me he's gonna get hit, but it was blocked by the Beetle. Alita in no man's land though. Time running out. No space to escape. If he can pull this off, it would be a miracle. But a miracle is not what he'll get. AI have lost 4, and Mythic Seals have their eyes set on this Lord.
There's just too much to handle. We saw a glimpse of what could be an AI victory with Winter Crowns trying to outplay Mythic Seal, but even with the Winter Crowns, Ken's electrifying beat still goes through. Even the frontliners couldn't handle that damage, and it'll be a free evolved Lord conceded over to Mythic Seal, who should have now the right angle, the right, I think, conditions to end the game. An evolved Lord with a dive comp like this, AI, they're gonna have to play it perfect. They're gonna have to also wish for Mythic Seal to do one of those, to make one of those gambles again, those risky plays that could end up with AI winning this.
I mean, let's see if they'll get that. They can throw bodies to help set up Zippy so that he can get a good crossbow of Tang off. But this is one of the tough things about playing around Selena as your mid laner in a sieging environment. You're gonna have to put that Selena at risk. You're gonna have to put members at risk to go dive. But again, it looks like for Mythic Seals, throwing bodies works out well for them. That last fight for that Lord happened because they just threw bodies. They weren't approaching from multiple angles. There was one clear angle, but it all worked out. Boya decides to throw his body in, but the damage coming in from the far side might be enough to stop Mythic Seals and their push. But the leader gets found. He gets punished. No more Granger, but the damage from the Shadow Kill can only pop the immortality. Nico and Mythic pushing forward. AI doing their absolute best, but this looks like an endable angle for Mythic Seals.
PS walking up again, gonna be caught, knocked up in the air, and a missile arrow landing on Black as they are going to go for the end. Another wave in the bottom lane, a Purify used up with the Feather Airstrike 2, full turret lockdown, but a Tsunami Slam will stop any hopes of AI defending this Lord siege into the base. It's an equalizer by Mythic Seal 1-1.
What a crazy back and forth between these two teams. It wasn't the cleanest, but damn was it entertaining. The Selena that we were both skeptical about ticked off his condition in the early game, set the tempo, be the one to tell AI Esports this isn't going to be an easy game for you. And the smallest man on your screen right now had the biggest impact. Nico was just an absolute king on that Selena.
So good on the Selena. The Abyssal Arrows really becoming the game changer for the team that they didn't have in the previous games. They've just been looking at the game very one-dimensionally, very, I would say, kind of tunnel vision. But with the Abyssal Arrow, it opened, it widened their field of view. It really, really gave them the angle of attack to really stop this AI 2-0 start to the series, which is crazy. The fact that AI could have still done that. But man, they really made AI lose track of their win conditions too in the early game. That crazy fast tempo was not how AI thought that they would play. Like, they just got reeled into it constantly.
Yeah. If you're AI, you're thinking that, all right, Mythic Seals are going to try to play like robots. They're going to be calculated, slow, pick their moments. But they didn't. They were just like, nope. You know what? Let's just throw bodies early on. Let's try to test them. Let's force out resources. There were even moments in the early game where I was wondering, the Gacha already using the Revitalize? You don't need to, but okay, it felt like that was the heat check by Mythic Seals, and eventually it worked out for them. We talked about gambits here. Gambles, and Mythic Seals took it at the right moments, although there were some times where they really shouldn't have taken it, but it paid off in the end.
Man, well played again to Mythic Seal. A comfortable draft for them, a comfortable mix of picks that we have seen through the regular season, and again, enabling Ken on the Joy. I guess that's what you need if you want to enable the Joy. First, you ban out the Fredge and the Harith, and then you play it as chaotically as you can, right? Make them kind of miss, make them faint a lot with a lot of the other heroes, so that the Joy can come in with one swoop, take them all out. That electrifying beats, the dashes as well. Once Alita had already used the dash, had already used the Purify, he was a sitting duck. It was so easy for Ken to just walk up and smack through. Even the frontliners, who again, Madzi was kind of forced to use the shoulder bash. He had to save it for the Joy. He couldn't, though, because, there's just so many dives. There's so many ways that they could force the fight, force the issue upon AI. And even AI couldn't compute that, man. The artificial intelligence got outmaneuvered, got outsmarted in that game. I think
Yeah,
awesome.
the coding just wasn't ready for it, man. There were just a few strings of code that just weren't available just yet. And for how Mythic Seals played this, I also liked how, looking back at it now, they always had one angle reserved for Oh My Jenny. They knew how much trouble the Farza could bring to the table. Even if Oh My Jenny pops the Feathered Airstrike early, you'll see one quick pop and then he'll wait for two more hits. And then suddenly you're wondering, wait, where's that Farsa? Where's the two more extra hits of the Feathered Airstrike? Oh, the Farsa's gone because Nico either found the angle or Ken found the angle. Someone, at least on Mythic Seals, would be able to find the angle so that Zippy Cutie had some more space to work with. And space was, he had a lot of it, 8, 3, and 5. And you pointed out earlier, I like that he went for Pull Yourself Together because he almost always had Inspire.
I guess we know now why the 1-1 is so prio. Despite going up against the Farsa, Hayabusa, and the Phoveus, he went and he did it, dude. Zippy Cutie was a monster. There were a couple of moments that I won't talk about Zippy, but you know those moments that should not have happened. In the end, it still worked out. So I'm not really gonna be talking about those little mistakes that he and the team made decision-wise, because mechanically it was amazing. And I think Mythic Seal really remind me a lot of Bigatron. Not just because they never qualified to international events, but also the fact that they are very mechanical reliant, dude. Their decision making sometimes make their fans, I don't know what they're called, the Seals maybe, very, very worried. Like, bro, I was sweating for Mythic Seal after getting that lead. For some reason, it seems like Mythic Seal and Bigatron, man, that make you as a fan sweat when they have the lead. It's like, dude, please don't get the lead early. Just like try to come back later, Give the lead to the enemy team early. You can come back. I trust you. But when you hold the lead, there's a bit too much risk. There's so many bounties on y'all.
Yeah, no, dude, I get you. Like, for the first time in this series, this entire day so far, I'm sweating. Like, actually sweating with what happened in this game. And I think a good amount of that is, because of the decisions that Mythic Seals decided to take. The moments where we were like, bro, why? But also, wait, you still had Nico alive to help turn things around. Nico deserves an award for what he was able to do for Mythic Seals in this one. Because there were moments where I really felt like if Nico was dead, it was over for Mythic Seals. But since that Selena was still up, they were still able to keep fighting.
Agreed, definitely, man. Nico was definitely the unsung hero here. Not the MVP. Zippy Cutie took that one, but Nico was phenomenal in this game. A good shout out to Ken too. Even though a couple of times we did see AI finally get the hand of the joy, there's always other ways by Nico. Again, mainly it's Nico. Yeah, you're right. The arrows just keep landing towards the end. There was, I think, a window where we didn't get to see the arrows land, and that was the window where AI were really able to force the issue. Mythic Seal then adapted again, played it slower, slowed down their tempo to wait for the Abyssal Arrows to land, to wait for the Wishing Lanterns to proc in, to get AI in a comfortable spot for Mythic Seal to just all in. Once the Phoveus is at half HP, once PS has already used the regen, and is half HP after utilizing the regen, I think that's pretty good conditions for Mythic Seal to just go in and do their thing, which they did, definitely. You can see everything here getting taken away by Mythic Seal. Rich Guy, the carry, Sandbag, best wingman. The better mechanics definitely goes to Mythic Seal, but those decisions, some of them has to be fixed coming into game number 3, because AI, looking at the way they played against Paladins as well, they are able to download their opponents so quickly. So these patterns and these drafts where Mythic Seal are playing just purely to get high mechanical heroes on each of their players, it'll be shut down, I think, in game 3 onwards.
Yeah, I like now for the series, with it starting 1-1, we got to see some of the best qualities of the two teams. For AI in game number 1, we got to see just how solid they are as a unit. When they're undisturbed, when Oh My Jenny isn't getting pressured, it seems like it's an unstoppable robot army of like, how does everyone know their assignment and is executing at the right time? Well, for Mythic Seals, it's a little bit more of that old school Myanmar playstyle that we loved, and even as a Filipino at one point in our history of MLBB esports, we greatly feared, because of they'll take decisions that you'd think like, why are you doing this? But then with sheer mechanics, they'll be able to make it work. Bro, Mythic Seals had the much more difficult lineup. They chose this route. It's like, we want to live life not at its fullest, but at its most difficult, and we'll be able to get a win out of that. So with that already gone onto the table, I wouldn't be surprised if the next drafts, the next games, is just gonna be seeing, will Mythic Seal slip up? Will AI get pressured? Because I think they're just gonna commit to their clear and obvious playstyles moving forward now.
Again, looking at it, you can really see how messy these team fights were, and it's to the advantage of Mythic Seal. This was the play that I was talking about, a bit too aggressive all the way to the back. They could have just backed away with, I would say, a pretty good win too in a team fight. They could have just played around. They had Nico still to threaten the back line too. Really unnecessary in my opinion, but he made up for it with all the crazy plays with the crossbow Tang. Again, baiting them into the abyssal arrows. It's the little things like this that we kind of miss out on, you know, that we get to see again. Zippy was able to constantly outplay in these unplayable situations should be. When a Fovi's flickers on you like that, gets a shoulder bash, I don't know how he actually survived that and how he was able to keep the crossbow tank going to the back. And here again, you can see how Zippy was able to just stay and stand his ground, killing a few of those members, putting Alita in a tough spot too. Then the rest of the team just came in, went and dove him. Here though, I gotta give a credit to Boye for finding this angle. He knows that the Purify was out. Amazing targeting.
Yeah, that was a deep tsunami slam dive. He had to maximize the animation of the flicker plus the tidal strike combination, I believe, and he was still able to find Alita there in the back. And I think looking back at the highlights now, Zippy, I think he's playing it so ballsy because dude is conserving needles and flowers for the absolute moment where he'll really need it. Like look at it, he's willing to take a buttload of damage and then trust in the items to give him shield at the right time, and then needles and flowers where if he gets crowd control, it's like, bam, one press, I'm free, I can basic attack, jump away again. So that's really good timing by Zippy and a lot of bravery to really conserve your second skill for that specific moment.
Yeah, a lot of bravery, a lot of patience too, and definitely a lot of time playing 1-1. And that's why it was so feared yesterday and a few of the days so far. I think even in the play-ins, it's probably going to be the same thing, right? That's why we're seeing it through in the playoffs too, where the 1-1 is just heavily prioritized. It's heavily respected amongst all the teams. Even Paladins had a few 1-1 bans that they had to get through as well. But I believe, Renmar, it is time for you to take a break. It's fine. I'll be calling in Mirko to cast with me, so it's all good, Renmar. For you guys, stay tuned because we will be back with game number 3 very, very shortly.
Where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Sup, boys? It's me, Mirko. I like that team, so they're gonna lose. And I gotta say, that was the game, Mirko. Like, looking at how Mythic Seal plays, like, in my head, the way that they go about life is like they buy milk, wait for it to expire, and then they drink it. Because they like to live on the edge. They want to live dangerously. They want to make life matter. Welcome back, by the way. My name is Lafel. Alongside with me is Mirko, or both of us is Mirko. It really depends on our mood.
Could be both, LaFell, too. Depends on the mood as well. But that's actually very true, LaFell, what you just said. It really seems like that's the way they play. You know, they just have to live life on the edge. It always has to be, like, pressure, high-stakes situations. If not, it's too boring, man. Like, I don't want these picks. I don't want... Farsa? Juicin? Give me the Selena, yo. Or even in the goal lane, right? Granger playing it safe from the back. I want to be up front. I want to be the guy to outplay. If I die, I'll be a thrower. If I win, I'll be the world's best. I like it. I like the mentality.
They just need that dopamine rush. It looks like they all have ADHD. They're just like, I gotta do something, right? All the mechanical heroes. That's what I gotta get. And when they pick up a hero like Hylos, that game must feel longer than it really is. Like, oh my God, that was such a long game. And then the teammate's like, bro, that was 7 minutes. Dude, it felt like 3 hours.
Honestly,
that was
whenever
you for yesterday.
Yeah, whenever I don't you mean it felt like 4 hours, LaFell, then? Not 3, but man, you're right. I mean, I understand it. It's the same. Every single time I have to play on a hero that's so slow paced, it just plays discipline, plays in the back, I'm like, oh my God, man, these games going on for ages. And my friends are just like, no, these are like 12-minute games. I'm like, no, you know what? I'm just going to first pick my 1-1. I'm going to get countered by Irithel. The game's going to go on for 30 minutes. But it feels so good. It feels so fun, you know? When you have to battle it out, it feels so much more than just a win. It feels like you stomped. Like as you would say, LaFell, you spat on their face.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of spitting on someone's face, we got to talk about Nico, man. Because Nico is like, you win or lose because of Nico, man. Because Nico's got the mechanics. He's amazing on it. But then the moment where he's just a little bit too confident, like I feel like the team needs to have a leash on him. It's like, up. Come back a bit.
Stop, Nico, stop.
It's 23 minutes, Nico. If you die, oh my God, that'll be bad, Nico.
That's 70 seconds, Nico. That's 70 seconds, man. Yeah, that's true. It really feels like everybody on Mythic Seal has needs a leash on him, right? Like every single one makes Zippy as well, dude. Like, oh my God, that game could have been very, very bad if that Lord ended up being like a Lord that AI will be able to utilize to get more and ultimately win the game. Zippy would have gotten the Nico treatment that Nico got yesterday.
Yep. Hey, Zippy was the one that flickered forward on that Brody and almost died yesterday. Yeah. Right, it happened up top. But either ways, this is their win con, Mirko. Because I feel like the more pressure that they have, the better they perform. And
fair.
I like maybe it's just the Harif ban, right? I kind of feel like the Harif was a big problem in game number 1. Game number 2, when there's no Harif, Ken just electrocutes everyone.
Honestly,
I'm sure that's what they say.
I don't think it's just the Harith, right? It's also the fact that, because the Harith gets banned out. I love the fact that they ban out the Harith, especially if they have no means to pick it up themselves, right?
Yep.
What I'm concerned about is AI actually got a pretty solid draft in that game, but they weren't able to execute the draft. I wonder if they just got thrown a curveball and they were just so confused at how Mythic Seal were playing, or if that's just their normal response with a winning draft. They just always expect to win out the first few turtles, to battle it out, and ultimately get a snowball. Because there were so many moments where PS used the Quad Shadow to try to get a very ambitious steal on the turtle that did not work out. Ended up being taken out twice for both the moments he tried. And he put himself in a tough position. I think if he just let go over the first few turtles in that position and just farmed up, he would have had a better way to attack, to get the win con going and around ganks. You don't need to get kills around turtles all the time. It's possible to get pickoffs around the map through lanes.
Yeah. If I was a coach, I would be upset. But as a viewer, respect. You just gotta show that you're that guy. It's like, I will 1v5 take this Lord. He failed. But then the leader's like, this is how you do it. Shurikens just don't have the firepower. Bullets, man. Bullets. Hayabusa, use a gun.
Yeah, that's true.
That would actually be funny if Hayabusa use a gun.
That would be pretty funny. Hayabusa comes up, Quad Shadow teleports to you, and then bang! Instead of the shurikens that take a while, he just one-shots you, right? I guess now that's a term that we can use, LaFell, when a Quad Shadow lands and he just one-shots people. That ain't a shuriken. That's a shot. That's a gunshot. That's a bang.
You could also say shotgun.
Yes.
Dude, here's the thing. Like, ninjas, Their origin is that they're farmers, so they actually
Wait,
just
really?
take scraps. Yeah, legit.
Wait,
Dude, I
Naruto was
learned
a
about this.
farmer?
Huh?
Naruto was a farmer?
Yeah. Okay,
Oh.
so history lesson in olden times, Japan has like a emperor and all, not emperor, but someone in power, and then they have samurais, and then you have ninjas, which is just farmers,
Yes.
just everyday people fighting back. But you can't fight a samurai. They're well fed, they have good at sword, they have armor and everything. So you got to get creative. So you just take your farming tools as weapons, and then
So
you
that
use
makes-
that. Yeah,
So
you
that's why
use
they have a
that. So
scythe. That's why they have a hoe, right?
exactly. No, exactly. Yeah. They
Interesting.
even use I forgot what it's called, but it's basically just a stick, but you use it like a knife.
So Naruto was just farmer. It should just
Everyone's a
be renamed
farmer.
as everyone. Hey, to be fair, everybody's ancestors was once a farmer, right? We all had to farm to get money. We all had to farm to get food back in the day. So we were all farmers once.
Yep.
In
Now
our
people
past
just farming
lives.
aura.
Now people are farming aura a bit too much, just some aura the aura that people farm, sometimes it's undeserved. Lofel, do you agree? Do you agree with that?
100%. 100%. I agree. But
Sometimes I'm confused. I don't know whether to take your facts as facts or to research it myself, because you yap a lot, so I don't know if it's true,
Hey.
but I'll believe you.
okay,
you know?
let me give you a tip. If you want to waste your time, go fact check, because you're just gonna hear the same thing that I said.
All right. Some
Do
scholars
you know
suggest ninjas may have included farmers in their ranks. Their origins are more diverse
See?
than simply a farmer-based group. So it's more diverse, but yeah, technically there was a bit of farming there. All right, let's get into the draft, fella. Let's see if the ninja, aka the farmer Hayabusa, shows up again despite taking a loss in game numero dos.
Yeah, this setup for the joke that I was gonna make, it's
Okay.
funny because ninjas started as farmers, just taking scraps as weapons, and now just like, hey, here's a gun, boom.
Well, that's technically
funny.
that could be a scrap as well. It depends, right? Maybe someone threw that gun away and he just finds it. It could be. He could be a gun farmer. Who knows? If growing the guns on trees. No?
Yeah, you do have guns in farms now, right?
Guns in farms?
You do. Yeah, like you want to protect your crops and
Yeah.
your
that's
livestock,
true.
right? You do, right? You do.
Yeah. Well, I don't. I'm not a farmer, but maybe
Hey, you
the
should try it
actual
out.
farm. There you go, though. The joy gets banned out. Proper respect, something that we already kind of thought about last game. I thought they would still just ban out the joy after seeing the Harith and the Fredrin banned out, but here we are. Mythic Seal, are they going to ban out the Baksha to take away all the utility jungles and force the 1v1 assassin duel? Fanny's been left open quite a bit, by the way.
Yeah, in game number 1, they ignored it. I'm looking at Ken. He was very upset with that joy ban, but here's the thing, man. The
angry.
Lucas, though. We're talking about ninjas, right? How about
Naruto.
that Lucas, though?
So are we going to get a Naruto versus Sasuke moment? Baksha going to be banned out. First pick, Kalea, still up for grabs. I think it still is the best choice to go for, knowing that the Harith is
A ninja as well.
has been banned. But Chip and Loyi were the choices for AI. So it could be a Chip and Loyi pick to respond to Kalea. To respond to the Kalea.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Kalia is very dangerous, but I would not let go of that Lu Yi. Oh, Badang, I love that man. Completely forgot. Badang is such a game changer ever since yesterday. But now, Mythic Seal, are you going to pick up the Lu Yi or the Kalia? Personally, for me, I'm more worried about the Lu Yi. Yeah, that's it. I have nothing else.
I think Kalea for me. I would just go for the Kalea, the standard first pick. If not, then the Chip, I think, over the Loyi. Just because, well, to be fair, Nico has been pretty good on the Loyi too, so I wouldn't mind if they actually do go for the Loyi, but it's none of
what
it.
are we
It's going to be the
talking about?
1-1 again. What are we talking about, man?
What are
This
we
is Mythic
talking
Seal. We want to see
No.
more mechanical picks, and they give it to us. There you go. 1-1 first pick when the Kalea is up for grabs, when the Chip and Loyi is
Kalea
up for
Loyi.
grabs. So AI, they could go Loyi Kalea, they could go, I don't think they could go Chip Kalea, but Loyi Kalea sounds pretty good, right? I wonder if they want to just go Irithel now. They banned out the Joy. Might as well just fully counter the 1-1, right?
Yeah, is there a priority jungler here? Because I'm thinking of the Lucas. We haven't seen them using the Hanzo.
Oh.
Yep. So they go for Lucas, man. Get Naruto and then
Chip.
get Chip as well. They could have gotten the family, man. Just take Sakura. But now Mythic Seal, they can still get it, which is insane. They can get Lu Yi and the Kalia.
Yep, they could. Lo Yi and the Kalea, I think, will be a solid choice to go for. But looking at the Lucas, I'm not too sure if you actually want to teleport. I think you just want to react to it, right? Oh man, Lucas and Chip and Lucas in any teleport with Lo Yi too, it works, is a pretty scary combination. Right as you see him teleport, he's going to go full Ninetales form, skill 1 anti-CC, TC's your entire team doing AoE, and then shoots out that Teal Beast Bomb. So Mythic Seal, I really don't know what they're gonna go for the Phoveus and the Valent, so they're gonna skip on the possibility of picking up the Lo Yi and even the what were we saying earlier? Kalea, yeah, Kalea.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I kind of do like it. Like the Phoveus is generally just pretty good. Only that you don't have this mysticism. You know where everyone's going. You know that the Phoveus going XP, Valentina going mid. I feel like AI should ban the Ling here, but they ban out the Kalia first.
Okay.
I wonder if there's anyone that Mythic Seal has to worry about. Just because there's a chip, you don't have to worry about the Matilda. But if AI can make it work, woo! Robots, man, robots.
I think the glue is still a pretty solid choice to go for right now for AI, right? They just need frontline, proper frontline. The Gatot Kacha actually is a pretty solid choice to go for too. So Mythic Seal could still ban out the Gatot Kacha. It will be a pretty good XP laner for the chip, as the chip will go roam. But technically, this Lucas is still a flex pick. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't really flex that Valentina to go EXP unless Nico's like, yo, you want to give me that Phoveus, dude? I would knock it. I wouldn't knock it. AI now, in terms of the bans, I still feel like you gotta respect that Ling unless you really do want to flex and actually put Lucas in EXP, and then you yourself pick up the Ling. But no, they ban out the Tigreal. Really? Hold on, let me see here.
Oh.
Ich Nissan 3 bans for Boye.
Wow. Yeah, a lot of emphasis on just shutting down Boye. The glue ban, as expected, the Gatot Kacha, I don't think will come through here. I thought it was either or, right? Gatot or glue, and then the Irithel ban, because the Irithel is still up for grabs, and I don't think AI are going to shy away from it if it is left open here in the second phase. Last game was banned out. First ban in the second phase by Mythic Seal. This time they're taking their time with it, so really thinking about a possible, in my opinion, Gatot Kacha. But yeah, they have to ban the Irithel. Too much pressure in the lane itself. So Irithel taken out, that's the main counters to the 1-1. We might just see AI go for, at this point, what, Granger and Kimmy, right? Should be.
Yeah, the real thing is like, who do you want to show? Do you want to show the Lucas or do you want to show the Kimmy? I kind of feel like hiding the Lucas might be the best idea here. Granger, yeah, for sure. If you want to be zesty with it, maybe even a Bruno just for added damage. But no, they actually go for the Moskov. I feel like it's quite brave considering that the Valentina can unleash the beast and the Phoveus can just get on top of you. But hey, Alita's got to be very confident in his mechanics.
Yeah. I agree with you. I guess they're trying to say that, you know, Mythic Seal technically now are very team fight based. They're very like group up centric. And with the Moskov, AI definitely have more ways now to split push on the map. Takes away a lot more of that group up power from Mythic Seal. But in the jungle, we've yet to see what. Oh, by the way, it could also be a safe choice because Mythic Seal might go Ling, yeah. So the Moskov choice was kind of a read into what Mythic Seal could have taken. There you go. The Gatot Kacha that I think they were thinking about banning will be picked up by themselves here, taking it away from AI, which is okay. I wouldn't say the best choice because the Kimmy is present in the AI and they can deal a lot of damage bypassing through Gatot Kacha's main, again, physical damage. What's it called? Soak ability? Soak ability, is that a word? Is that a term?
Yeah, you know, we can do what we want.
Yes, sir.
I'm actually lost. What are you talking about?
I was talking about the Moskov being a good pick against the Ling.
Yeah. And now the Esmeralda gets picked up in the EXP. 0% win rate so far in MSL Myanmar, but it's still a very solid pick. And honestly, if you're looking at the crowd control, it's not continuous crowd control. So the Esme can suck all that shield.
That's actually pretty good. I really like this pick. You know, against the Gatakacha. Again, against the Ling is pretty solid too. I think the Wan, it really depends on how they utilize the Wan. If the Wan gets first item Sea Halberd, it could be a way to deal with the Esmeralda. But yeah, so far, I'm a fan of AI's draft. Honestly, I like the components, the individual components and how they work together. They're all kind of ready to fight as well. They have a massive CC ability in the Lucas, plus the Esme combo when they go for the shortcuts.
Yeah, honestly, I really want to see the pathing coming in from Ken. Like, does he help his side laners actually get an advantage? Because honestly, looking at the side lanes, it's quite 50-50, but maybe an early rotation could get that advantage. But going up against a Lucas, you know, worried that it might blow up in your own face. I just want to see how he farms up this game.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, coming into it, it's the battle for match point first here as we have a 1-1 in the best of 5 series, an elimination match for AI versus Mythic Seal.
Yep, and now looking at the junglers, looks like a solo rotation here. Quite a lot of trades coming in on mid, and Oh My Jenny, as expected, is actually going to be winning out on that trade. Looking at Nico, in terms of the emblem, is more on damage, honestly, and now Madzi, it survived. He flickers in.
Wow.
He's gonna have to flicker out.
Aggressive moves early on. Another battle here. Revitalize going to be used up by Boye. Lethal contest. PS does not have the retribution, and it will be Ken who picks it up. No, actually, it's Boye with a good skill 1 down to the ground.
Yep. And now that's very aggressive coming in from the EXP. Usually we see that as a nothing lane, just doing wet noodle damage. But now Mythic Seal getting a bit of lead early on, even though it's just like 100. But you gotta be thankful for everything that you got. Early rotation here coming up top for Boy. Don't really think that it can do anything. But interesting enough, Madzi doing very well against Kun.
Slowly but surely here, Madzi trying to build up that lead already, forcing out the flicker early. But Ken will just be hovering up top. Madzi in this lane, I really thought he would be winning a bit by a bigger margin, but so far it's been rather close up top as well. It could have been a Kun kill had he gotten level 2, but he got it a bit late just because of the shoving power of Madzi on the Esmeralda. Good rotation by AI and by Mythic Seal, both going to mid.
Yeah, in this one, Mythic Seal, I don't know how hard they actually want to go for this turtle because, you know, usually when the turtle is up, Ken as the Ling just want to steal away the buff. I wonder if they can just delay it long enough so that he can actually do that.
They miscalculated a bit. Madzi's not level 4, and now it's going to be the all-in over to Jenny. Luckily, no shoulder bash. Madzi able to get level 4 now in time, has the falling star moon, but PS is taking his time going into the purple buff. Mythic Seal with the Ling are actually the ones that are still on this turtle. Both teams deciding to take it slow and to continue farming.
I think they kind of get it. Like, they know that Ken will find a way to get inside of the jungle. So, oh, hold on. Teleport coming in. It looks like they managed to get one. Kun! First blood. PS gets that kill. And just like that, they're taking control of this turtle.
Yeah, they know when to utilize a shortcut. Now PS walking back up. Ken with the Finch poise jumps in all the way to the back, but the turtle was reset. Temps of Blaze used up, but the first kill already gives him the CC immunity. Ken with the Defiant Blades gets Black in that team fight. Jenny shooting those shots down, and now it's gonna be Nico who stole away the Sacred Beast form one more time. It's gonna be the Tail Beast bomb coming down, but PS is able to stay alive with Jenny helping him. A kill over to AI, but Ken will take it for free. No retry used up, still saving it to steal a few more camps away from AI.
Yeah, don't know if that was worth it or not. Nico even botched the flicker, so no flicker for the next 80-ish seconds. But hey, good on Ken, man. Getting the turtle, getting a kill. Like, this is what I was thinking of, because Ling, a lot of Lings actually try to do something early. Sometimes it's bad, but hey, Ken got a kill, man. At this point, AI got to be a little bit worried.
Just a bit, though, because they do scale very well. Oh My Jenny, Esmeralda, 2 on Madzi, and Alita, all of them are kind of scaling picks, right? And that's why I guess it could be in the hands of Mythic Seal this early game, where they could take control, but AI could just be the ones to hold on and weather the storm, waiting for those item power spikes. So far, so good, though, in terms of farm. Even in the bottom lane, wow. I thought Alita would be the one behind up against the 1-1, but Zippy is falling behind in farm.
Yeah. Interesting enough as well, looking at Madzi, looks like he did prioritize the Dreadnought armor. I thought he would go ahead with the Enchanted Talisman just to make sure that he can actually harass the lane, but he's prioritizing defense here, going quite aggressive on Kun. I don't know even if PS joins the fight, can he actually get a kill? Ken now having that Berserker Fury, it's gonna be good. This bot wave, man, like they're just how do I say this? They're just waiting for someone to make a move.
Mm-hmm. Slowly but surely, just playing it very slow. I wonder how Mythic Seal actually crack the first few turrets here, because they have so much lane prio AI, and they have those teleports ready to go with a shortcut. Ken's gonna be careful. Black's in the bush. No shortcut used. AI playing it really slow, knowing that, yeah, it'll take some time for some of their members to get those items.
The thing that I have to talk about now is that Nico first item is going to be that glowing one, and you do need that glowing one. Right now they're going on to Madzi. Madzi trying to escape, has to use the flicker, able to get out scot-free. But here's the thing, Nico, you're gonna unleash the beast. If you're going full magic items, you're not gonna be able to actually stay in that front line compared to the original Lucas.
That's true. Shortcut already used in as well. Black taking control. Kun jumping into the midst of it all. Jumping on Madzi. Now has the Infernal Pursuit again. That's going to be PS with the Sacred Beast form. Jumping in with the CC. Good CC immunity as well as Madzi's able to pick up the kill. But Boye is able to hold him in the back. Now SOD lands. Immobilization. Catches Boye. Will be taken down by Oh My Jenny. But now Black is able to flicker out. Ken joins in the fight as Alita stays up top taking the turret. Nico trying to zone Jenny, will be able to do so. Free turtle, but AI take the fight.
Well, we do say win or lose, we got to look at Nico, man. And even though the score is just 1-1 and 0, but you can already see the impact of just taking that Lucas ult, just unleashing the beast. Now PS does have that War Axe, so he can actually stay in the fight a little bit longer. The question is, when does he actually go for the fight? Because right now Black isn't super productive when it comes to engaging into those fights.
Definitely not. For AI, it really is just about holding on at this point. There's no real risk in losing the first few turtles as long as you're able to go for trades on it, right? And Alita, not only have AI been on the winning front in the trades kill-wise, they've also been getting some solid turrets. Up top, it's taken down. You can see Alita already moving down below with a level lead on Zippy Cutie. Now, on these gold laners, a level lead means that you're at least 500 gold ahead. Up top, you can see a 1v1. PS definitely winning this one. Ken forced to back away. The power of the Lucas, even without the Sacred Beast form, man. Constant Rasengans.
Hey, very balanced. Just to remind everyone, Lucas is just an okay hero.
Just okay.
Now we got to see. Black does have the portal, but looks like Zippy wants Madzi. Madzi's going to get taken down, and then the crossbow of 10 connects onto Oh My Jenny, but he's in a bad spot.
Re-engage, SOD landing as well. It's going to be taken here. Oh, wow, it doesn't. Alita just leaves them all the way for the rest, and now he decides to take a Spear of Misery to pin Boye down in such a very tight angle. He got that Spear of Misery. I don't know if you saw that, LaFell. It's a very interesting interaction. So Ken jumps in, instantly gets CC'd. Will be able to escape. Good traction pulse to zone Nico away with a turret down below in the mid lane. A great SOD take. Now a Lord in their sights. AI are looking to take over.
You know, I'm opening YouTube just to see what really happened, the interaction, but oh my goodness, this is what we talk about Mythic Seal. They buy milk, wait for it to expire, and then drink it. They like to live life on the edge. And that one, unfortunate, but they got punished.
Uh-oh, two-man falling Sarm with a shortcut stolen away. Nico bringing it back. A lot of members. Madzi forced to flicker. Akun with a flicker forward gets the kill for the pursuit. Now jumping onto Jenny. My lord, a good flicker. Albacannon's looking for the chase now. Right onto Jenny he goes, and it will be a kill back. But Alita is waiting right there. Tempest of Blades. Oh, even the SOD not landing. Alita! SOD into the few basic attacks to recover. Black coming in with a shortcut too. Alita's a monster. Spear of Misery again. Right as Boya tries to get himself out of the way, he finds the wall.
Dude, that's amazing, man. Like, Alita, the fact that you still hit your SOD when Ken was trying to avoid it, and then still, like, just at the edge, continuing to fight. And now we can see that AI is just waiting for that timer, 11 seconds. Now they take down the Lord. Mythic Seal, like you said, they do scale quite well, but we gotta wait for that scaling to come in. And Alita looks like maybe he's done farming. Maybe that's enough, because in the previous fight, after getting the kill onto Ken, he got the Demon Hunter sword. Maybe that's all he wants. Maybe that's all he needs.
That's his code, man. And for you guys, if you want your code, go ahead and check out our official beverage code. MSC 2025. Remember, this is the qualifier for that event, and AI are showing promise. They are showing what they haven't shown in the while so far. Everybody, I think, in Myanmar has kind of looked to AI as a team who always gets close to qualifying, who always looks pretty good, but never does. But this time, they're trying to go all the way. Lafel, Alita in the bottom lane, sieging the turret already with the Lord slow pushing up top. They're trying to take it as slow as they can as Madzi continue to zone Ken under the turret, even forcing a Finch poise. But the traction pulse does not land. AI will get another tier 2 before the Lord even comes in.
Now this is going to be pretty difficult, because honestly, Mythic Seal, they don't have the best wave clear here, because even their mid laner is just a Valentina. It's like you can clear, but you put yourself in a very dangerous position of getting attacked. They still have the holy defense, so this should be fine. Falling Star Moon, not going to engage onto anyone on Mythic Seal.
Yeah, way too aggressive there. Had he gone in, I think that would just be an easy kill. No Falling Star Moon means that that's a wasted resource. Traction Pulse coming down as well. AOG by Boye. Good Spear of Misery to pin them down, but it's going to be a massive Inferno Pursuit in the back line. Zippy! Oh, crossbow tank finding them all. The shot down into the back as well. Big tumble. PS almost finding the play to at least get one, but it ends up being 3 for 0.
But dude, that's set. I mean, like, I was questioning, boy, are you sure the AOG now is not the cleanest? But then the Dark Wave coming in from Kun, 3-man a knockup. It looks like that's all Zippy needs. That's all Ken needs. It's like, that's enough, bro. You've done your job. And then getting those weakness stacks, we can see Zippy flying, getting those kills. But I gotta say, PS almost turned things around. He actually could have legit gotten a Maniac there, but Ken had enough damage to deal with PS. And now a big shutdown goal is given over to Mythic Seal.
This goes to show you the teamfight power of the Wanwan, right? One time it cracks open that crossbow Tang, and you need to run as fast as you can, especially when Mythic Seal are the ones pushing in, doing damage while you guys are running away. That is a free way for the crossbow tank to translate over to the squishy members from the frontliner. And Zippy has the Inspire back up again. This is the mid game where the Wanwan finds himself in that... Oh, well, conceal. Looking for
probably
a play.
Just opening up the bush.
Whoa. Ken, this is a very aggressive move, Mr. Ken. Okay.
Okay.
He gets out.
They're not gonna go in, but just saying, roamer things. We use the conceal so that people can hear the conceal, so that we can get the bush. If we get a catch, that's amazing. But if not, at least you control the map. But no, Ken looks like he gets pinned down. Able to survive. Oh, Marco, you can relax. You can relax,
Okay.
Marco.
Okay, man. I don't know if I can relax, though, because Mythic Seal with Ken down below. Black! Shortcut Kun is going to be engaged on. Oh, single piece in the back line. Zippy able to kite away for now. Got the crossbow tag. Will be able to pop it in time. PS going to be taken down now as Alita kites back and finds Kun. It's 1-for-1. Jungle for XP.
I think Zippy can just push here. Yeah, he's going to stay mid. And now Mythic Seal is looking at... Oh, hold on!
SOD Alita! What a play with the SOD to stop a very overextending Wanwan. Boy, you're going to be melted down by Jenny and Alita again, who finds the Spear of Misery. The traction pulse spots Ken out. He's going to have to go with the purple buff as AI go on Lord.
Dude, you can't... Dude, like, Alita, man. Like, Zippy just wanted to push. He's just like, oh, I saw a minion. I'm close by. You know, turrets up top here. I might as well go for it. And now it looks like they're engaging onto Nico. Nico double dashes out. And so far in the front line is just Ken. Ken has to be careful. He's knocked down. But still having the Tempest of Blade. Getting out of that situation. Madzi just zoning Ken away. And the Lord goes over to PS.
No way. Another SOD. This guy's crazy, LaFell. What the heck?
Dude. Alita on this Moscow, man. Oh my goodness, Lord.
He doesn't miss. He just does not miss.
Dude, like, you can't caught lacking, man. That's the problem. The moment you feel like you're safe, you're not. Like, Alita, just by existing at this point, makes you always think about your next move. You always think that you have to save some kind of dash just in case if the SOD comes in. And you just have to micromanage. Don't be too close to a wall. Because then Alita here, like full items. Pretty sure it's not two corrosion scythe. One of them is probably something else.
I don't think it's too corrosion, but if it is, that hey, you can't blame him. You know, you don't knock it until you try it, LaFell. Exactly. Alita though, man, so really elite level Moscow here, not missing a single SOD. I think throughout this game, finding those crucial points. And like you said, you gotta be careful when you're around the walls, but sometimes even when you're not around the wall, he finds an angle to get you pinned on the wall. Traction pulse together with Jenny, just getting the turret shots there. It will be a turret, base turret up top taken down. AI looking to play it slow in the bottom lane as well. There's gonna be another wave coming down, but doesn't seem like they'll be able to utilize it. Mythic Seal doing a good job at holding the Lord while also managing the waves in bot and mid.
Yep. Alita's scary, but they're still respecting what Mythic Seal could do. Nico has the damage, not really the tankiness here, so it's unfortunate, but you kind of have to play like an assassin. Speaking of which, PS did take away that purple buff. Even though Ling can do stuff without the purple buff, but it's very, very scary, man. Like you just make one mistake, and then you're done. Your entire life flashes before your eyes. You remember that time in kindergarten where you took someone else's food, and up until today, that person still don't know who took it. But you know, it was you.
But I think in this case, Mythic Seal kind of know who took the purple buff, right? Like,
oh yeah.
Right, yeah, okay. That's true though. That guy will never know that I took his chips when I was a kid, all right? And
chips, man. Ugh. As a kid, man, chips is great.
Even as an adult, man, chips is great. Even the hero itself, pretty damn good with the teleports and all. Hey, if you guys want to go and help us out, MLBB user experience right now, you can pop in that survey. PS, Rose Gold Meteor. Zippy buys them. I thought he already had the Melfic gun. Probably sold it for what? An immortality or Win Nature? Or maybe it was a mishap.
Who knows? But either ways, right now, looking at the Lord, both teams are really scrambling for that bottom control. Nico now knows that Madzi is there. And this is scary more for Mythic Seal, not because their inhibitor up top is gone. They can deal with that wave, no problem. It's this Moskov, man. It's this Moskov. He can join the fight, and then, heck, if he gets a Savage, why not? Oh, Ken got caught, though.
Tempest of Blaze used up, okay, but that's a big ultimate, and I think AI are just going to go for it.
I mean, like, why not? Why not at this point? PS is leashing the Lord to the side. Madzi is still zoning away. Black is looking at Zippy Cutie, making sure he doesn't get anywhere close. Madzi almost dies, able to flicker out, but the Lord, it should be going over to AI. Mythic Seal has to make another defense.
Well played, AI getting the Lord and now playing into it. Let's see how they utilize this one. So far, the last two Lords have kind of been a bit wasteful, you know, the Holy Defense #1, that's not their fault, but the second one, the waves were just not in sync properly. So AI have got to sync it up properly now, pushing it slow. I think pushing it up top before they go with the mid and bottom so that they can get all the base turrets properly.
Something to note as well, AI has to keep this in mind to not line up in a single row, you know, because we saw that Kun with the Dark Wave able to knock up 3. You don't want that to happen again because at that point, Ken, that was brave. That was brave. That was very brave.
Luckily, he didn't have to use a Tempest of Blaze because that would have been a massive resource. Alita walks forward, almost getting pinned down again. Ken is playing with some thin margins. Great clear in the mid lane because of what Ken did. And it'll just be a base turret in the side lane, keeping the mid lane base turret alive.
Not gonna lie, I noticed it when it was too late because I was like, wait, what is that? Does AI have six members, 6 characters? Like, no, one of them is Ken.
Yes, he can, LaFell. With that purple buff, too. That's pretty impressive. And now he goes into the purple buff. Let's see if it's going to be contested. Caught on the traction pulse. Dark Wave does land. PS in the front again. Will it be retreat? It won't. Black jumps in with a crash course over to Boye. Full CC lockdown. Boye still gets away. PS taking low. Zippy. Oh, with the crown used up already. PS still will fall to Zippy Cutie.
Oh, dude, like at that point, I'm like, oh no, are they gonna punish? Are they gonna get Zippy Cutie? But Zippy Cutie was the one able to get the kill onto PS. I guess the crossbow tang is much longer than the Winter Crown, but either ways, AI still not in too bad of a position because PS dies, it's okay, it's whatever. As long as Alita stays in the game, it's all good. You just gotta wait. But the problem is Ken now having that BOD. But Mirko, let me ask you, is there really a safe angle for Ken to come in?
The only safe angle will be when AI have already used most of their resources to jump in. Like when that happens, then I think he can jump on Jenny. But even then, it's difficult, dude. Alita is always playing around Jenny, just knowing that he has to peel for Jenny. So it really is tough. Mythic Seal might have to just go through the front line before they can get into the back line. Because if they just focus on the back line, there's going to be so much CC. You got to remember, there's Madzi, there's PS, and Black, all having CC in their kit, all having that a pretty solid amount of damage too.
Yeah, now we're looking at Madzi with the Winter Crown, Kun with the Immortal PS, Winter Crown as well. Mythic Seal, if they want to win this team fight, they got to bait a lot of things out. Because just like you said, if the lane wants to go in, most of the CCs has to be taken away. And now even for Zippy, he kind of has to just hold on to his crossbow of Tang unless he does want to bait it out and then just use it and then just don't overextend. Just kite back and then wait for your timings. AI has the better time in taking a fight because they can fight whenever. Mythic Seal, yeah, you got a checklist. And that sounds boring, but it is what is it, you know? You got a checklist.
That's true. They tried to bait out the Moscow and the chip up top, just trying to get a catch before the fight even starts. But even then, it's kind of risky, right? Even if you dive on Black, there's always going to be a shortcut. So your gank ends up being AI's gank. It's really tough. These forced errors are really starting to build up for Mythic Seal, and you can see the frustration build up for Mythic Seal. They're constantly going to have to send Ling up top without purple buff, so he's going to have to walk slowly there to save the Finch Poise, to save energy so that he can Finch Poise over to the Lord as being held by AI.
So the question is, who's going to throw their body for Mythic Seal? Because someone has to have a good setup. Either Boye or Kun. Make a miracle happen by getting a good engage so Ken can go in, Zippy Cutie can go in. Looks like they do want this Moskov. Alita sees this. Should be fine. Should be fine. Even Black is there.
Wait, they're going to go in? Hold up, Black is there too with the shortcut. Alita pops in with nature. It's going to be all into the back line. And the immortality by Alita still alive. Oh my Jenny, caught in the midst of it all. Pops in with the nature as well. Immortality already down. Alita still able to survive for such a long time. Ken gets taken out. The winning crown a bit too late. Jenny still free. And Nico with the flinker forward, fighting the splash to get the damage on Jenny. Madzi pops the winning crown too. Black running away, but it's to the wrong direction. Madzi getting the sustain and flickers out to safety. 3 for 1 to Mythic Seal.
Oh, Kun! Able to find Black, and Black gets taken down. Credit where credit is due, man. Even we're like, wait, is that a good choice? It is. Ken is willing to throw his body just to make sure Alita's taken out. Now, 3-man push coming in from Mythic Seal. Madzi looks like he's going to get taken down as well. Nico even taking the Falling Star Moon. Can they end it here?
They will be able to. There's no way Madzi gets to the wave. Mythic Seal pull off a comeback victory against a mythical Moscow performance. Match point for Mythic Seal.
And now you can see even Ken talking to Nico. I don't speak Burmese, but he was like, one more, man. One more. One more in Burmese. To get that possible revenge of going up against YG again. Dude, who made that call? Who made that shot call to be like, yo, let's force against Alita? If the entire team collapse on us, just be better. Just be better.
What a call, what a shot. Placed in a position where they were the ones that, I mean, what were the chances in that game for that? There was no forced error there. It was, I mean, there was no error for the side of AI. It was forced out by Mythic Seal. They really just forced that team fight. They forced that issue upon AI. They were not ready for that. And even when you thought they were, because Black had the shortcut, all 5 members were ready to follow through to the call of whoever made that.
It's insane because every single one of Mythic Seal understood that they can't hold back for disengage, you know?
Yeah.
God thought, use your ult. Ling, if you have to, use your, like, everyone all in. If you need to take someone's car and throw it to Alita, do it, you know? Like, you can't hold yourself back, and that's good because some players are too smart, Mirko, where they understand, like, don't go all in. I need to keep myself safe. KDA important. But then they're like, KDA not good as win. So just win.
These bold calls are what makes me, as a Mythic Seal guy, question whenever they're up ahead, LaFell. Question when they're up ahead and trust them when they're down. Like, when they're down in the early game, I'm like, oh my god, thank goodness. Mythic Seal can win this. But when they're down, I mean, when they're up, when they're leading in the early game, it's like, wait, Mythic Seal can throw this. It's always like that for Mythic Seal, man.
Apparently, one more in Burmese is not the Pwai. You know, I'm not gonna attempt it. I'm not gonna attempt it.
Okay.
I will call Mo and actually ask him to say it before I say it myself. And
All right, yeah. Voice note, just so that
Yeah.
it's real. Yeah.
Because here's the thing, my experience is that some Philippine viewers ask me to say something, and it's
Yes.
not what they say it is.
Yeah, same here.
So-
It was, yeah, same.
Especially on official broadcasts, we want to be careful for this one. But
yeah,
now,
you gotta be careful.
match point, Mirko.
Match
At
point.
this point, don't say anything nice
Okay.
about Mythic Seal.
I hate
You gotta
both
make
teams.
it fair.
I hate both
You
teams.
got- You hate
equally.
both teams.
I hate both teams equally. They're not gonna make it. Okay. Oh wait, did I just curse Yango? Oh,
Hey, the ship has sailed.
ship has sailed.
Like Einstein said, we can't turn back time.
Okay.
Actually, maybe he did. I have no idea. But the MVP is Ken going in for that kill. That was one play. That one play really changed the game.
Good MVP selection, man. Ken really was able to be, I would say, the stabilizer in this game. When everything went wrong, it's always Ken doing something on the side, doing something around the turtles as well, securing turtles, securing objectives on the side, just playing that split push game, matching the Moskov for the most part. This could have been a very easy win for AI had the Ling not been picked, had the Ling not been played to such a high level too, because the Moskov with the chip, that means it's almost full prio in the side lanes. There's no way that anyone should be able to contest, but Ling, Mr. Ken, was able to do it. Constantly in the side lane, stopping that from happening and giving Mythic Seal still a window to fight back at this point.
And now I'm just pulling up numbers here because I was I'm asking the question, is Chip viable? And at this point, looking at the win rate, you want to know what the current win rate is for Chip.
What? What's it sitting at? Is that 0% in the playoffs? I think it is 0%. in the
Nah.
playoffs, right?
It's in playoff, I think there is a win. But overall, the Chip win rate is 30%. 30%.
30%.
I'm reading the
gee.
numbers right here. Yeah.
Man, Chip has just not been finding wins. Despite, again, a really good setup for the Chip. It's the Chip and the Lucas. But this is why I'm not a fan of showing the Lucas so early on. Knowing that the Valentina can be picked up. The Phobius as well was picked up right after that. Two really good heroes up against the Lucas. Two counters, you can say, against the Lucas.
Yep. Honestly, like PS definitely didn't look the most comfortable in the matchup because, again, like you said, when he does go in, he does get punished, and Black isn't really the tankiest guy. And this Esmeralda is tanky in when you hit the conditions, right?
Yeah.
Because Esmeralda doesn't have the stats, just like the Badang. She's tanky because she spams the shields. So the moment that you're not able to get the shield of either not actually hitting your opponents and stealing their shield away, then you're not all that tanky. Despite that, still taking a lot of damage, 182,000 damage. Heck, he's the sandbag. And the carry, interestingly enough, is actually Nico. Alita still the rich guy. GPM 762, and he nearly ended the game for that one. It's just unfortunate that they couldn't find an angle to actually enter the fight.
It was very unfortunate, really, because the damage was all there for AI too. They both hit their item power spikes. It was just a matter of who made the right call. When we're talking about 22-minute games, by the time I think the Evolved Lord starts spawning and both teams are still rather equal, it really comes down to who makes the right decisions, right? Who is able to force their opponents to make the error first. And for Mythic Seal, it almost looked like there was no angle for them to force an error out of AI because of just how many more ways that AI have with the chip, the Moskov, even the Kimmy there. There's just so many ways to poke your opponents with the extra range, to trap them with a traction pulse, that I thought it was game over. Ken, however, and Mythic Seal never thought it was game over. They never surrendered. They understood how they could win the game with one big play, and they made it. That massive gamble. This is why, as a Mythic Seal fan, always support the team when they're behind, because they're always going to be a shocker with Mythic Seal when they're behind. When they're ahead, pray that they don't throw.
Personally, for me, maybe AI can take a page out of the books of Mythic Seal and try to throw a bit, because that might actually work out. Because I feel like, do you think that Alita was amazing?
Yes. I think
Right?
I think Alita was amazing.
Do you think that maybe, just maybe, crazy thought, someone sacrificed themselves, give an opening for Alita to jump in? Because I feel like when you're about to end the game, try to get a good falling star moon on maybe like 2 or 3 people, and then try to get a few kills. It might fail. Honestly, it might fail, right? It's not the smartest thing to do, but at the same time, I feel like Alita was just waiting. He's like, dude, if you guys aren't going to start something, I'm going to do it myself. We see a lot of SODs connecting and then just getting those solo kills. But at one point, like, everyone's just staying inside the base. There's nothing much that he can do. He doesn't have incredible range. So someone please open up something so that I can do something.
That's fair. Could be, right? But I think at that point, they just should have played it a bit safer in the side lane. The fact that Moskov was shown there, I think was the big mistake, because yes, you want to get prio in the side lane, but there was already a slow push building up. They could have started playing around the Lord instead, you know? There was always going to be a slow push having the base turret already taken. The far lane would have been slow push anyway. So I think the big mistake for AI was they played it too by the books. They always had to have the Moskov in the side lane. They never knew when to break that rule, when to break off from the code that was set for them. Had they done that, I think they would have still had the prio. Again, having the Moskov in the bottom lane doesn't mean that you don't have prio up top. You still have the SOD that could land. You still have a shortcut, and you still have so much more prio because, again, both the side lanes were pushing in constantly towards Mythic Seal.
The one thing that I can argue for AI is, like, there's no way they're going to make that play, right?
Yeah.
Right? Maybe that's in the back of their mind. It's like,
Probably.
no way.
Fair.
There's no way with Alita performing this insane that they will go for a 5-man gank onto Moskov. But hey, now they know. Now they know that Mythic Seal is loco enough to do those kind of things.
But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading into a break before we get into possibly the final game of this series. Mythic Seal currently up 2-1. So if you're an AI fan, keep on supporting your team. If you're a Mythic Seal fan, don't celebrate too early. We might see an equalizer into a Game 5. It's been LaFell and Mirko. We'll see you right after this break.
There's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. There's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Welcome back, folks. Right now, we're at match point. Match point? Match point! Mythic Seal, they can close it off. 3-1, baby. Because here's the thing. If they go all games, oh, bro, they're going to be tired as hell. Because after this, they got a best of 7. Hey, what's up? My name's Safel. Alongside me is Remar. Had a good break, Remar?
Yeah, man, it was good. The last game was very interesting, very fun to watch. And yeah, we are most definitely at match point.
Yep. I know you don't know this, but in my ear, it looks like you keep getting censored out. You know, maybe it's just a sensitivity. But either ways, man, who would have thought? Right now, it's a 2-1 for Mythic Seal. If AI can turn things around, I like if I was Mythic Seal, I would have flashbacks of yesterday. Be like, is this really gonna happen again? Are we really gonna go 2 games win and then eventually losing it out? So, dude, imagine 3-2. And then 4-3, Myanmar, man, like that shows how important that one slot is.
Yeah. I mean, Leo and I got to talk with Coach RC back in the M6 World Championship, and we finally got to understand like the Myanmar region as a whole. Like the fans are so fervently supportive in the best way possible. Like some of the conditions sometimes for the tournaments could be quite difficult, but the fans will show up. In Coach RC's words, like even the non-league, non-Moonton tournaments, the third-party tournaments where some of the bigger teams are involved, and sometimes even some of the best amateur teams, quote-unquote, it can feel like you're fighting for $1 million grand finals top 1 prize with how active the fans are. So it's cool to see just how crazy supportive in the best way possible the fans in Myanmar can be and how really fun the games can get.
Oh, no, I believe it because it doesn't come up on my feed as often as before. But before it is, I see Ken streaming, Justin streaming. And then the numbers, man, on YouTube, it's insane. I'm like, yo, you guys got a very huge fan base. And, you know, Myanmar is a very big place. So I really like that the majority really love this game. And honestly, the players do reflect it because especially like teams like Mythic Seal, they have this idea that this is how you play. So don't do that. You gotta get out of the box. You know, you gotta, as a wise man once said, get a box and then destroy it. And then that's what he did.
That Squidward,
one of the philosophers of all time. I think it was Patrick Starr. It was Patrick Starr that said that. And he was saying that with the plank on his head.
Yeah, that's true. Like nailed there. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, all right. Well, we are aligned on that, and it's cool. Honestly, like sometimes it could go really well or really bad, but so far, I feel like as a viewer and someone casting it, I'm more on leaning towards the side. Like, yeah, it's going really well. Yeah. There are the moments where literally we're going, why? Why is this happening? But equally, we're going, oh, dude, this is crazy. I wish we saw more of this in our own region because they're taking risks. And when you're looking at it from outside the box, seeing the box getting wrecked in front of you is just so fun.
Oh, dude, it's amazing. It's definitely an experience. And I kind of feel like this is why there's so many fans. Because they're like, this is just action nonstop. it's like watching the Avengers movie or something when it was good. Now, not so much. But hey, that's them doing their thing. And I'm going to this one. Ken on that lane getting the MVP from before. I felt like the draft was okay coming in from AI. But yeah, picking up the Lucas early and then Nico just picking up the Valentina proved just a little bit too much for the draft.
Yeah. Although it was funny that AI was actually playing that game well, mainly because like Alita decided to really step up to the table, seeing that, all right, the Lucas is having a hard time. The Valentina's giving us more problems. All right, let me just go crazy. And then he did on that Moskov. But then Mythic Seals eventually just stuck true to being able to do things that you don't expect them to do. That fight on the top lane, instantly just coming out of nowhere, shocking AI Esports and Mythic Seal saying, you know what? Yeah, no, we will end it now. Like, I've had enough of these games. Let's go ahead to the next one. And it was the right call to make.
I feel like Alita at that spot, he's like pleading with Moonton. It's like, do you see how good I am at the game? You should really give me 7 item slots. Like
just one more.
Just one more item, and I feel like I can wreak havoc. Imagine if there's a hero, a support that can actually give you an extra item slot. Florian, kind of, but the item is already like prefixed.
It's already there. Yeah.
So do something like Florian, but different buffs. That would be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool. And then Florian only having 5.
Okay, we can make it a little bit crazier. What if hero? It's like in the lore, he's like a builder dude, right? So he'll pop his ultimate, and then suddenly, everyone on the team gets an extra item slot.
Ooh.
Enough gold to buy. Let's say maybe what's the most expensive item? 3,000.
BOD, Holy Crystal.
3-1. Okay, let's say 3,200 gold.
Yeah.
So you can instantly have a full build item for a certain duration. It won't be for the entire time.
Yeah.
Crazy though. Right?
What would be the drawback, right? Like extremely long cooldowns, or the timing for that item is like only like 5 seconds, or after the duration is over, you're immobilized or something. Like that sounds crazy. Like legit. Yeah. That sounds amazing. But if it's like a builder guy, that would be interesting if you can build other things instead of items. Build
repair turrets, or is that too overpowered? Right.
Hey, you don't need to repair it. Just give it shields. Even that one.
Oh yeah.
Even that one is like, whoa. Can we increase the ban rate? Like
yeah. No, to be fair, that's a trade-off. If you can build shields again, that means the opposing team can get gold again from lowering those shields.
That's it. So
that's a trade-off.
Now we're
right?
thinking. Now we're balancing. It sounds good.
I think we need developer contracts, or at least we can consult with us.
Oh, dude,
we have ideas.
I have ideas, not just for the heroes, but for the skin as well. I'm cracking my brain for something for Folius, and I'm already thinking M7 or MSE when he lays down, when he's smacking the floor, it's just MSE glow up or the M7 glow up.
Oh, that's good. Right, so it's like a recall effect, but it's with every hit of the ultimate. I like that. Yeah. And
then, that's it. I feel like I just want one hero as a support, because right now supports are either heal or shields. But there's no buff or debuff, right? Like other games, you have someone that plays music and then just increases their attack speed or just raw damage or something. Like, I feel like we could have that, or just have this hero where you're just making your opponents not having fun, like having a lot of debuffs, including silence. Oh, remember when Helker was good with the silence? Ooh,
I like it. You know what? Hopefully someone out there are taking notes of our ideas. We have so much that we might forget them. So please take note of it. And then go to comment sections and comment them. Like, hey, Lafel and Renmar had these ideas for heroes, so that Moonton hears it and then they apply it, and then we'll all be happy.
By the way, shout outs to Moman coming in. He said Mythic Seal is going to make it a full BO5. So buckle up, boys. And I trust him. The moment we see that a good early game comes in for Mythic Seal, that's where you got to worry. That's when you know who are the true fans.
Okay. Waiting for the draft. I wonder if it's still just gonna be, dude. The entire series has been Mythic Blue and then AI Red.
Hey, everyone has their own superstitious things. Maybe they really just like that first pick. In terms of priority, for me, it's just Kalia. That's really super prior right now. But hey, well, we'll just see what keeps popping off. And I'll Baxia pick. Something to note, in the previous game, the Louis was open, but no one picked up the Louis. Just to remind everyone.
What if that might play a factor for this one? I think AI might actually panic and ban a 1-1 prio.
I actually wouldn't mind.
I mean, yeah, because at this point, I think we've seen enough that it warrants the respect ban. Usually, I'm not a fan of like super
Agreed.
early 1-1 bans, but no, they're still willing to play into it. I think they were happy with the fact that the last one was so close that they almost won. There's like, hey, go ahead, play 1-1. I think we can still try to outplay it. But with them banning the Hayabusa, when it could have been first two picks against the 1-1, is a little concerning.
Maybe they just, in their head, they're just like, it's just the Lucas, man. Or it's just because we didn't have a Matilda. I feel like you gotta relax on that shit. Like, if you want to pick it up, maybe at the later stages of the draft, because I feel like looking at the win rate is only about, it's barely 30% in 17 games, if I'm not mistaken. And I feel like at that point, it's really not that convincing.
Okay, so it is a 1-1 rush for Mythic Seals. Let's see if AI will follow your advice and pick up the chip a little later in the draft. If they pick it up early, maybe they're just concerned about going up against a chip plus 1-1. But they take up the Badang. So either this is a counter to the chip, or they're pairing it with the chip, which they will. So I like this Badang pick. But with these two on the board, Mythic Seals can actually take a page from the AI book and pick up an Esmeralda later in the draft, or they pick up a glue.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the glue is okay, but knowing them, they might actually prioritize the Fovius a bit more. Pick up now they pick up a Lucas. They themselves want this Lucas, and yeah, you can fight against the Badang as well as the chip. And now, just to make sure, they even pick up the Valentina Mythic Seal, taking away the possible counters. Good choices here.
I think Mythic Seals might be leaning on the same idea that they had in game number 2, where they overloaded AI with going through multiple angles. They can do it again with this one, with these first 3 heroes alone. Especially now that you see an Irithel, there's some Valentinas who are crazy enough to get the ultimate of the Irithel just so that they have that extra mobility to either access the backline or reposition and then be hard to catch, making the most out of the dashes that you get with the Valentina cosplaying as an Irithel. So I'm liking the first 3 picks of Mythic Seals, mainly for the idea of they can actually just overwhelm AI.
But the inner roamer in me, the inner fighter, the inner warrior in me feels like if I pick up this Valentina, I might want to get that Badang juicy fist break and actually punch my way through, because there might be no damage, but a Valentina punching like Luffy will look hella cool.
Actually, yeah, no, that'll be sick.
Get that Gomu no.
Yeah. Wait, Valentina doesn't. Okay, so
no, you do transform into a Badang, but still, like, just in your own imagination, that she's just like I legit, Kakashi could have been Valentina because he's the copy ninja. And then the special thing about the skin is that you don't change into the hero, you just stay as Kakashi, but you're using other skills. Like, I feel like that will look super cool.
But also, I have to be fair, that sounds like an animation nightmare, because you have to come up with a new, completely all-around skeleton for the hero that all animations will work out well for him.
And you know what? I can only wish. Maybe that's why we're not hired as developers.
But we should be considered as consultants. We have ideas. Again, we have ideas.
Because then when they say like, "Oh, that's difficult," and I'm like, "Hey, figure it out."
Yeah.
You can do it.
Wait, they're willing to ban a Faramis even though they have the Valentina? I thought they'd be willing to let that go.
Let me tell you, because this is like the old days back in like in the 1500s. The Farabiz was actually good against the 1-1 because what usually happens is that you have a lot of bodies in front of the 1-1 and then the Ghost Bursters is able to take out the 1-1 before the fight really even starts. So it's really not about that ult, it's really just about that Ghost Bursters. Funny enough. Fun fact from 1500s.
Huh. That explains a lot. I like how I've learned a lot of human history from you from this cast so far today. It's been a very
dedicate my life to MLBB history.
It's an honor to be taught by the mentalist.
Anyways, right now, Mythic Seal, they pick up the Kalia. I totally blanked out. I didn't realize the Kalia was still open, and now they pick up the Hilda. This is a lot of front line here. The 1-1 should be pretty free to do whatever she wants. Now, what's the jungler? What's the jungler gonna be? Because it's hard for you to go into fights here. Alpha?
Yeah, I'm thinking Alpha. You go fighter here. I was even thinking that they'd be crazy enough to go Akai, but then you have a Valentina on the other side. That it turns off that idea. Yeah, I think you have to go fighter. If you go assassin, you're playing something super mobile like a Lance or a Ling.
Yeah, Suyo is so out of the meta right now because of the. Although to be fair, the Valentina's still here on the CEO. But Exborg, oh my god, how did I forgot about the Exborg? That's good too. That is good too.
Yeah, okay, it's I mean, the last Insanity I feel like might be used defensively a little bit more, but then it's paired up with a Novaria, Badang chip. Yo, these are some pretty crazy ideas that it might just work enough for AI to force game number 5, but their lineup is harder to pull off. Mythic Seals, what's cool about their lineup is, all right, everyone can spread out, do their own thing, and you're still making the lineup work. While AI, sticking true to their identity, clearly has to play around some very specific conditions. The last Insanity, the Astral Echo, the chip ultimate, even the entry of the Badang, you have to consider that it might be too rigid, that Mythic Seals again can just run away with this by being chaotic.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that Exborg pick is slightly forced. Yes, it's good because you're going up against tanky people, but at the same time, you're picking a hero just to make sure that you survive. And now, folks, we're jumping in to maybe the final game if Mythic Seal can close it out and take down AI Esports.
Mythic Seals have their eyes set on making it to the grand finals to get revenge against Yangon for bringing them down to this point. Lafel and I were talking about it before we showed up on your computer screens that actually Mythic Seals getting taken down by Yangon was a bit of a surprising result. As usually it's Mythic Seals getting the edge over Yangon.
So now I'm pretty sure that they have some kind of vendetta. So they want to get this win and then tell them that, hey, yesterday was a fluke. We're just tired. Today we're gonna get that revenge. Now look at Kun, really cutting it very deep inside AI territory, and we don't need to see the emblems because probably same old.
Yeah. At this point, you have to accept that going up against that Exborg, you're not gonna disrupt his jungle flow. The best you can do is just like get the info and control it, as is the story for majority of fighter tank jungle types. Emblems, yeah, you're right, still pretty the same. Although nothing changed. Pull yourself together on the Valentina though. I don't usually see that.
I think this is just Nico being a little bit how do you say this, cautious, because he thinks that maybe he will be the target for black. So just getting that flicker on and on again, it's good. Or he really wants that last Insanity and then just spam it with the flicker every chance that he has. Which, by the way, I still don't know the interaction. If you get the last Insanity and you basically like have full build on the damage, on the heat, do you actually deal true damage after that? Because if that's the case, kind of broken.
Yeah, I know, because right with Valentina, with the amount of magic damage she has, she still scales the damage depending on it. So it's like you're building for that. So I think it's not going to be a crazy amount of damage, but it'll still be a good amount that you're dealing. As we see, Nico did get the ultimate of that X-Borg. The X-Borg already gets spotted out. Is he gonna get bursted down enough just in time? Last Insanity still able to get popped off, and Ken is gonna be the first blood here. Oh my Jenny takes him down, but PS will still be able to get the turtle, but he'll have to pay for it with his own life. 2 members of AI down. Double kill by Jenny though. It's a 2-for-2 turtle for AI. AI wins that.
Hey, are we gonna see a mid lane battle here? Nico and Oh My Jenny is like, yo, everyone is doing cool things, man, but don't forget about us. Oh My Jenny already starting off with a double kill is just gonna ramp up much faster. The moment this after the buff, 2 items on that Novaria honestly is enough to wreak havoc in the game.
Yeah. So for Mythic Seals, let's see what will find their comeback. Alito already has the Wind Talker with him, and now, as is usual when going up against a chip, you see the gold laner of the opposing team trying to play it safe, but Black is hunting him down, but Black has actually get spotted out. No, actually, no, that's a provided info for Black, that there's more members of Mythic Seals there, and he is able to flicker out. They burned the flicker out of the chip.
Yeah, now this is not great because the Irithel... Oh, they actually go in for the fight here. They're able to get Boye.
Ooh.
I thought the Irithel would just stay and get the turret, but no, they're just like, all right, it's just a few feet away, but I'm going to jump in.
All right. A lot of trades for this one. Really not letting up. PS already committing the retribution, but Nico uses the last Insanity just so he can get away to safety. AI have positions in the center of the map. Let's see where they'll make their next sequence, as the turtle will be spotting on their other side of the river, which Mythic Seals have already held. They're actually more hell-bent on protecting their side of the jungle so that PS will get better farm.
Looking at items here, no one, like, it's just the gold laners that has completed items. Oh, and the Badang having that Thunderbelt as well. But if we're looking at the turtle fight, I do believe that if Mythic Seal, they can commit heavily, as in like they don't hesitate, they can actually get this turtle.
Alright, Black already poking down Kun. Mythic Seals, they're not hesitating. They're trying to bide their time, but maybe this isn't hesitation because it's a natural echo. And Madzi goes in, but he's forced to cancel it out. Ken finds the perfect angle to just go in with a Sacred Beast form, but he gets punished. Madzi with another wall, and the ultimate from the Valentina cosplaying as an X-Borg. Nico finds Oh My Jenny, but Alita finds him back. Madzi with the Irithel means that Mythic Seals will have to take what they can get. They did get the turtle though, with AI balancing it out in terms of the kills.
Dude, Mythic Seal, they understand. Going up against an X-Borg, you gotta be decisive. And hold on, they want to get this Irithel, but no Tsunami Slam yet for Boye. But yeah, if you like just wait it out, the X-Borg will just increase your temperature, and then eventually you will get true damage. So Black is there. He does not have the shortcut though, so he's just here just to protect Alita, making sure that Alita does not get ganked.
Yeah. Seems like your theory earlier about this being a mid lane battle is coming true, as Nico has been on point with the last Insanities as an X-Borg cosplay, while Oh My Jenny, just when we think Mythic Seals have already gotten a considerable victory, still able to land a Star Shatter to balance things out in terms of the kills, and even those Astral Echoes are coming in perfectly to provide the information and the utility for AI. So we might just get to the point where it's going to boil down to one big team fight leading to a wipeout for someone, and we'll see who ends up winning from there. Because at this point, when you get a lot of skirmishes and fights that just end up being like equal trades, it almost always leads to that one big team fight that just goes horribly wrong for one team.
And now AI is using the fact that they know Zippy Cutie will go to the mid lane, getting a double wave. It looks like Ken is gonna fight against 2, fight against 3, fight against 5. Can he actually make it out of this one? It looks like he actually got Oh My Jenny. How did that happen? But Alita makes sure that you secure back the kill. Ken, he died, but hey, he got a trade.
He somehow found it, but at the top side, Zippy gets found out, and that's going to be the Tsunami Slam onto PS. Here comes Kun, the damage, and it lands onto PS. Jungler out for AI. Mythic Seals will be able to get this turtle without a problem, without their jungler.
That's insane, man. Like, both junglers are having a hard time getting caught out, but still, I believe Ken got the kill when Oh My Jenny was outside of the map. Now, that's impressive. That's that just shows that Lucas is balanced.
Yep, totally balanced, totally just an all-right hero. Some would say he's even mid, you know?
Yeah, quite mid, quite mid. Getting a kill when the person is already out of the map.
Yeah,
average.
with a really strong long-ranged ultimate that comes from your second enhanced form. So mid, bro.
Yeah. Now, speaking of which, Ken is down by. He actually goes on to Black. He wants to kill this chip. He might do it. And now everyone engages onto Ken. Ken got caught. Mozzie got the kill. And Kun can't do anything. He has to disengage. Ken really has that fighter mentality. I see someone, I'm going to pick him off.
Yeah, even if it's a chip, even though he knows what a chip brings to the table, he says, I can. But in that moment, he could not. And AI Esports punish him for it, but Mythic Seals still have river control because of the lead that they've had. And with AI playing around the chip, actually, Mythic Seals have been playing the map well. They've been quite low-key about it.
Yep.
But all of these shortcuts have actually been a trade for AI. They're losing towers across the board.
Yep. Basically, Mythic Seal is using the fact that AI, they're going to have empty lanes. And now Black, Zipacutie has to be careful. Portal coming in, and everyone jumps onto Zipacutie. Zipacutie gonna get taken down by Oh My Jenny. Yes, has to be careful. No more Furaga armor. Nico's not gonna engage just yet. Kun is gonna be the next to be sacrificed. Nico actually go in. He got Alina shut down. Given over to Nico, and now Boya gets a kill onto Black. PS has no HP left, and Nico jumps in for the double kill. Ken, he's even here. How did he get here?
Yeah, I'm surprised too. I think it was... Did he go through an enemy chip portal? It looked like he was just taken out, but at the end of the day, he's back. But NIKO delivers the knockout to AI. You saw it coming from the gank angle as Nico, last insanity flicker forward, catching the key members of AI Esports. We talk about it being a mid lane battle, and some of the best KDAs in this game are actually in the hands of the two mid laners. The Valentina and the Novaria together have been really great for these two teams. But the X factor for AI has been Madzi again on this Badang.
Yeah, Nico is just like, I don't need a jungler or a gold laner. I can be mid and still win the game.
I mean, that's what you bring to the table as a
Jenny
Valentina.
Jenny got it.
Ooh, yeah, Jenny still got that litho. Buys a little bit of time, a little bit more resources, but Nico is living up to the Valentina name of what you bring to the table. He's literally everything for the team right now. He's the carry, he's the fighter, he's anything that Mythic Seals need from him.
And now I'm bottom wave. Looks like someone jumps in. Ken tries to fight back. And now Boye has to flicker out. Every skill imaginable from AI has been used. Look at this. Only Madzi still has his ult. So now, Mythic Seal, are you going to force out this Lord? How are you going to deal with this? You got to be careful of Madzi, man.
Yeah, that was a big all-in. But Mythic Seals understand that with the Badang ultimate still up, they're being a little bit more careful here. Madzi, if you pull this off, you mad lad, that is going to be the tournament play of the game. But AI Esports, they cannot get close enough. Madzi finally goes in, but he's not able to get the key set up as Ken finds the Lord. Zipping gets a kill onto Madzi. Mythic Seals respected the Badang.
Okay.
They had really good spacing, and Nico feels it in the air. Recall spam in front of AI.
Okay, Nick, remember what happened yesterday, right? You're hype, you're insane, you're crazy. Someone saying Nico played jungle in BG. Yes, that's why I say he don't need to be a jungler, he don't need to be a gold laner. He can be mid and still do the job. But bro, Nico, just don't throw, just don't throw.
Yeah, chill out, bro. I know you got last insanity, but you gotta chill out. They're taking this nice and slow. Nico takes a run of damage. A nice push up top by the Lucas of Ken. Black from out of nowhere. Zippy has to be careful. He's already used needles and flowers. Madzi, they pinned down the 1-1. They get the Tsunami Slam PS, but Boye just tried to buy time. Time that he did not have enough of. And that's a double kill for PS. AI immediately with a clapback. Mythic Seals need to be very careful against this chip.
Oh yeah, for sure. Looking at the itemization here, even with the Wind of Nature, I really feel like it's not going to help a lot in this matchup because Export true damage, Mazi sure physical damage, but true damage coming in from the Thunderbelt and Alita as well. That's like your only concern. To the point where I actually don't mind selling that for something else.
Nico has the angle, good burst, good terrify. Last Insanity finds Alita right away, paired up with Kun, and Ken and Kun together will be able to find Madzi. Oh my, Jenny on the run. Nico made up for the recall spam after losing 2. They get 2 back. The instant clap back by Mythic Seals.
Yeah, and now they got a wave up mid. Can actually go for this. Boye finds Black. Do they actually want to go for this kill? They're managing to get it. Immortality popped. And now they're able to get a kill. And now even the mid inhibitor, the Lord, will be spawning in around 50 seconds while Madzi and the leader are coming back. Mythic Seal choosing not to make a mistake. As I say that, Nico. Just respect, bro.
Yeah, Nico, it's all good, man. We get it. You're 6-1-4. This was the storyline, the mid lane battle. You're winning it so far.
Yep.
But you can still get punished. It's only a 3,000 gold lead at this point. AI has enough resources to turn things around. So chill out.
I mean, like, he's just aura farming at this point. Because I've heard the question asked before. Which is more important? Being rich, getting the win, or aura? And so far, it has been a landslide of saying aura is more important.
But I have a counter to that. Being rich gets you everything else, though. If you're rich, you have the aura, you have everything else, man.
Hey,
Money gets you everything.
That's the internet, man. The internet has spoken. Aura exceeds all.
All right, I will be broke and homeless maybe one day. Hopefully not, but I will still have my
conceal.
aura. Conceal play by Mythic Seals. Another concealed counter by Black. Forced to flicker out is the chip. He'll have his... I think he does have his Y walk, though, to be able to find a gank angle because that beacon closer to the purple buff of Mythic Seals is open for him to take. But he'll be holding around in the shrub. AI Esports, though, not letting up here. Nico, dude, he's so aggressive. He's really in the zone. He's really confident. Ken! Oh no, Ken might get caught out here. Winter Crown, but it might be enough. Ken gets taken out, spotted by AI, and all those recall spams gets countered. Zippy Cutie goes up in the air, but here comes Nico! That X-Board cosplay feels like the real deal. PS will get taken out. Zippy helps supplement with the kills and the damage as well. And Mythic Seals might be going to the grand finals.
PS is still standing strong. Maximum stacks of temperature onto Kun.
Mid.
PS still surviving in mid. Is the 1-1. Is the Valentina. Kun is making sure that this X-Board doesn't come back. Oh my, Jenny, can you protect this? Clearing the minions so far. You can't do much now. And now looks like going to the grand finals. It's Mythic Seal.
Mangalaba to Mythic Seals. They are going to the grand finals and will have a shot at revenge against the Galacticos who got there first.
You can see Ken as well as Nico telling the crowd, hey, louder, louder. We just made an awesome play. And now, 3-1. Look at this. Even the camera is just like, okay, we got to get a shot of Zippy here, man. Oh, Battle of Brothers. It's unfortunate, but one brother has to be better.
Yeah, it is what it is. But Nico, the little brother of Mythic Seals, the aura that he has. Short he may be in stature, you cannot deny the massive presence he has in-game and even seeing him on stage. That is the man who was hell-bent as a Valentina, cosplaying as an X-Borg, even looking better than the real deal. What a performance.
Hey, he's showing like, hey, PS, this is how you play an X-Borg. You know,
yeah, dude.
I don't even need all the skills. just one is good enough for me. But yeah, having 2 dashes and then the X-Borg ult as well, that's a lot. That is a lot. Nico is definitely the win condition and the lose condition for Mythic Seal. They're going to the grand finals, man. Revenge is in their sights.
And based on what we saw, it's looks like we might be seeing an all-timer of a grand finals in Myanmar. Dark horses for the longest time, and in this series we got to see some of the best, some of the worst, but most definitely the most aesthetically pleasing qualities of the Myanmar playstyle, with how exciting it can get, all the surprises it brings to the table. I'm excited for what we'll see in the best of 7 later today.
Might be too early to talk about this, but the Chip win rate just keeps going down and down.
Yeah,
I kind of
dude.
feel like Chip is good when people forgot how to deal with it, but then after like a month, like maybe like 6 weeks or something, now people are like, oh yeah, that's how you deal with it. Because looking at the numbers here, what is this? 23 times picks now and still 30% win rate. Really not looking all that great for Chip users now.
Yeah, I'm trying to find his stats for the play-ins alone. For the play-ins, he was 50-50. For the playoffs, and I think for the season, it's really not good. So it's interesting that we were talking about this at the very top of the day, the very first series. We're talking about the Chip, about how, like, it feels like teams already know how to deal with the Chip. He's really strong, yes, but you know what's coming. You know where it's going to come from, especially if you're familiar with the roamer you're going up against, the beacons that the Chip wants to go through with the Y walk, that you expect it happening. You know how to counter it. Just make sure you get to conserve a dash or a flicker so that you get away from the immobilize and the initial burst of damage. That it feels a bit of like a curse now for the Myanmar teams, where if you play the Chip, be ready that the other team is ready for you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Gotta say as well, shout outs to Ken. He keeps trying to 1v5 every single time. It's one thing to do it once and be like, all right, Chip, forgot, calling back up, being Doctor Strange, getting all the Avengers of all time, ganking on one person. But he's like, but next time I can do it though. So he tries it again. It's like, okay, guys. Third time's the charm. And you know, just be a bit careful. And other than that, it's all good, Ken.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like you could tell Ken was just so brave and how much he understands the Lucas that, all right, going up against a Chip, I know they're all just going to be clumped up together, which means my chances of getting a lot of life back, buying time, dealing damage is so high that the rest of Mythic Seals were ready that, oh, yo, Ken got Chip portaled on. Either he's dead, whatever happens, we're going to be able to punish and chase down the members of AI who decided to go through that portal. And we saw that all throughout this game number 4.
I would say Ken in that game, he's a mythic baiter because he's the one that actually provokes AI esports to go all in onto him. And at that point, it's like, guys, they got nothing. Like, he's a good baiter, but I can only go mythic. Like, going behind in ranks might not actually be good because he did a very good job on it.
Yeah, very masterful with that. And you can't spell bait without AI. And AI fell for the bait.
That's clever. It's clever.
I got you.
Didn't even think about that. This is insane. The fact that we're not even looking at items now. You know that they're celebrating on stage. The hosts are asking questions. Maybe it's like, hey, how does it feel going up against your brother? And he's like, oh, I forgot.
Can I just say, it feels like now we're outside of a party we weren't invited to.
Exactly. You know what? I'm putting up their stream. I want to see. Are they still there?
We're just here cheering from the outside. It's like, oh, congrats, guys. And they're like, who are those two outside? Like, just keep them there.
Yeah.
Are they actually
I can
doing
confirm
right now?
Yeah, Ken is holding the mic. Ken is saying, thank you for everyone coming to the venue. And now he passed it on to Kun, and Kun is like, yeah, what he said. You think it's a joke, but he just said one line and then he just passed it on.
Yeah. Well, we did have that theory that the Myanmar language could be like, you say a short phrase, but it could actually mean a long thing. So he could have said something extremely beautiful and lengthy, like a long poem. Just came out like a phrase.
Yeah. Imagine translating for that, right? Someone saying something so short, and then you just bring out a whole textbook of emotions. Speaking of emotions, they're still on stage, and I want to say they look happy. But not really.
I wouldn't be mad if we could show the stage right now. Because again, it's starting to feel bad. I really feel like I'm outside a party I'm not invited to, but everyone told me about the party, but I just didn't get the invite, and now I'm just like, all right, cool guys, have fun, enjoy.
Yeah. Now I'm just reading chat. People are even saying seal the day, respect Nico, and a lot of Burmese words. I'm guessing manglaba
Yeah.
and other words that
Yeah,
Mo taught
Mingalaba.
us, but I don't want to take the risk because he
Yeah,
did say
yeah.
this might be swear words. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna take the
Yeah.
risk.
Yeah, let's not go for that. We did say we 100% know that Mingalaba is their greeting.
Yeah, like welcome or
I'll-
hello.
Yeah, I will stick with that. Any other word that I am taught, I will be skeptical about. But again, dude, Nico was insane. I think
Too good.
if he continues this string of performances and if Yangon isn't ready for it, he's going to be the MVP of the grand finals. You can already see shades of it in this game.
But the thing is, Mythic Seal, they're just the team to do that extra bit of work that gives an opportunity for your opponent to do something, right? Like Nico
True.
might overextend, and then Winter accidentally, and then bad things can happen. I'm actually looking at a set of the caster here, or at least the panelists. It looks good, but at the same time, why are they so far apart? I'll take a picture for your reference.
All right. It could just be respectful
And someone crossed in
distancing.
front of the camera, by the way. Just saying.
Classic.
Classic.
A classic. It's age old. It's not a full production if there isn't at least one dude crossing in front of the camera at the worst possible time. That always happens. It just is. You know.
Shout outs to Leo as well. It seems that he's watching the stream because even he's like, y'all be careful. Mo might be teaching you something that could increase your rate of reproduction chances.
Okay. Yeah.
Roll with it. Just roll with it. Just
Yeah,
roll with it.
I'll roll with it. But I had to double check that it does actually mean hello or may you be blessed.
Alright.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Speaking of which, we have a translation here. Ken said he wouldn't be there without people beside him. Thank you, teammates and coach. And Nico, you're amazing. Yep, that's what he said. He's like, thank you, everyone, especially Nico.
But Nico said that?
No. Ken.
Oh, Ken. Oh, I thought for a moment Nico was thanking himself.
That honestly would be an aura farming move. It's like, I
Yeah,
like to
dude.
thank myself because I can only get this far because I'm this good.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be mad if he just said, if Nico went up the stage and said, thank you, Nico. I wouldn't have gotten here without you, Nico. Nico, you're amazing. Because, dude, come on. That was one of the all great Valentino performances I've ever seen.
That's how you recall on stage. That's how you
Yeah.
emote on stage.
Yeah.
7-1-6, 650 GPM, 76% kill participation. I do want to see the damage numbers because having that that explosion, you should imagine that you get a lot of damage. I just don't know how you scale with magic items. Because in terms of the text of Xborg is that when you increase the temperature and then when it hits max, it's just straight up true damage. I just don't know if Valentina can trigger it, because if she can, then that's good.
Yeah, because I mean, when you asked me it earlier, we already said that the damage will hurt plus more than it will on Xborg because the time you spend charging up will dish out heat, and that means you'll be able to maximize the damage. But it seems because of the natural scaling of the Valentina, where a portion of the total magic damage it has also adds to the damage if it's a damage ultimate that you stole from your opponent. Yeah, I gotta agree with you. At some moments, it felt quite busted that what he was dishing out with the last Insanity as a Valentina.
Reminds me of Valentina taking the Martis ult and then just wreaking havoc. Now looking at
Yeah.
the damage numbers here, 65,000, the highest of everyone there. Nico is doing work. Maybe he should have just said, thank you, Nico. If it weren't for your skills, mechanics, and confidence, you wouldn't be here today.
Yeah, and it wasn't even just as an Xborg cosplay. It was him committing 2 dashes forward just so that he can get the Shadow Strike up, get that Terrify off, and then just wreak havoc. He was he was not scared. Like, he knew that, all right, if I want to make it to the grand finals now, I have to play the best Valentina game of my life. And he did that and more.
Yep, for sure. Gotta take this time to say the rich guy is still gonna be Zippy, Carry, Nico. Sandbag and best wingman is gonna be PS. Unfortunately, this does mean that AI Esports have been dropped being the number 3 team of MSL Myanmar, but it's gonna be great in terms of prize pool, in terms of the glory. But you want to be that champion. You want to be the one to go to MSC, and now Mythic Seal, they have that chance again.
Yep. And going into the grand finals, it's so cool to see the MVP being a mid laner, because for majority of I want to say other regions, but regions outside of the usual MPL big three that we're used to, outside of Indo, MYPH, usually you see a lot of the MVPs always go to either gold laners or junglers. The fact that we're going into the grand final, seeing a mid laner, a Valentina, show up and say, I can carry as well as the traditional carries, that's just great to see. And it goes to show just how great the playstyle is in Myanmar. And
gifted,
with
man.
and with our chat saying that Nico used to be a jungler for Burmese Ghouls, it's sort of like poetic that it was him to bring Mythic Seals to the grand finals with an MVP performance.
For sure. We have to see how much time will they have to prepare for the next one, because there's an argument for both. Shorter break means that you're still fired up. Your body is still hot enough to go into that match. But there's an argument to be said that maybe you need a break. Maybe like have some water. Maybe have a snack.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've met different people and everyone has different takes.
Yeah. Like, I agree with you there, because like in tournaments, especially when the lower bracket finals and the grand finals are fought in the same day, we've literally heard the lower bracket finals teams go, oh, I wish they just start the game now. Like, I don't need to go on a break. I just want to go. But I mean, they're going to get that break. And how they take that time, because I'm sure on the other side of it, Yangon just saw this entire series and goes, okay, now we know how you guys play.
Yeah, I feel like the dangerous thing is that I think yesterday it's mostly Ken, but now they're like, okay, Nico, we gotta pay attention to Nico as well. And I kind of feel like even Zippy is starting to look much better as the series goes on. So this does seem like a different Mythic Seal that we saw yesterday.
Let's see if it'll continue up until the grand finals. It will be as clean, because we've also seen it before. That's one of the trade-offs of going through the lower bracket finals and going onto the grand finals the same day, is sometimes you're way too hyped. That the discipline that you had to reach the grand finals instantly slip. Hopefully we don't see that on Mythic Seals, because
I mean, again, does Mythic Seal need discipline? Question.
To be fair, some of their best moments in this game came from them showing that we don't. Again, as you mentioned, they break the box.
Breaking the box, man. And then comes to the question: what is that box made of? Is it paper? Is it wood? Is it metal? No, it's rules. A box made out of rules, and then you just screw the rules. I got money, or they will if they become champions.
Yeah, break the rules, man. It's like that's the Mythic Seal key to victory. If we were doing keys to victory here, we just have one for Mythic Seals later. Break the rules. Commit all the mistakes, all the cardinal sins of MLBB, because it works out well for you, because you still get a win somehow.
Yep. We're looking at the highlights here, and this is unfortunate, but there's really nothing much that Oh My Jenny can do against a Valentina and a Wanwa. He tried, man. He tried, but that was just unfortunate. But either ways, congratulations for AI Esports for making it this far. But now the show is going to be all about Mythic Seals revenge going up against YG. YG as well has to show up and actually say that yesterday was not a fluke. We're just a better team now.
It's the two teams who closed out the regular season of the first ever Myanmar Super League, both at the top of the standings. Yangon Galacticos standing at 1, Mythic Seal standing at 2. And though Yangon looked like they had the Well, with them getting the top two slots, they were they were very comfortable in the play-ins round, upper bracket finals. They saw each other. They were tested. It's tough to call this grand finals with everything laid out. The history between these two, it's sad that they don't get two slots. That we won't at least see one of them in the wild card. That we'll only be able to see either Yangon or Mythic Seals make it to MSC at EWC.
Shout outs to chat because they translate for us.
Cool.
They also said, Nico said, please support us in final. That's it. He didn't say anything else. And then Zippy said, we will try ourselves not to make same mistakes like in M6 qualifier. So they're not even talking about the mistakes they did yesterday. They're talking about the mistakes that they did in M6 qualifier. Maybe it just haunts them till today.
Yeah. Okay. So revisiting the M6 World Championship Myanmar qualifier. That was a 7-game series against Falcon Esports that led. Yeah, it went max. I think that's why that they can't get it out of their minds because they were literally 1 game away from winning.
Hey, if it happens again, whew, that's some bad luck. But for now, we're going for a break. After this, it will be the grand finals of Mythic Seals going up against AI Esports. We'll see you guys then.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
30 minutes. Okay. Oh, hey, hello. Ooh. Can I go away? That's so dangerous. Oh my god.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI Queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. There's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. said, there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. There's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit. Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI Queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. In MWI, we say limit. Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
not impressive. And now we're here in the grand finals, where this best of 7, oh, I spit everywhere, we will determine who will go to MSC. Is it YG or is it Mythic Seal? Welcome to the grand finals. My name is Afel, and this is Mirko. I need to get some tissues because, spit everywhere.
Hey, no worries, LaFell. While you're doing that, ladies and gentlemen, yes, this is going to be a best of 7, and you have to understand this. Unlike Indo, Malaysia, and the Philippines, there will only be one team that'll be going to MSC x EWC. So it's between YG or Mythic Seal, despite their crazy run, despite both teams going through their own road to get to the grand finals. We're only going to see one of them make it there. Mythic Seal on a generational run of never making it to the internationals, but YG have never made it either. This is a new org, new, fresh, coming in with a few of the Burmese Ghouls players, and it seems like so far they have been the better team. Last time they met was just yesterday in a best of 5 that went all the way. Almost a reverse sweep by Mythic Seal, but they couldn't do it in game number 5, and that's why we have this match again, a rematch today, with YG technically losing out on momentum. But they have had time to prepare for whatever they saw in the lower bracket finals earlier in the match between Mythic Seal and AI.
It's all destiny, Mirko. Because here in
fate.
MSL, Mobile Legends Bang Bang Super League, Myanmar Season 1, the tagline is Beyond Destiny. In fact, I know it's destiny because even in our chat, someone is named Destiny there. Like, this is all written, Mirko. 3,000 years ago, it's been written. It's going to be Mythic Seal going up against YG. Who wins? I haven't finished that book because I'm not a reading person.
Me neither, man. I don't read books. That's why I'm here casting with you. If I read books, maybe I'd be a professor or something, right? But this is why we're just going to have to find out by watching, ladies and gentlemen. You never read the manga. You just watch the show, man. Don't get spoiled.
Exactly. You'll be a professor or something. I'll be a professor of something. Nah, you know what? Screw it.
Screw it.
The players here, like you said, YG might lose a little bit of momentum here, especially because, dude, Mystic Seal, they popped off. ZP improved. Nico being an absolute monster, showing up to everyone, recalling to them like he's dealing emotional damage. And that is what's going to hit your mental, man. That's going to be the strategy in this best of 7.
I agree with you, man. Mythic Seal have always kind of been more of the explosive team, right? They love taking these gambles, high risk, high reward plays, and most of the times it does well for them. But so far up against YG, for some reason, those big gambles have not really paid out that well. It hasn't turned out to be, the win that they expected. Because YG are just so good at utilizing that systematic play style, playing it safe, playing it with the early game snowball, even waiting for the power spikes. Stitch, I think, was the main man for me yesterday in the matchup against YG. I mean, in the matchup against Mythic Seal, YG were just the better team at waiting, at being patient. Meanwhile, again, Mythic Seal, they love to push the tempo. They love to try to look for these massive fights that end up not going in their favor sometimes. Nico, I think a lot of fingers will be pointed back at him here for redemption in the grand finals.
Yeah, we can definitely say that YG is the good kid in class. They do well, they listen to their teacher, and they make their parents proud.
They do.
Mythic Seal makes their parents proud too, but in
a different way.
The other thing that I want to say is that Mythic Seal, they're just aura farming. Everyone. Ken is like, I'll take a 1v5. I might die, but that's aura. Nico, he will recall in front of the enemy and then cost the team the game. But it's like, but I got aura.
That's actually negative aura though. That play.
Hey, I didn't say positive. I just said they got aura.
Still aura. All right, that's true. It really is all about aura farming. Meanwhile, for YG, they're not really aura farming. Maybe they aura farm when they win, right? But before that, it's always kind of like the dirty work for them. It's the boring work for them. It's all about playing it slow, playing it through their win cons, and drafting very, very well. I got to give props to YG because when we're talking about how they're able to match their win conditions, how they're able to execute so cleanly, it is reflected in the draft itself. The drafts have been phenomenal for YG. Even yesterday, I think both of us agreed that for the most part, even though it was a full 5 games, most of the games were won by YG in the drafts. It's just the execution that Mythic Seal are able to perform at the high level of execution that they were able to perform at to outplay YG a couple of times despite losing in the drafts.
Yeah, and honestly, like at this point, I kind of want to talk about certain heroes here because we see that I'm just putting up the stats here, right, Mirko? This is worldwide. This is global. This is for everything because I'm looking at Chip. Looks good, but only at 50% win rate, and this is global. And in terms of hero picks, is number 56. So that's like the one third of the hero picks. Still looking pretty good, but globally win rate is only at 50%. Here in MSL Myanmar at like 30% win rate. So Chip has not been as good as we thought it'd be. Like maybe because we've seen professional teams like teams from the Philippines that understand the macro play, they look amazing, right? But if you're like Indo, like Malaysia, where we just want to brawl, maybe something that you can start a team fight that doesn't require thoughts.
I think it's also kind of the level of the game right here. In Myanmar, it's very the brawls have been very weird. I think in a good way where they don't utilize a lot of their resources. Sometimes, again, like in the matchup earlier for Mythic Seal against AI in the final game, AI had the chip. They were the ones really looking for plays, all ending onto Zippy Cutie. But most of the times, even when Zippy Cutie gets picked off, Nico is able to find a play to turn the fight around, knowing that all the resources have been used to just kill Zippy Cutie. So for Burmese teams, at least for AI, the way they lost on the chip was kind of on them. You know, they forced themselves in, and they always commit everything when they go in for the shortcut. Meanwhile, I think in the Philippines and even in Indonesia, when we see the chip, it's always kind of like a macro style, more of a macro style. Obviously, there's going to be some brawls there. 5-man teleports are never really that clean, but there's more of the macro. They play it so slow. They play it understanding that they have the macro control. There's no real reason to fully commit into these team fights just for one pick in the later stage of the game. It's just that understanding that I feel like a lot of the Burmese teams have not been able to replicate.
I feel like we just want to keep it simple. Do you want the chip? Yes, you do. Then, okay, ban out the Badang. Because I feel like that's the main reason why it looks bad. Because every single time you go in and then you get caught, and it's like, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Badang in general is just pretty strong. And it's not just here, because I even look at the Macau qualifiers, looking pretty strong as well. Often getting banned, and when getting picked, looks absolutely amazing because it just disrupts the fight. And I kind of feel like the way that the teams are playing, you just don't want that flow to be disrupted. Like if you're having something good going, you just want to move forward. You don't want to get staggered and everything like that.
I agree with you. That's why it's kind of weird to see. I wonder if if the chip's actually going to be banned here in the grand finals, knowing that, again, technically YG also lost on the chip yesterday. Most of the chip games in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Super League Myanmar hasn't really been too good in the playoffs, at least. Maybe in the regular season it was different, but it's also... Yeah, it also comes down to how good or how well the teams have adapted to the style of play that Chip adds into the game, right? That dimension of just going all in. A lot of teams now just group up after laning phase. They just fully group up. They don't even go for the side lanes anymore. Group up, play for neutral objectives, and it takes away from the Chip. The big advantage of the chip is the mana advantage. But when you're going in onto 5 members who are sticking together at all times, it really isn't an advantage. It becomes a 5v5 where, again, the chip loses its value. You don't have a 5-man implosion set. You don't have that damage. You don't have a Badang lock. And that's why we've been seeing a lot of dips in the chip win rate. But here are the most picked heroes still standing strong at number 1. All the way from day 1, it's the Granger and the Gatot Kacha, the GG combo.
But we gotta say, man, looking at Badang, his pick rate was actually lower than the Joy, but now looking pretty even. In fact, after this, he might be top 3 picks unless he gets constantly banned. And if we're talking about heroes, the most picked hero so far, or most banned hero we don't see here, which is the 1-1, where you see Mythic Seal even first picking that 1-1, and they actually prefer the blue side first pick. So I wonder if YG puts that into their calculations. Like, okay, do you want first pick? We got to ban out that 1-1. At least you don't get that one.
Yeah, for some reason the 1-1 too. Yeah, good point to to bring up there. The 1-1 has been super prio. Zippy Cutie has been just first picking that hero constantly, and it has worked. I've been, I'm a hater, honestly, of the 1-1 first pick, but even against the Irithel in the final game, they made it work. I have no idea why and how. I guess they're just that good. I guess Mythic Seal are just that good when they get picks that are just comfort. They were better on pure comfort than they are on meta picks. And that's what YG have to identify before they give momentum over to Mythic Seal. Because say Mythic Seal start the best of 7 with those comfort picks and they win out the first 2 games. That's too much momentum to be giving Mythic Seal, man. This is a team that really thrives on momentum. They lost game 1 against AI, and then they proceeded to sweep AI. That was what we call a gentleman sweep in the industry.
Excuse me, sir, but that is the win condition of Mythic Seal. They need to lose the first game.
Exactly.
Right? And then Ken gets a bit
Angry.
uncomfortable. His emotions start to become very foreign to him. And then it's like, I don't know what's going on in my chest, but I know I need to let it through with damage onto my opponents.
Damn.
So even if he wins, he needs to have a very bad game 1 so that he will have an amazing best of 7.
You know what?
He's the kind of guy that picks up a hero when every single counter is there, where he picks up a Fanny when opponents have a Saber, a Moskov,
a Franco,
a Badang, a Franco,
a Kaja.
There you go. He's like, this, you know what? Kalia. And he'd be like, this is my game. Kufra, this is my game. I counter these heroes.
Yeah,
Farming
it's all about
aura.
It's all about mentality, right? Lafelle has mentioned this a couple of times. The mentalist here, the mentalist Lafelle, has always been a big preacher when it comes down to having that mental. Even though you're countered, it's all a mental state. You only get countered when you feel countered. But if you have that confidence in you to make it work, nothing is a counter pick. Yes,
exactly.
You can play the Fanny into that composition.
If your friends say like, hey, are you sure like these heroes counter your hero? You just answer to them, who decided that?
Wait, what?
Who decided that those were my counters? That's how you aura farm Escanor style.
Okay. There you go, boys. There you go.
If you guys haven't watched 7 Deadly Sins, go ahead. You're welcome.
And if it doesn't work out, I learned this from my friend as well. It's easier to apologize than to ask for permission.
Yes.
So just say, hey guys, I was countered. My bad, G. So yeah, but to be fair, it is all about the mentality, right? I mean, they're coming into this saying, yo, we're gonna win for sure. Even if they lose, they'll be like, my bad. I guess we lost. But if you were coming into this matchup thinking, oh man, the enemy team's so good, you're not gonna win. There's no chance at all. It's better to say sorry. Exactly. It's better for me to be like, yo, Lafelle, you suck, and then get beat and say, I'm joking. It's a joke. It's sorry, man. Over than just like, yo, Lafelle, can I trash talk? That's a negative aura move, boys. All right?
Exactly, negative aura. In fact, I'm gonna one up you. Is that when you lose, because the opponents have the counter, be like, hey guys, in my defense, they countered me. That's the kind of thing.
What if your friends say, I told you they did?
And I was like, oh, my bad. I don't speak Japanese, so didn't get that.
Okay. So, yeah, there's always the easy way out is to blame, guys, all right? If you're in your ranked games and your team says, don't go Faramis up against, or don't go glue up against the Faramis, and then you proceed to go glue, and then you get wiped, you just say, dude, you should have banned the hero away from me. Why?
Like, why did you guys ban the Faramis?
Yeah.
You guys know I wanted to glue.
Exactly. I mean, it's sometimes, no, actually, all the times, it's your teammate's fault, okay? That's how you build that ego. That's how you lock in.
I agree.
Remember Blue Lock, guys. Blue Lock. It's all about ego.
When you solo queue, these are the main people to blame. Jungler, number one.
For missing retry. Even if they don't miss retry, just call them out.
Yep. Yeah. Like, they got the Lord, but then dies after that. It's like,
yeah, it's not worth
GG
it.
jungle.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah.
The other one, goat laner. After the goat laner gets ganked 5 times and dying once, GG goat lane. But now GG YG, we're looking at the lineup here. We got Ying, Han, Lina, Blink, as well as Stitch.
This team has just been so consistent, so good all throughout. Lina, Stitch, the two I would say, stars of YG who've been able to really be the pillar for this team. So consistent every single game. Ying, the outlier, the guy who knows, who has such a deep hero pool, to be fair. We saw the Arlet with the Fredrin of Han. We saw the Lucas for Han as well. The others really fill the gaps well. For Lina, for Stitch to do well. And Blink, obviously, it's not like he's kind of like the unsung hero compared to the others, right? The others, Stitch and Lina, they're really good at their jobs. They're the star of the show. They're the carries. Han and Ying, they're enablers. They know how to fill in. Blink, he just fits, man. Like, if it wasn't for Blink, the connection wouldn't be there for all these members. He is literally the do I call him the needle or the thread here?
I would say the thread. Blink is the exact opposite of Odette, where Blink is an unsung hero and Odette is a singing villain. And now we got Mythic Seal here. We got Kun, Ken, Nico, Boye, as well as Zippy Cutie. Mirko, that was at least a 6, right?
Wait, is she actually a singing villain? She's a villain?
Not really, but you get pretty annoyed going up against her.
Okay, I see. So she's a villain in some people's eyes.
Listen.
Okay.
Swan.
What?
Wouldn't you get annoyed by that? Anyways, we're looking at Ying as well as Kun. You're looking at the EXP here, man. Like, Ying is just popping off. He is the one showing the aura.
Yeah, he's been more of that carry XP laner. A lot of times, putting himself in the Arlet as well when Han gets the Fredrin, and it really makes sense because YG, they have much more of a deeper hero pool when it comes to the jungle. For Mythic Seal, it's been kind of weird because they have not really picked up any utility junglers. It really depends on how you view Lucas. It could be a utility jungler, but I'm thinking it's more damage, right? So it still carries for the most part for Mythic Seal. Joy, Haya, Lucas, even the Ling, that was phenomenal. And for YG, they can do both. That's why YG have been the cleaner team, and that's why Ying has been able to pop off more than Kun, who've unfortunately been placed on heroes like Hilda, just very non-flashy, just there to be there type of heroes,
Yep, I agree. They're there to absorb problems from everyone.
To let the main character thrive. They're the side characters. Yeah.
Worse enough, they're the side characters that only has like 3 episodes of the entire series.
That's a lot of episodes. So I'm thinking more just like a scene. He has a scene in a whole season, 30 episodes, one scene, and then you don't see him ever again.
Yeah. Either ways, right now, I would say the more fired up one should be Mythic Seal because they almost won that one. They would tell everyone, it's like, bro, look at the game. We could have won.
Yeah. And then Nico,
that one guy, that one guy, he misclicked.
There's always that one guy.
He wanted to, like we said, it's easier to blame. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
It's easier to blame.
It's easier to blame. So blame your teammates, ladies and gentlemen. Especially if you play mid on a juice in, if you die by recalling and then popping Winter Crown, you can just be like, guys, where's my team? Like, I'm an enabler here. What are you guys doing? Why am I alone in the front? It's not my fault. It can't possibly be my fault.
I baited them.
Yeah.
You guys weren't there.
Where's... Oh, my God. And that's why Nico has taken a step back. Actually, taken a step forward. He's like, I'm not playing that anymore, man. The juice in? Nah. Give me the Valentinas when I can actually pop off. I can recall and escape in style. I don't need to be engaged on. I don't need to win a crown or recall aggressively if I'm always aggressive. That's just my my passive, yo.
I'm so aggressive. I'm gonna take what was it again? The one that makes your spells faster. Pull yourself together.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take pull yourself together just so I can flicker every single time. And now this is game 1, and yes, folks, this is the grand finals. Get ready for 7 games, baby, or at least 6,
7,
maybe 5,
maybe 4. To be fair, that's true, but we're not getting anything
minimum.
Less than 4. Minimum 4, maximum 7. I really hope next time they make it a best of 9. At this point, because no. Are we not welcoming this change? Maybe no. You don't like it?
I would go for global ban first for going for a best.
Man, you're a global ban enjoyer.
Here's the thing, Mirko. Oftentimes I'm an analyst on the desk, right?
Okay.
I don't feel I'm that good if I keep saying the 10 heroes all the time. Like, I'm correct, but I don't want to be correct. I want to see some Yi and Shins. I want to see some Karinas. I want to see some more Clint's. Yo.
I do too, but not at the cost of making the game RNG.
Hey, you know what they say about RNG?
What?
Well, if you don't know, then heck, I don't either. This best of 7, we gotta see game number 1. This tempo, man. This tempo. Personally, for me, I want to see Mythic Seal not having the perfect game, so that they have the momentum. Marco, you gotta be a hater. If you love Mythic Seal, you're sealing their fate, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, Yangon Galacticos are gonna win 4-0. Let's try to make it work, right? Okay. I did it for TLPH and Onyx. I'm gonna try to do it for Mythic Seal. Hopefully, I do it for BTR2 later. Amen.
I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, I'm back. Very brave of you. Very brave.
Okay.
Just saying.
It's okay.
And if it works, you might be the richest caster, but not by how people think you would get that kind of cash. It's gonna be very weird to explain to the tax
teams
people,
are gonna have
either
to
ways.
pay me for my curse. I agree.
Yeah.
Seems like we're already getting ready, by the way. And by the way, we have to talk about this too. Mythic Seal have literally just played 4 games. So coming into this, they are warmed up, but it could also be a case of fatigue.
Hey, it's about the mindset, Mirko.
Real.
Fatigue? Hell nah, fam.
Fatigue is a state of mind.
When I sweat, that's my energy drink.
What?
Anyways, looking at the bans here, Fanny gets banned. The Frederick gets banned as well, so you can smell this joy coming up. Hayabusa and Kalia. Hey, good ban so far, Mirko.
Yeah, I wonder if the Harith is going to come out too. Mythic Seal have been a big hater on the Harith. Game 1 AI, the reason AI was able to win was because they got their hands on a very broken pick. And after that game, Mythic Seal have always gone for Fredrin and Harith ban. But maybe that's because PS just doesn't play the Fanny comfortably in LAN events. And that's why now, for Mythic Seal, they're going to have to respect Mr. Han. He's been quite a scary Fanny, to say the least. The Fredrin as well, just to set up for the joy, like you said. But it would be weird if they went for Harith open. So Harith either left open here or first picked. Or did they go 1-1, dude?
Honestly, personally for me, if the Badang doesn't get banned and the chip doesn't get banned, I would actually take that Badang just in case if YG wants to pick up that chip.
Yeah.
Personally for me.
Yeah, that works. I think YG are definitely going to have to think hard about this, right? Do they want to give comfort or do they just set up for their draft? Because right now there are a lot of different picks open. The Juice Sin, interestingly, is the one that gets banned out by YG. So Mythic Seal, a lot of options up for grabs right now. First thing in mind is the Wanwan that has just been always prioritized by Mythic Seal when it's left open. And it will be the Harith this time around after the Harith has been left open. No Wanwan, 65% win rate. A ridiculous stat for a hero who's been picked so many times.
Either Zippy Cutie has been hiding this hero the entire time, the entire playoff, just so that he can use it here, or he spent time during the break to actually practice this hero. Now, YG, the chip is still up, but again, when the Badang is there, very dangerous. I wonder if they want to steal away this joy just so that they put Ken in a worse position.
Okay, so it's kind of like a forced error because when you pick up the Harith, if the enemy team goes in for the joy, it's already kind of countered by the Harith. YG might have to go for... I think the safer option would just be to pick up the Badang, and then it really depends on if they still want to go chip. But they go for the chip and the Phoveus instead. A good hero up against the Harith, and it technically stops maybe a Harith and Joy from coming out, knowing that the Phoveus can really get value out of that. But I still think it's solid. I don't think it's bad at all if they still want to go for the Joy. Maybe... the Phoveus is also kind of a way to ban out the Lucas, to deny it away, knowing that it is a pretty good pick against it.
Yeah, I don't know. If you want to be safe with the chip, you do pick up the Lucas. But Ken did go up against the chip earlier, and he just 1v5'd all the time. He lost
Just
all
went in.
1v5s.
But he won.
But, yes. Lose the fight, but win the war. In terms of... I wonder if Nico just wants to pick the Valentine up here. Oh, the Boxia. I completely forgot about the Boxia.
Wow.
And now the Badang as well. Bro, I legit forgot about the Boxia.
Yeah. they're playing into the second phase, which is kind of scary because YG can still pick up the Lucas here and take control of the early game. With the Phoveus, Lucas, and the chip, that is a lot of early game power, a lot of turtle contest power. We'll see, though, because usually when you're in a position like this, Farsa comes up as a way to deal with the Harith. Granger as well, or a Moscow will be a good choice for them to actually pick up a gold lane. Because in the second phase, you better expect Mythic Seal to ban out a lot of the gold laners to set up for the Harith, enabling the Harith.
Yeah, or just the Myanmar special picking up the 1-1. They're really taking their time here, really unsure of what to pick up. Well, timer hit 0. Looks like they pick up the Granger here. Both teams don't have their mid laners. And the one that has the advantage is Mythic Seal because technically both Baxia as well as the Badang, very flexible.
Yep, very, very flexible indeed. Going to the second phase of bans here, remember, YG will be able to pick up the first hero in the second phase. And so far, I believe the red side still has the upper edge up against blue. Not in the previous series, though, unfortunately. Mythic Seal was actually able to crack that idea of the red side being better than the blue side. Well, who knows? YG, yesterday, were very, very good on red. I believe it was a pretty high win rate. So, bans for YG should be in the jungle. The Joy is a very, very... Oh, wait, they're setting up for the Lucas instead. Valentina ban.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. But the other thing that I'm thinking, honestly, for both teams, it's going to be good and bad for the glue. Because I feel like both teams can use the glue, well, except for YG because they already have the Phoveus, so they might have to consider banning it out. Because Mythic Seal having the glue as well will make it so that they don't have a lot of damage. But if you trust Nico, man, give him something like a Kimi, and he'll probably pop off.
Feramis ban coming down for Mythic Seal. Thinking that the Valentina ban might also be to pick up or to open up a chance for a Feramis to come through. The Baksha, I really wonder if this Baksha is what I think it is.
Doesn't feel like a Ken hero, but I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't feel like a Ken hero, but with the Feramis ban, it could be like a Badang, Roam, and Glue XP type of deal too with the Baksha in the jungle.
And then you just have a mid laner that does a lot of damage. Like, they're even reading into it. They're like, you can't fool me, man. Can't Baxia. More like Boxy, no way.
No, okay,
Look,
that was...
some have to be a
Yeah.
1. Some have to be a 1 so that
I got you,
the 10 will just come out naturally, okay?
Yep, gotcha. That's a Lucas. So Lucas gets banned out too after we see the Valentina ban, the Joy taken away. So both teams actually gonna have quite a tough time, I would say, in the jungle. I think for YG, the safe bet would be to go for the Hayabusa in the jungle, knowing that that's
banned out.
Exactly, but what do they go? I don't think they can go Ling, right? Not against this composition.
Xborg?
Oh, not a bad shout at all. That's a pretty solid pick to go for, yes.
Yeah, like maybe in the late game, the Hive could pose a problem by destroying the shield, but then you don't want to get at that point of the game anyways. In terms of, yeah, there you go, Xborg. Because I think it's better for them just to delay that mid lane a little bit, see what everything is up there, because I'm thinking Kimi as well as Farsa. Or maybe if they have a lot of frontline, the Eve. Because I kind of feel like YG, they have a good draft for that box. The chip is a bit of an outlier, but other than that, Eve, Farsa, Kimi, I feel like all is solid. I understand the Baxia counters the Kimi, but at the same time, still pretty good.
Yeah. Right now for Mythic Seal, I wonder if they're going to try to win out on the XP lane hard. Something like a CC or a High... Nah, the Hylos gets burned down by Xborg too. So I'm thinking more damage dealer really in XP if they want to put the Baxia in the jungle. If not, it'll probably be Baxia Roam. And then what? What assassin do you go for? I don't even think the Ling is good here. They go Suyo and the Varia.
Okay, so
not
someone
bad.
has to have a lot of burst here to do with the Suyo.
Yeah, they need magic damage burst. And honestly, this is still looking like a very good Farsa game. They have some solid frontliners, solid backliner as well. And there's no real dive, but like, I mean, it really depends on how the Suyo gets played here. But
actually, Kimi might be good because it's hard to get onto the Kimi. Because even if the Suyo jumps in, just wait for the iframes. Dude, trust me. I played the Baxia in the early game. Kimi does nothing. Sure. But later stages of the game. Oh, the Zaz. Oh, we haven't seen this one in the playoffs so far. It has been popping off in other regions. But yeah, the Zaz, actually a good pick here.
It will require a bit of time, though. But yeah, there's not really going to be a lot of threat towards the Zaz. You can always just turtle up inside of your shell, inside of your Dominator's Descent. So it's not bad. You can also blink forward. It's a good dive hero. Fun fact. All right, YG with the chip, the Zaz. This is a very unorthodox composition, but Mythic Seal have responded in the same way. They have been forced to pick up heroes that aren't really the best in the meta currently, but it's what they have in the second phase that is left open that can still do some damage and escape from all that dive from YG.
Well, here's the thing. The Suyo kind of has to pop off early, right? Because you do want to get that momentum. You do want to get that advantage because you farm faster than the X-Borg. So use that. If there's no aggression early, then that's kind of bad. But I think that the Suyo can't do it alone. You really need Boye on the Badang to set things up.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to dive into the land of Dawn for the grand finals of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Super League Myanmar Season 1. Who's going to make it to MSC x EWC? Will it be Mythic Seal or YG?
Well, right now we can definitely see that Ken is going to get the buff earlier compared to Han. And I'm just looking at Boye really setting things up because if the Suyo doesn't get a lot of advantage in the early stages of the game, then I feel like it's going to be bad just for the fact that YG doesn't mind playing the extended team fight because they do have an X-Borg. Because come late game, when you're fighting around the turtle, it is going to be more difficult for Mythic Seal because, you know, just the nature of the heroes. Tankier heroes in the jungle works better, and look at that, they go in.
Soul Sever already used up. Now Ken deciding to go in again. Has a bit more damage to play with. Good stun from Lina to stop it. But it will not stop Ken from invading the enemy jungle. Already level 4. And like you said, LaFell, this is a very fast clearing jungle, the Suyo. Even though it's been kind of under the radar the entire playoffs, it's still a really good pick. I myself have been spamming Suyo.
Yeah, I feel like people don't like it just because it's not as tanky as before. So it's still a good pick for sure. You just got to change your mindset because you're really just about dealing damage. Like the OG Lancelot full damage build kind of thing and not tanks a lot. But hey, that's Moonton for you. They prefer assassins in the jungle just to be full damage, no defense. That's only for like Lucas that's like perfectly balanced.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfectly balanced. Definitely not going to see him in MSC 2025 or MWI. Why would you pick it up, you know? This time, though, set up already. Whoa, they're going to go all in onto Han, taking Faraga armor down already. Last Insanity popped in, too. Revitalize going to be used up. It's an all in over to Ken, who's going to be caught in the bad situation. Taken out by Han. It's actually Lino takes him out. Han takes the turtle, and it is a win for YG early.
Nah, this is actually dangerous for YG because they're putting Ken behind. This is setting him up for that win condition for him to get upset. And now he even... Oh, Nico actually gets that buff. Shouts out to Nico with the jungling experience. Even on a mage. Dude, Retri is overrated. I got my skills.
Good recovery from Nico, but it's still a net negative for Mythic Seal. It really depends. Like you said, technically this is a win for Ken, but I don't know on a Suyo if it's going to help him that much. Right, on the Joy, it's fine. You lose on the early game, it's as expected, but the Suyo works very differently. You want to win the early game. You want to get that level lead, which he already has, luckily, despite the turtle take for YG.
Yep. Anyways, we saw a glimpse of it, of what might happen in the neutral objectives later. Ken cannot really move forward. So Mythic Seal, they got to go into the mindset that you just want to get a kill.
Taking away
You're
the
saying
gold
it's Ken?
crab. Yeah, you said he can't, but I'm saying, but he's Ken. Sometimes you got to get the ones out before you get the tens. You know, I learned that from a wise man.
Well, Boy is down here. He knows that there are members of YG inside. Maybe they don't know Han is there, but Nico, now he knows. I would say, Ken, try your best to get early game advantage. And if you don't, hey, trust Nico. Trust Zippy Cutie. They might be able to do it. Maybe trust Nico a little bit more.
Yeah. Playing for the late game isn't really the best To be fair, it's not bad. It's a skill matchup as we get into the later stage of the game with the Granger and the Zask on the enemy team. Technically, the X-Borg too. Yeah, it really is going to be a skill matchup, but I'm always a fan of the Harith when it comes to the later stage of the game. Turtle 2 spawning in the land of Dawn. Han first onto it already, burning it down, putting it the full stacks on it. Good. Astral Meteor. Actually find him with the Echo too. Kun walking up, Poisson's used up in the back, Bling able to go for the crash course and the shortcut. Good escape from Ken with a Blade Surge. Now a lot of poke coming down again. That's gonna be the Star Shadow locking him down. Kun taken very low. Ying actually decides to go in as Boye gets taken out. Ken too low to deal with the Dominator's descent.
Yeah, now Ying, man, becoming a problem. One of the main carries coming in from YG. Ying is, like we said yesterday, like he has the moniker of a Maying. And now Nico, he just has to survive. Like, try to get his items. But look at his YG. They're like, we're getting this mid turret in 5 minutes. Oh, this is how you know your jungle is not having a good day.
0 and 2. The same start LaFell to the Hayabusa game in game 1 yesterday of the upper bracket finals against YG. Ken, every time he gets placed on a hero that's not Joy. Oh, flicker out from Blink very defensively there. Needs to be careful because he knows there's no reason for him to get traded out when Han is just taking the turret for free up top, and Stitch, oh, has gotten the Sky Piercer at 5 minutes too. It's not just the rest of the team. The gold lane has been playing double lane, has been taking in and soaking all of the gold everywhere.
I don't want to jinx it, but right now YG has no def. They've been playing perfectly for the first 5 minutes. Things could change, probably. But look at this. Rotations coming in for this turtle. It's only 50 seconds, but maybe their idea is that they want to get this bottom lane. They don't want to allow Zip Cutie to farm, and I feel like that's a good idea. Don't let this Harif farm, because when the Harif has a lot of items, is strong. I don't know any more creative ways to say it. Right?
Yeah.
Give me some time. I'll figure it out.
It's very simple, but it's fair, right? Because that's the Harith in general. It really is all about that item spike for him, the item power spike. I think the Holy Crystal is where you're going to be expecting the Harith to finally be relevant in the game, because before that, it's just a whole lot of farming, a whole lot of passive play. Maybe if you get the Feather of Heaven, there's an angle for you to fight, but yeah, if you're truly looking to win the fight hard, it will be the Holy Crystal that gets it done.
Yeah, personally for me, I feel like they gotta take care of Ying first. Like, you know that he will dive the damage dealers. Kite back, kill him, because he's such a problem, bro. Like, he will make it to the point where you feel like he does more damage to you when he does nothing. That's how much problem that Ying is giving to Mythic Seal.
Ooh, free take this time around. The Suyo, man, a level down against the X-Borg LaFell. That's pretty bad. Oh, recalls it. He's gonna get out just in time, barely, before Blink catches him with the crash course. Blink and you miss it.
Getting up there. Now it's not a 1. It's not a 10, but
it's a solid 2.
Getting up there.
Yeah, we went from 1 to 2. It's okay.
And this is a problem, because you know that YG, they don't have to rush things. And I feel like that's the most difficult thing. Like, they can rush to make sure that you don't farm, but they don't have to rush when it comes to the team fights. Now, the majority of the members are here. Blink is thinking about it, whether he actually wants to go for that shortcut. And it looks like they're just going to be happy with taking chunks off the top turret. And this is what I say. They don't have to rush it, because they're in a very good position. No reason to throw it. If this was Mythic Seal, though, trust me, they'd go for it.
If it was Mythic Seal, I'd be worried if they had the lead, right? They're always that type of team. When they're behind, you actually think, oh, it's possible for them to turn it around. And now they're grouping. Wow. I actually thought that was a shortcut. Never mind. It was just the little nightmaric spawn of Lina. But that's super concerning, man. When Ken's HP gets taken that low from just a few shots at a nightmaric spawn.
Yeah, I just want to point out here, looking at Lina's build, getting that Wishing Lantern very early is very hard for Mythic Seal, because there's no magic resist. Because it's hard for you to build magic resist when you're 5,000 gold behind. And at this point, no matter, like, it just becomes like a situation like this. They can siege, and you know that you can't fight back. And this is why YG can take their time, because if you try to overextend, you are going to die. Very smart itemization here, especially considering the fact that when the burn is going on, you will have difficulty recalling. Sounds like a small thing, but trust me, it does add up.
I gotta ask you, LaFell, who do you think is the better roamer, Baksha or Badang? Because I thought coming into this game that it'll be the Baksha on the hands of Boye, and Kun will be the one placed on the Badang.
Personally, for me, I prefer... Okay, EXP if you rotate a lot. If you're not going to rotate a lot, might as well get the Badang.
Good Astral Echo over to Blink. Almost a steal, and all in onto the bottom lane. Ying gonna be taken out. Blink now walks up as well with the flicker. Boye able to disengage. Dominator's Ascent right there already. Zippy jumping back and forth onto Zaman Force. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade. Ying for Lord.
Yeah. And now, YG, they sacrifice Ying, but that's not that big of a deal, you know, because now the siege is gonna be dangerous. And just to say again, like, in Malaysia, like, we have Cram. If he is on that Baxia, every wave, he will rotate mid. So that makes the Baxia EXP look so good. But if you're just going to stay in lane, just trading, it doesn't look as good.
Definitely not. Wave clear isn't really too bad here, unless Ken gets taken out. Oh. My lord! So much damage just from a few shots of Lina. That really is the difference that the magic damage reduction takes away.
And now, like, YG, they're just asking Mythic Seal, like, hey, can you give this for free? No, you want to fight back? I mean, like, okay, bad choice, buddy.
Lord gonna be charging up top now. Boya trying to defend. It's gonna be the conceal for Bling. Looking for the play. Goes up the Crash Course. Stitch with the Death Sonata. Constantly some on-force popped in. Zippy unable to get in range of Stitch, but they will be able to defend against the First Lord, keeping one Holy Defense intact.
Good and bad for Mythic Seal. Because I feel like as long as Nico doesn't get the items, it's fine. But once Nico has 3, I feel like YG needs to respect it just a little bit, because unless Blink is able to get a good flank, you're really not going to be able to catch this Novaria. I'm not saying that Novaria can 1v5, but it will cause problems down the line. So YG, again, you don't have to rush, but at the same time, don't take your time.
Yeah, I agree with you. That poke is going to be massive. Ooh, purple buff just taken. So far, the Star Shatters have not been doing that damage, the one we expect. I wonder if YG are actually going to opt for the Twilight Armor as we get into the later stage to stop that Star Shatter from being the oppressive poke tool that it is.
Yeah, I feel like eventually they will, because there's no reason not to. Because even Han, just one damage item is all you need. And at this point, what are you worried about? Are you really worried about Ken? Only the magic damage is the one that you really have to be concerned with. So, yeah, I kind of feel like in terms of building the items, it should be pretty straightforward for YG here. Ken can deal damage, but he's not the main threat here.
The Holy Crystal that we were talking about has already been built up by Zippy Cutie. So, when it comes to power spikes, they have gotten to a point where they're strong enough to take battles. Ying, though, already interesting. He's going to use a Dark Wave like that, unable to go for the Infernal Pursuit. Lina gets caught on the Astral Echo. Pops in Dominator's Descent very early on. Blink looking for the engage. Good punch back by Boye. Good reset. Oh, Lina has already used Dominator's Descent. Walked in forward. That was a bit too aggressive.
Yeah. Which is showing that Mythic Seal, they're starting to get the items to actually be relevant in the fight. Heck, Ken, if they wait just a little bit, he can get level 15, so he can actually contest for this Lord.
Yeah, Stitch able to bait out the Revitalize. Ying with the Dark Wave already used up. Mini Wave in the mid lane. Going to be cleared up by Nico. As Han continues to hold it. Oh, risky move by Zippy. Almost gets taken out, or at least gets poked by Ying. Knows him on force for a while. Astral Echo reveals 4 and gets 4. Still, look at the position. Good shortcut to zone them away from the Lord. And it will be free. Mythic Seal will decide to concede it.
That was very clean coming in from YG. That looks like a Philippine macro kind of play. Although I have to say, the moment I saw Zippy made a mistake there, YG could have gone all in, but just maintaining composure, don't need to overextend. Our target is the Lord. We don't need the kills here. In fact, no one on YG has oh, Lina has 3 kills. So only Lina can give the shutdown goal, but everyone else, even if they die, they don't give a lot of gold to Mythic Seal. Like at most, like what, 200 gold?
That's true. 7,000 gold lead for YG. A comeback looks very tough unless some specific conditions get met. And I think those specific conditions are what we saw earlier. You're able to chunk Lina into the Dominator's Ascent and forcing it out before a team fight. But Zippy needs to be way more clinical with the usage of Zaman Force. Top lane base turret going to be taken down. Boye trying to hold it back. Bringing it back to the mid lane as Kun just goes in with the Shield Unity to get a bit more of the attention taken away from these turrets. So only one turret taken down, but it's optimal for YG. It is the far lane base turret from the next Lord.
I kind of feel like Mythic Seal, they just need to pick off one person at a time. Because I don't think going for a full-on team fight would really work. So Boye has to get a very good setup. And then allowing Zippy Cutie to actually go all in.
Yep. The poke, Queller, Shatter. Oh, wow. Aggressive move by Ying. Goes up the flicker. Won't be able to find it in the back line as well. Blink pops in the shortcut and all in. And soon Zippy so low. Kun dies. Couldn't handle that much pressure. And another base turret falls down below.
Yeah, and now we're starting to see the Twilight Armor coming in. So the poke coming in from Nico will be manageable. Though we saw the poke actually happen onto Lina. Not really one-shottable just yet. And now Nico is doing an amazing job at clearing the minions. This is where YG will start to struggle just a little bit. They will need the assistance of the Lord to crack the base. Because the wave clear is starting to be good.
And Mythic Seal are slowly getting to their second big item, Power Spike, which is the Divine Glaive for Zippy. And I believe later on it will be the concentrated energy into the Oracle with the boots getting sold. For Suyo, we've kind of gone past the time for him to snowball and look for full control. So that's why you're seeing more of a defensive build after the Malefic Roar. He's gone for the Queen's Wings, and it should be... Well, I thought it was going to be the Immortality last item for him, but... He's building towards... What is he going for? Is he going for a bod still?
Or he wants to go for the Rose Gold.
That
Either
makes more sense.
Or the bod. But yeah, I feel like Rose Gold because you need some kind of defense here. Because the Lord has spawned. And we saw how YG handled this Lord dance. They just make sure that the space is created. And then get the Lord for free. Heck, it looks like they're going to get the Lord for free anyways.
Yeah, it's going to be a full blitz. No way to respond to it. They're all just so easily zoned away by YG's damage dealers, by YG's main initiator tool too. Blink, so good on this on the chip this game. Unlike what we've been talking about recently, or the last 2 days, Chip has had a pretty abysmal win rate. Chip, so far in the hands of Blink, has looked unstoppable.
You know what I like that YG is doing in this game, Mirko?
What?
They're not allowing Mythic Seal to do anything crazy.
Yeah.
Because they don't give that opportunity, right? Like, even dealing damage, they deal it in the safest way possible. So Mythic Seal, even if they do want to get, they want to make a play, they're like, what play are we going to do? And they're nowhere, right? YG is everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
Yeah, they've been denying Mythic Seal's risk-taking, basically, right? That gamble, they've not let it happen. Nightmaric Spawn again plays down with a shortcut too. Kun bursts it down. Oh, man, the fire. Way too much damage. Gets done over to Ken. Has a Blade Surge Blink to get out of there. Zippy Cutie does a lot of damage, but not as much as the full damage comp of YG, who's able to get game 1 of the best of 7.
That was just simply outclassed, man. YG, they were treating Mythic Seal like, bro, you're not at our level just yet. But just to remind you guys, this is Mythic Seal's win con. They gotta have a bad first game, get upset, and then pop off. Because Mythic Seal, they couldn't get crazy. They couldn't get loco with it. They couldn't go bananas to the floor. And that's what they need to do. Got to get bananas to the floor.
They're always very, very slow starters, but up against YG, who are very strong starters and good finishers, it's going to be tough, man, to pull off the comeback that we saw against AI. It's going to be tough to pull off a comeback against a team like YG, who, again, we saw in a best of 5, were able to still stay composed despite losing 2 games back-to-back after getting a 2-0 lead. So for Mythic Seal, I expected at least a change in game number one. They've always been slow starters, like you mentioned, LaFell. Losing game number one is kind of normal. It's the custom for Mythic Seal.
Mythic Seal.
But in the grand finals, after playing 4 games and now playing their 5th in a best of 7, it might just be too much for them to be able to force out a full game 7. YG look so clean on heroes that we've been talking about. Having pretty bad win rates. Exborg, you saw a 20% win rate, I think it was. Chip, you mentioned the 30% win rate before we started, yet they got it done.
Yeah, so it's kind of like them asking the coach, like, Coach, how do we get a good fight with Chip?
Oh.
And the coach is like, don't fight.
Don't fight. Play macro.
Genius. Because look, how many times have we seen Chip using the Y walk, get behind, and then using the shortcut? Barely. He used it as a zoning tool.
Yep.
Right? So maybe that's how you use a Chip here in this playoffs. Don't force it. Don't force it.
Don't force out the chip. It's a bit too risky to force out brawls for no reason, right? When you already have to win in the early game, just play it the macro way. That's something we actually already spoke about. We touched on before the draft, right? The reason we haven't been seeing Chip that played to that high level yet is because most of these teams, they look at it as a brawl tool, where it should be a macro tool that can brawl. The brawl is a bonus. If you get a man advantage, sure, it's all good, that we saw a couple of times in this game. But for the most part, it's anti-fight. It forces the enemy team to kind of turtle in their base, shutting down the risk-taking team fighting of what we've been seeing from Mythic Seal. And I don't like the Navaria pick. I don't like the Suyo pick. We already said that. We voiced it out, and I think it came true. Both of those heroes, all it did was better clear in the jungle, better clear in the mid lane, but it could not win them the game.
And I feel like the game-ending pick was the last 2 picks of YG. That Exborg, what front line do you have? And then that Zask as well. Hey, that shut down Ken, and then that shut down every front line that Mythic Seal had. So honestly, outclassed in the draft. Just with the draft, dude, YG had a big W.
Massive W. The Baksha into the Badang, letting go of the Exborg, it getting picked up and having so much more after that. The Zask, sorry, also a brilliant pick. Every single pick there made sense, and the picks that we were talking about as well that should have been banned in the second phase really didn't. They let it go. Lina, our MVP for game number 1 for the Yangon Galacticos. 3-0-5, 584 GPM. The statistics are pretty meh, but that's why you watch the game. That's why you don't just look at the stats. You don't look at the game on paper. You look at the game in the land of Dawn, and you can see the impact that he was able to provide for his team. Constantly putting nightmaric spawns, not only to disperse damage from a lot of the poke tools of Mythic Seal, but it's also the crazy damage dealing that I didn't expect. I expect him to be like crazy in the mid to late game, that the explosive damage from the Jusin, from the Zask, but the early game was still crazy from him. He was dealing a solid amount of damage even early.
The crazy thing is, I don't think the stat were reflected because in our eyes, we saw a lot of damage, but he doesn't interact too much with anyone, so that the damage numbers might not be that high. But I just want to talk about the itemization just a little bit. I really like going for that glowing wand into the wishing lantern, where again, usually you will have the wishing lantern as a 4th item, but having it in the second one kind of just shuts down any possibility of Mythic Seal having a proper front line. Adding with the Exborg as well, I feel like this is just YG making it so that only Nico could play. I feel like that is absolutely brilliant.
It really is. We can take a look again at the emblem selection here for Mythic Seal. It was really all about how tanky they were, right? That was what they wanted to play with. The Baksha and the Badang having a very tanky frontliner hold everything down as the poke continues to come through from the Navaria, from Ken and the Queller of Suyo, and also the Harith. But when you have a very good tool that can kite, that can shred the tanks like the Exborg and the Zask, it just becomes so tough for the frontliners to keep up, even though you have a lot of poking tools. Like, the damage was pretty good. It's pretty even when we're looking at damage, but you just can't take the damage out from the Exborg. That shred damage was so annoying to deal with for Kun and Boye.
I mean, we got to put it into perspective. 45,000 and 23,000 damage coming in from YG, Lina, as well as Han. It's almost 18 minutes into the game. Usually at that timer, we would see like 90,000, maybe even 100,000, right? And yet, that shows how in this game, it's honestly brilliant in our eyes. But for casual viewers, they'd be like, that's very uninteractive. They didn't do anything. They just won. But that's how you play the macro, man. The carry, Lina, 45,000 on that Zask, they're just providing problems that now Mythic Seal always have to keep in the back of their minds. Like, hey, Ken, what hero can you use to deal with the Zask? And then there are just not many.
Really not. Yeah, that's why we were struggling to find a hero that could actually fit into that lineup. We were thinking about, I think the hero that we were talking about was the Ling, right? Even that would be...
Even that, yeah.
I guess you'd have more side control, but then the chip is already there. There's so much to think about. Yeah, there's the Phobius too. Yeah, so many things to deal with. And yeah, I understand that the magic damage reduction thing is a big nerf to the Suyo. But here, we don't even get to see that be the problem. The main problem is there was just no one to deal damage to. Who are you going to target? You target Blink, it's wrong. You target Ying, he's going to deal more damage than you in the early game. And even if you target Lina, he can always jump into the Dominator's Descent, and then you're dealing damage to that shell. You're not dealing damage to him. It's so safe for YG, and it takes away that risk-taking playstyle that Mythic Seal wants to play.
Here's my thing. I feel like if Mythic Seal wants to win, play and draft around your mid lane, man, because Nico can do it, right? Don't let Lina have this big of a lead. We saw it with the Zas, but yesterday it did the same thing with the Kimi. If Nico is able to suppress Lina, making sure that Lina doesn't have a good game, and then Nico expanding the influence onto the side lanes, maybe that's what they have to do, right? Allow Ken just to have a farming hero that can do something in the late game, but let Lina do amazing things early and mid. Because, like you said, you don't like the Novaria pick because it doesn't feel Nico-ish, right? Nico wants to get in your face very early.
He does. He wants to brawl it out, wants to skirmish, wants to out-mechanic the enemy team, and technically you can do that on Novaria, but it's not that flashy pick that we know Nico for. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get into game number 2, but before that, me and LaFell, we're going to take a short break.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the grand finals of the Myanmar Super League. It's not just gonna be me. Don't worry. I'm also gonna be joined here too. I don't think I'm alone. I think it's time. It's time.
Hey.
Bam! There we go. What's up, LaFell? How you doing?
Hey, sorry, man.
Shocking result after that game number 1. We thought that Mythic Seal would be able to put up a better fight, but it looks like the other side of the story that we talked about that could happen happened. Yangon Galacticos looked like they just saw the lower bracket finals and just went, oh my goodness, this is how we beat Mythic Seal. And it looks like they've already solved them even just after game 1.
Yeah. Honestly, like, the best way that I can say, it's really just like how do you deal with a boxer? It's basically get out of his range. Now, I know in real life that is very difficult, but just to put it into perspective, that's basically what YG did. Just get out of range and then just ignore whatever that Mythic Seal wants to do.
Yeah. And if you miss game number 1 and somehow you're just hopping in right now to see the action for this grand finals of the Super League in Myanmar, it looked like it was just a total outdraft. And then, as you mentioned earlier, outclassed as well were Mythic Seals. Yangon, with what they brought to the table, I like how in the game 1 of the finals, they already immediately just showed surprises already. That's how I like grand finals being played. We're already showing we're willing to play X-Borg in the jungle. We're willing to bring out the Zask. Even pair that up with a chip. That was just crazy. And you could tell that Mythic Seals the entire time was just super uncomfortable in terms of trying to play the game they want to play.
In fact, the way that he used the chip is kind of like following up, actually, because there were moments where I saw someone was very low, but the chip was already in position to catch them off, just using the shortcut and then allowing Ying to go into the fight again and then continuing it, making sure that they don't run away. So the chip is more like, instead of bringing everyone to that one guy, have a fight first, and then whoever tries to escape, don't let them. 50 seconds, we're gonna jump into the draft here, and I feel like YG showed a little bit more to the point where Mythic Seal is like, dude, it's like they have the heroes to counter Ken. So I really feel like Mythic Seal shouldn't play around him. Make him the secondary, maybe even the tertiary damage dealer. Try to make Nico your priority.
Yeah, I really gotta agree with that, especially since Mythic Seals, I felt like they went into that draft with that idea. They tried to make Nico the priority in game 1, but they were just a bit too safe with it. They waited all up until their last 2 picks to get their mid lane and even their jungle pick. So they really wanted to put Nico and Ken in the very comfortable spot. But at the end, they just ended up with a very uncomfortable spot. They had a Novaria Suyo paired up with a Harith Bakshabadang. That sounds like a pretty okay lineup, but then you're up against X-Borg, Zask, which was the last pick and became the MVP. Even the chip was there, but the Novaria was picked up as sort of like a soft response to the chip. But they just really could not get the ball going. The last 2 picks of Yahon were way too good.
Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe having a Kimi there might be a little bit better. Because again, I just want Nico to be able to do some kind of damage, because we saw in the early game that was so risky where it's all in onto the Suyo. At the moment that Ken got 0 and 2, and it started just because he wanted to get a turtle. I still remember turtle fight, and he stayed inside the pit. He didn't even leash outside. So maybe this is just Mythic Seal showing a bit of fatigue, because usually, you have a protocol. Bring it to the side, away from the walls, and then you're looking good. Because he played it inside of the turtle pit, allowing Ying on that Phoveus get on top of him, Dark Wave, and at that point, hey, Suyo, you can dash, but I'm going to follow you.
Yeah. You could tell when casters have a lot of analysis to drop and it's very specific that the other team that lost needs to do so much to get back into this.
Yeah.
Because again, that game 1 was just so impressive from Yangon that it's hard to find like good points to praise Mythic Seals for. And we're not just going to sit here and say, at least they tried. I mean, come on, we're not going to do that to Mythic Seal as to compliment them. At this point, we just got to say it as how it is. Yangon played so much better, drafted so much better, and they just took Mythic Seal by surprise. So what the adjustments will be for Mythic Seal now, okay, this is a good thing I'm going to say is I'm excited to see what adjustments they'll take, because if they do the right adjustments, draft the right way, that means whatever they talked about after game 1 was a really crazy recovery, and the coach was able to come up with an amazing game plan to turn things around.
So just now, YG had the X-Borg, right?
Yeah.
Imagine if they got the Valentina.
Ooh.
Imagine if they got the Valentina early. The Valentina was banned at 4th pick. Because they know Nico on this Valentina can pose problems. So that's something that Mythic Seal has to consider. Maybe instead of using the mid as a counter, at least for game number 2, try to pick up the early whatever mid pick that you want. Selena, Louis was banned out. Something. Give Nico a playmaker.
Yeah. I like that suggestion. Hopefully, Mythic Seals follow that and do pick up their pick for Nico in the first phase. But with Mythic Seals for the first time today, drafting on the red side, we're literally going to see a different version of Mythic Seals that we haven't seen at all so far. They ban Fredrin, they ban Fanny.
Again, I feel like Ken just trying to get that joy. I wonder if YG will allow that to happen. Luyi getting banned out here. Mythic Seal, this is the point where you ban either the Badang, the Chip, or what else did we saw earlier? The Jushin, but that one was banned out by YG.
Yeah. Kalea also still on the board if Mythic Seals wants to ban it out. I don't think Yangon will go the same route as Mythic Seals did in Game 1 and rush pick the Harith. But Mythic Seals are thinking that. They ban the Harith. They're willing to give heroes such as the Chip, Juicin. But to be fair, when this happens, that means that makes the red side first two picks even stronger because you can get two of the top picks in the meta.
We talked about this before. Early pick should be the Kalia. Doesn't reveal too much about your draft and pretty strong either ways. You know, healing, catch, kind of like Lucas, a catch-all kind of hero. The Baksha is open. So I wonder if YG would favor that. But then Mythic Seal, they could just pick up the Baksha and then deal the same way how Mythic Seal was got it in the Game 1.
Yeah. And Yangon do get the Kalea, as you pointed out. And God, I agree with you with this being a relative unknown. Majority of Kaleas do go in the roam, but there's always that possibility of it going to the EXP lane and changing things up with the matchup and how the first turtle will be played. So, Mythic Seals, the juice is available for you if you want to pick it up. The Chip as well. Lots of power picks. If you want to go Chip Badang to keep your combo safe, that could be possible.
Yeah, because I feel like Jushin is pretty strong onto Nico, but again, prefer that damage dealer, man. At one point, pick up the Chang'e. I don't care. I feel like Chip Badang is the best. If you want Zippy to be comfortable, Granger. Granger would be a pretty good pick as well. Even though, yes, YG can counter with the Irithel, but so far, Zippy looks like he's good on those two heroes. It looks like, hey, Jushin, man. Chip, Jushin, YG, do you pick up the Badang? Because Ying was pretty nasty on the Badang as well.
Yeah, and considering there's a Chip on the other side, Badang, I think we're both in the same boat here that Badang would be one of the best picks that the Yangon could go for right now. It's going to be up to them if they're going to go into the second phase without their jungler or gold laner. Might be too much if they pick both of their cores here. You're going to want to get one of the utility answers to the Chip playstyle in this scenario, and then just choose either the jungle or the gold at this point.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like Mythic Seal, they might want to try to get that Phoveus later. Oh, they pick up the Valentina and the Lucas. Oh, a different angle here to deal with the Chip. So not worried about the Badang pick. Just take the Lucas and the counter. This is actually very smart coming in from YG. And then the Joy as expected.
All right. It seems like Yangon were really expecting that the Joy will come up at the third pick for Mythic Seals. I mean, one of the best heroes you can go up against if you're a Valentina is the Joy, because electrifying beats for you. Time Things Right also act as an extra purify, while at the same time it's good damage or even good defense while escaping, because they're gonna hesitate to chase you down if you have electrifying beats up as a Valentina. So great two picks there. Bans for Mythic Seals, what are we looking at here? They still don't have EXP and gold.
Yeah, they're betting out the Badang because, again, the threat of Ying picking it up is still there. Two other picks that Ying has been performing with is the Phoveus as well as the Arlet. Arlet combos with the Fredrin, but I kind of feel like it's still okay with the Lucas. The real question is, what do they want as the gold laner here? If YG wants to make Mythic Seal feel uncomfortable, they would ban out that Granger. Because I feel like Stitch is pretty okay with any other. Oh, it looks like YG, they're the one betting out the Phoveus. Interesting.
Okay. You mentioned the Granger. I think we might actually be seeing that on red 4 for Mythic Seal if it's open for them. Also makes sense as to why they pick up the Joy. Third, you take out one of the best counters from the Granger. All the dashes will help provide space with the Lucas and Valentina. Let's see if Yangon will be able to read it and take out the Granger, or if they're going to take out another gold laner option that can provide space for themselves, similar to like a Moskov. I think Chip and Moskov together always a good combo because you can play the map so well with those two.
Yeah, but you have to play that Moskov very, very well. And I kind of feel like YG with the Moskov should be pretty okay, because if the chip comes in, you can use the Spear of Misery to push him away. Not 100% safe, but with that Irrital ban, you know that they want that Granger.
Yeah, seems like that's what we're going to be getting. So if Yangon ban out the Granger, or don't ban it out, let's say they're willing to give it.
I feel like Yangon would try to get that Moskov. If they ban out the Granger, I feel like Mythic Seal will take that Moskov away. Because other than that, the only other pick that I can think so far... ban out the Gata. The other pick so far that I think of is... Mythic Seal could use the Brody. They've shown that before.
Oh. Mythic Seal with the Brody... Oh yeah, that might work out. They don't have any long-range artillery to deal with, but now still gonna be the Granger. And we both eyed the Moskov. I think that will be coming in here for Yangon as one of their last two picks. I think we're gonna be seeing... You know what? If Yangon has it in them, I wouldn't mind if they pick up a Benedetta in the EXP lane.
That's crack.
Right?
In a good way. In a good way. That's pretty crack.
Yeah, with Petrify.
Ying seems like the kind of guy that has practiced mechanics to the point where he can use those heroes. If it's something boring, what would something boring be? Hilda.
Yeah, I like how we both instantly went to the Hilda.
oh my God! Are you
predicted, baby?
Dude, we're analysts, man. We called the Granger, the Moskov, and the Bennett. The Benedetta was actually the impressive one. Oh my goodness! Hey, Remar. Flexing that Filipino knowledge.
Let's go. I knew there was something way too familiar with the draft of Yangon and Mythic Seals. It's like, oh, Benedetta looks good here. Okay, so EXP, you need something strong. Honestly, they might settle for high loss, bro. They need a wall. They need a solid wall who can just hold the front line.
Yeah, I'm thinking the tankiest guy I know is Turizla. I don't know if they will use that out. They might try to Boxia again, right? No, they pick up the boring hero. I don't know why we both think Hilda is a boring hero.
Yeah, high loss was still available, and we both went, yeah, Hilda's more boring. It's like, what is wrong with us?
Well, you know what? At least people can say that we have good chemistry, Renmar.
Yes.
That was not rehearsed, by the way. We don't even talk about it before.
Yeah, man, the stars aligned. It worked out well. And let's see if the stars will align for either Yangon or Mythic Seals. For Yangon to secure Game 2 and get a considerable 2-0 lead in this Best of 7 Grand Finals, or will Mythic Seals, with the draft that they've chosen, with comfort picks on the Joy for Ken, playing around the chip, Nico having something that's a little bit more proactive, can they get one back and tie this up in game number 2? What do you feel about the drafts, Lethal?
What I feel is that YG, they have a draft that can play that macro game, but not the same as the previous one. Because this time, with the Benedetta, with the Moskov wants to farm for sure, but the rest of their lineup, it looks like they want to fight. So I want to see, will YG bring the fight to Mythic Seal? Welcome to game number 2 in this Best of 7.
I'm excited to see if our theory about Ying is right. If he was the type of player that, practiced those mechanics enough that he is going to be the thorn on the side of Mythic Seals on this Benedetta. Again, we post this because when we think of the shortcut, the Benedetta with the Petrify, with the Electo Final Blow would be a strong instant counter to that specifically. But other than that, Yangon, I feel like with their Benedetta and Moskov together, actually has a pretty good macro option as well.
Yep. Looking at the emblem setup here, it does look like Ying wants to go more damage. Fighter emblem with the Festival of Blood, Thrill, and with the Petrify as well. So this is going to be a lot of damage coming in from YG. The bad thing is they're not that tanky because their tank is the Kalia, which is okay, but not the tankiest of hero in the game.
Yeah. Let's see if what version of this Benedetta might end up being.
I think damage.
Again,
Though. I think damage.
I think damage. Yeah,
At least
I think
one
it has
damage
to be
item.
damage.
At least one damage item.
Yeah, because did see the last time we saw a Benedetta. I think I remember seeing it in MPLPH. There's so many games happened in those playoffs that it was actually surprising that the Benedetta went more damage. It was still hybrid, but it was more damage instead of more tanky. So that is something that has shifted with how Benedetta might be played here. Turtle number 1 already getting closely contested by these two teams. Hasn't spawned yet though. Both junglers still need to get their buffs.
Yep, they're just looking for a level 4 because that ult coming in from the Benedetta, crazy. Last time I checked, has a base stat of about 1,000 damage or something crazy like that.
Wow.
Right now we can see that Han, they might want to go for a fight against this Chip. Chip gets first blood and Lina gets the kill. And now Nico with the Lantern Flare, able to pull someone out. But now Ying finds Ken. This is not looking good for Mythic Seal. The fight continues. And looks like Kun is going to get targeted, but he's the Hilda. He should be fine.
All right, Boya already found a good angle, but that's the ultimate of the Lucas already up. Mythic Seals might not want to fight into this, but they says Ku that we are definitely going to fight into this. Han falls down. Ken gets the turtle without a problem. Blink up next on the dock, trying to hold, but he will fall. Mythic Seals turn it around, and turtle number 1.
This is what Mythic Seal wants. They want to be local. They want people to challenge them to a fight because then they can do something. Uninteractive plays is not good for Mythic Seal. So at least now, at least in the early game, looking pretty good. But wait till you scale up. We got to see Ying after 2 items. What's going to be the change there?
Yeah. I think one of the differences also that Mythic Seals made was that now in this game number 2, especially with that first fight alone, they're already showing, all right, they're looking at specific conditions for the opposing team fight. They put the pressure right away onto Lina. It forced Ying to actually use his Electo Final Blow defensively. So then, even though Yangon, the fight looked good for them, Han popped off his ultimate, they already knew that the biggest problem potentially in a team fight is gone. The Electo Final Blow was gone. So Mythic Seals decided to fight into it, and it was the right call. So if they can continue chaining that together again, then this should fare better for them. Lina spots out the members of Mythic Seals in that middle shrub.
Yep, and for you guys at home, you guys can scan the QR code to tell us what is your MLBB user experience. And now Blake, Ying actually invades, but no damage right now. Ying gets caught, tries to run away, able to get out of the way, but Lina, sorry, looks like gets caught. I was surprised because I thought that Petrify caught them, but the Purify, that's it. I was like, wait, why didn't they stop moving? Purify, of course.
Yeah, Purify coming in just in time for Zippy, and was also able to use the dash of the second skill to provide space. So now that's something that Ying has to talk about with either Blink or Han even to, hey, one of us needs to be the one forcing out the Purify. The rest just needs to follow up. Because once those Purifies are up, and if Yangon mistime it and they go all in at the same time, you're wasting so many key abilities. So let's see if they can find better timing. Lina already forced to use the Flicker out. Kun, one-man army in the front line, providing space. And it forces Yangon to think twice about going for a more aggressive position in this turtle. They back off just a bit.
Hey, Blade of Heptases on Ying with this Benedetta. Whoever gets hit first is going to take a lot of damage. But look at this. They're able to get Zippy Cutie. Zippy's going to get taken down by Stitch. In the backside, we see Han trying to get onto Boye. But looks like Han is going to get stopped. Still going in with the flash combo. Kun unable to get a kill onto this Lucas.
Han didn't commit the full damage of that Lucas, knowing that if he accidentally used the basic attack to go behind, he's going to put in a bad spot. Mythic Seals right now, they're forcing it. They're trying everything they can. And yes, they can. With a double kill for the Joy. Kun sees Han. They're trying to give space. Han has Retribution, but he doesn't want to risk it. Yangon give up another objective as Mythic Seal, with their bravery and fighting, they're outplaying Yangon.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Yangon right now, they're a little bit overhyped here because yes, you had a very good game 1, but you still got to respect. And now Ying is going to try his best. He gets onto Zippy Cutie, but still unable to one-shot and unable to control him as well.
what could have been the main X Factor pick in the draft with this Benedetta has looked to be one of the weak links in this game number 2 as Mythic Seals just look ready for the Benedetta entry. Look at Kun giving all the space for Zippy to break the tower, and Stitch and Blink can only watch and wait for a better moment to fight things out. Mythic Seals, gotta give it to them after that game number 1. Not a lot of people were impressed by their performance, but then here in this game number 2, dude, they're literally just going. I mean, if you translate Ken's name to Malay, it'll be Bole, right? They're literally just going Bole, and Ying under the tower trying to defend it with everything he's got. Ooh. But he's gonna get taken out by the Juicin. Nico active in this game.
But here's the thing, Renmar, YG, if they're able to stall it out long enough, YG can start playing the macro game because they have 2 side lane damagers here. You got Stitch on that Moskov and then Ying on that Benedetta. Just play a 1-3-1 and then start making it so that Mythic Seal is unable to interact. Like, maybe that's the secondary win condition that they're thinking of. Like, if we win the team fight, we're amazing, we're going to MSE. But if we don't, hey, let's be clever about this and just split the map in half.
Once again, these 2 teams, they want to go to Riyadh. They want to go to MSC, happening in the middle of July all the way up until August 2. MWI happening from July 10th, or excuse me, middle of July towards around July 20th as well for MWI. But before we even get to Riyadh and EWC, it's all about championship. The first ever championship for the Super League. Blink, is he going to be able to get away? No, Mythic Seals found the angle. They found Blink. No roamer for Yangon. I don't think they're going to risk it. They're going to try to play the back row game, but the Granger took the portal back to the mid. Ying took the portal as well as he goes into the bottom lane. A switch in positioning for both Zippy and Ying. The Benedetta, is it finally online? Can they find that opening as Han and Ying are getting zoned out by Nico the Petrify? Electo final blow. Ying doing everything he can, but he gets taken out only to get set up by Lina. A double kill for this Valentina as Ken still gets the Lord. They got the kills, but they missed the major objective.
Hey, at least they get the kills, man. Lina right now is looking pretty strong. This might be a battle of the mid laners again. Ken comes in and looks like he actually was able to iframe out of that tsunami slam, and with that he gets a kill onto Lina. Talk about timing on Ken, finding that iframe and the electrifying beats, avoiding the tsunami slam.
Say what you will about Ken and his joy, it's a comfort for a reason. 5,000 gold lead and climbing. Mythic Seals still in control. Yangon, similar to how Mythic Seals played in game number 1, now they look uncomfortable in this game number 2, as Nico has gotten to the point where he's single-handedly stopping a Benedetta from wanting to split push.
Remar, real talk. Man to man, mano a mano. If you were in the grand finals in YG shoes, would you let Ken have the joy again?
No, not at this point. I think the only time you'll give Ken joy is if they end up with a Fredrin first pick or something on the blue side or whatnot.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm sure they can fight against the joy, but do you really want to take the risk? Maybe at match point, you know, you can play around with it because we've seen Ken on that joy and we've seen Ken on that Suyo. Different performance, man.
Yeah, it looks like, you know how every dude has their favorite, I don't know, their favorite car, their favorite pair of shoes.
Yep.
It's like Ken just has his favorite something, and then it just makes him feel so much better. And
maybe he just like the color yellow.
Or he likes the color yellow, and Joy has green on her, right? Or is it just color yellow?
Color
Wait,
blind.
you're colorblind. Yeah, I'm asking the wrong person here. Sorry about that. Yeah, okay. So Mythic Seals, they can just keep this up, honestly. With how Nico's been playing, Zippy doesn't have an impressive KDA, but at least everyone else on the side of Mythic Seals seems to be on that. If one of them fall, there's always at least 2 people ready to cover. While for Yangon, it's they cannot get a comfortable team fight. There's always a misposition somewhere, Mythic Seals getting to the key spot first, that they just can't get a good spot for them.
Ying right now, he doesn't deal enough damage and he's not tanky enough because he doesn't deal enough damage to take down the Hilda, and Nico by himself is able to kind of 1v1 against Ying if Ying does not have that Petrify. I mean, like, to be fair, Nico even has that Purify, so he can fight back. So Ying is in a very awkward spot where he's not tanky enough to make disruption, and he doesn't have enough damage to one-shot anyone. So I think you just got to play the side lanes, man. And I listen, I know the chip can go to the side lane, but even the chip only has one choice, bottom or top. So attack both.
All right, Chip already spotted out. SOD is going to land. It's already in the Lord Pit. Is the Moskov going to go in? Han is close enough. Retribution still won by Ken. Han falls down. No more Lucas. Yangon back off, knowing that if they decided to fight even more, it would not have gone good for them.
Yeah. In terms of wave clear, honestly, not the best unless they use the Electo Final Blow. But you kind because you're doing damage. If possible, you want to make it so that, yes, you want to clear the minions, but at least one kill. Because I feel like if they can get Zippy or Nico, that's good enough. If you get Ken, amazing. Shutdown goal for everyone. Looking at the items here, look at that Benedetta. Really focusing on that penetration, which makes it worse. You have the Blade of Hephaestus and the Malefic Roar, and you couldn't damage the healer.
Yeah, Yangon needs to talk. Set something up for the Benedetta if they can, but right now Mythic Seal's just running all over Yangon's base. They're already in front of the crystal. They want to get the bottom tower down. They want to end it here and tie things up, but there's no more minion waves. Despite a 10,000 gold lead, despite Yangon desperately lacking in items, Mythic Seals play it safe. Is that warranted, or is it too cautious?
I mean, 10,000. Oh, hold on. As you say it, they actually go in, and Lina having to use the Crimson Beacon to get away. This is just caster curse things. We say Chip has not been good getting 2 wins back to back, and then, well, not win yet, but you can kind of see it happening. And they're like, they're playing too safe. Put Portal in.
Yes, it's just everything that we say. The reverse of it happens. Let's see. Ying will be able to get away. Eye for an eye already used, and the pick that we both keep boring. Oh wait, no, Blink goes in. Might be risky for him, but he doesn't get crowd control in time by Mythic Seal, so he's able to get away. Nico tasted a bit of damage from the members of Yangon, so that might be a bit of a warning shot. But we still have to acknowledge it's a 10,000 gold lead. Mythic Seal's comfortably closer to the 45,000 gold mark, with Yangon still just about to scratch 35. That's at least 2.5 item lead already for Mythic Seals.
Let me just say, this should be GG, because what Mythic Seal can do is show their face around the Lord. And then you already know where I'm going with this, Ranmar. Chip just waits, and then the moment sees one person defending the base, just portal everyone and end the game.
Yeah, it's tough for Yangon. It's like you have to tell each other, guys, no one's gonna defend. What do you mean no one's gonna defend? What do you want to do? It's because they have a chip on the other side. Okay, I get you, but like, so right now, yeah, if you're Yangon, you're stuck in base. Literally, there's not much you can do unless somehow you find a punish. Maybe it's gonna be Kun, but not even. Ying doesn't have enough damage. It was just him and Blink.
So at this point, they're just waiting for the traditional Mythic Seal throw then.
Yeah, let's see if Mythic Seals will actually slip up. Kun goes in, SOD to the back. Han with the damage, Blink falls down. Ken's damage way too much. Stitch in the middle of it all. He's trying to survive. Look at the space and the damage provided by the Moscow, but Ying going in only to get blasted in an instant, and that leaves Stitch in no man's land against 3. Make that 4 members of Mythic Seals. Moscow down, godlike for Ken.
I mean, you know that there's nothing can be done there, and Nico already feeling pretty confident. The recalls are starting to come in. Just wait until he gets free shots here. And now at top, Han gets taken down. Killing spree for Zippy Cutie. I don't think Lina and Blink can protect this base. They're going to end the game right now. Mythic Seal is going to equalize.
Mythic Seals, after game number 1, recovers strongly in this game number 2, dominating 10,000. And if Yangon thought this would be an easy ride to a 4-0 win, you're not going to get that. Mythic Seals showing why they made it to the grand finals.
All right, so put the note here. Ken on the Joy is kind of good. Like, How many times has he gotten that hero since yesterday? So that's number one. Number two, maybe don't fight Mythic Seal, because Mythic Seal's team fighting capabilities, they're very strong. Which sounds weird. Just don't fight them. Get a draft that you don't have to fight them.
Yeah. Wait, is that even possible? I think that's close to impossible. How do you do that?
How do you not fight?
How do you not fight but still give a good fight? You know, because if you're not gonna fight, you're what? You're like just lying down there.
That's where people do negotiations.
So at this point, you're negotiating in the grand finals.
It's like
MLBP turned into a social game.
Listen here. I have a sister. Okay, no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No. All right, stop it. But yeah, like right now, both mid laners looking pretty strong. Even though yes, YG lost, but you gotta admit, Lina was actually pretty clean with that Valentina. I really feel like it's Ken on that Joy.
Yeah.
Just don't let him get it, especially because you actually had the opportunity to just steal it away from it. I understand going up against the chip isn't the best time as a Joy player, but hey, pick your poison. Which would you rather get? You having the Joy or Ken having the Joy?
Yeah. So, in simple terms for people out there, and for Yangon, just say it like this: you want the opposing jungler to not be happy.
Yes.
So don't give them Joy.
Yes. It's not enough to win. You want to see your opponents lose. That's my mindset.
Yeah.
If I can't win, neither can anyone else.
Yeah. Mutually assured destruction, I think, is the game plan now for Yangon. Because even if they're in a position to pick up the Joy, it might just be best to ban it all.
I agree.
Straight up, right? Because then when you ban out things like the Joy, the Suyo, the more you're pushing the drafts into, hey, now we're both going to have to consider playing fighters. Hey, which one of us has already showed an X-Borg? That was Yangon. So I think if Yangon, just take out the Joy. Don't ban it. Try to force the draft in such a way that you're playing fighter tanks in the jungle.
I almost would rather just like Ken use the Hayabusa, right? Compared to the Joy. Because the Hayabusa has more room for mistakes. Because I feel like if you've been spamming Joy and then going back to Hayabusa, it might take some time to get used to the mechanics, especially for the quad shadow. But either way, we have a series here, Renmar. We started with the best of 7. Now effectively it's just a best of 5. Whoever wins the next 3 games wins it all. And Ken MVP on that Joy. If this is not enough to convince you that maybe you should ban it out, where it's gonna be a tough best of 7.
Yeah, I mean, Yangon went into game number 2. Personally, I preferred their draft. I felt like they had enough surprise, the Benedetta and Moskov, but you can only draft so much that if the other side just has like pure comfort, it looks like your very smart game plan was like wasted. So yeah, I think it's unanimous. You can no longer give Joy to Ken. He's had 50-50 performances, but he's also had completely dominating performances. If you want to win this grand finals, you take out that comfort. And not just the Joy even. I like how Mythic Seals also readjusted their draft so that game number 1, it was a mistake that we waited all the way until the second phase to pick up a hero for Nico. They gave him a juice in, and it was just perfect. The aggression of Mythic Seals were supplemented by the great crowd control and timing that Nico was able to dish out in the early team fights.
And I think I talked about it the entire time during the draft, where Zippy looked okay on the 1-1 and the Granger. To the point where I kind of feel like them banning out the Gata Kacha, again, maybe just because they do want to use that Benedetta, but I feel like moving forward, you can see that maybe Benedetta next week or something, give a little bit more practice. But for now, like, don't give them the comforts. Ken on that Joy, Zippy Cutie on either the 1-1 or Granger, because both of these heroes are heroes that Zippy Cutie has been doing okay with. I'm sorry to say, but everything else, I forgot that he's in the game.
Yeah. With what Mythic Seals were able to do here, and that's why I find it tough to like. What perspective am I gonna look at it? Is it Ying just uh having an underwhelming Benedetta performance, or was it more of Mythic Seals played so solid that Ying just couldn't find the right timing? What's your take on that?
My take is that everyone just couldn't get anything here because, yes, you can say that Ying didn't have a good game, but we can say the same thing about Han because when he went in, he was disrupted so many times that he couldn't deal the damage, and the one that disrupted him was Nico. And then Kun, even you said he could 1v5 at the early stage of the game, where Yangon, they couldn't pick off anyone with the Kalia because of Purify or just bad targets. And you even saw that Ken used the electrifying beats to iframe out of that. So
Yeah.
Mythic Seal, legit, with their macro, they're able to stop Han, Lina, as well as Blink. If your mid trio is not having a good time, your silence is going to suffer.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned Kun on that Hilda also. It felt like he had one of those performances to spite us. He was just like, boring hero. It's like every time he's just holding the front line, he's muttering under his breath, I heard you guys talk about my hero being boring, huh? And then with him getting sandbagged, it was perfect because he played the perfect Hilda game. He was holding the front line at the right time. He was zoning out at the right time. He barely gave any deaths. He only died once. That's exactly what you want to see from an aggressive EXP laner that can deal a surprising amount of burst damage.
Well, it's boring, but if it works,
Yeah,
guess
exactly.
what? Just use it, bro. Just use it. And yeah, we're looking at the key players here. Every single one from Mythic Seal, the carry, Zay was able to do a lot of damage, and Rich Guy, I couldn't remember the damage numbers, but I'm pretty sure Ken was able to do a lot as well. So now YG going back to the drawing board. Game number 1 worked. Try to replicate that, and I honestly, in terms of banning, you can make an argument for the Jushin, but I feel like they should be able to play around it with a long range hero like an Eve or Farsa. Speaking of which, haven't seen the Eve at all this entire playoffs.
Yeah, which is quite surprising. However, it seems like the more I see the Myanmar playstyle, it seems like there's something about the Eve that might be a bit too static for their playstyle, considering that not just Mythic Seals, even Yangon in their run towards the grand finals have shown moments where they look comfortable playing a very messy team fight. Like there's a method to the madness. They find joy in that chaos. And it seems like Eve just might be a non-factor all throughout. It'll be so ironic if, like, let's say game 7, the team that picks up Eve wins. That's just gonna be vindication at that point.
But let me just say, looking back at the highlights, I can see it now. Looks like Kun is on man-to-man defense on Han. So I feel like that's also a factor of why YG was stopped. Kun stopping Han, he inherently stopped Blink and Lina as well, even just by providing the vision. So I feel like they won just because Kun is able to do his job. And then what is Ying gonna do against a Hilda? Like I said, he couldn't even damage the Hilda. So they just could, like, Mythic Seal closed out the win condition of YG. So it is a bad game for YG just because of that fact.
Yep. I think you mentioned the key phrase there, which is man-to-man defense, not just on Kun, although that was definitely the highlight as to why Han struggled here. But it seemed like Mythic Seals in the team fights, they knew their man marking and they knew what to watch out for. We talked about the Benedetta earlier. The Lucas was what you mentioned. Even the entries of maybe the Moscow or the Kalea, they were ready. So gotta give credit where it's due. And Mythic Seals, I really thought that they'd go into game number 3 with a 2-0 deficit, but no, they showed up and they played so damn well in that game number 2.
Yeah. Now that is basically equalized, there's really no momentum shift by both teams, because even though YG lost in that one, it's easy to say, guys, it's a draft, right? As long as we fix that, it should be good. For the win condition here, I'm actually going back to the mid lane because I really feel like Lina as well as Nico are very instrumental of setting the pace for the entire team, to the point where I feel like even if you let Ken have that joy, as long as Nico does not have a good game, he will not have that opportunity to actually go jump around and get those kills.
Yeah. So we've already set up the conditions, what needs to be done. It's a 1-1 in this best of 7 grand finals. Yangon Galacticos versus Mythic Seals. We're going to be back a little bit later for game number 3. Renmar Lafel here. Mirko will be joining us for the next one. See you in a bit.
No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
See, we weren't lying when we said we'll be back in just a bit. That was literally 2 minutes, and here we are. Renmar and Mirko here for this game number 3. We were just talking about it. You were not surprised that what happened in game 2 happened. Could you care to elaborate to our viewers?
Well, hey guys, we're in Myanmar. We're technically not in Myanmar. He's in the Philippines. I'm in Indonesia, but we're casting from Myanmar. Last time I did this, I was with Naisu and Mo. We thought possibly it could go 4-0. But it was a full 4-3 for Mythic Seal up against Falcon. And I don't expect anything less than a 4-3 for this Mobile Legends Bang Bang Super League Myanmar Season 1 MSC qualifier. I mean, at this point, all the teams in Myanmar are so good. They have developed, they have progressed so much. And I think we got to see that. Again, it was also kind of Yangon letting go of a few crucial picks. The joy for Ken. I don't know why they did that, honestly, but not surprised. Looking at both these teams, they kind of want to beat each other through their comfort picks, too. It's not just about beating each other to make it to MSC. It's about beating your opponent in their meta, in their comfort. It's about sending a message on top of qualifying to MSC.
Yeah, it seems like for the Myanmar teams, and I mean this in the best way possible, it's like they equally care and don't care.
Yeah.
They care because they want to win. You see them trying to win the drafts. You see them trying to get that surprise 4th or 5th pick that can make the other team go, oh, damn, we didn't expect that. But they also don't care that if you get your comforts. That if you get your comfort, we'll still find a way to beat it. So let's see if Yangon will surprise and still somehow let the joy through for Ken. If they let it through and they beat it, then they definitely make that statement that you were mentioning.
Yeah, they definitely deserve it. I mean, to get the dub against Ken on the joy again, if both of them end up just leaving these power picks open and then they just go guns blazing one more time, just like yesterday, right? A blaze of glory or the calm life. They choose the blaze of glory actually not almost, 10 out of 10 times, 100%. They will always choose to battle it out to see who is truly better. Because there's one thing winning, Renmar, by banning the signature picks of your opponents, by denying those picks. It's another winning, beating them at their best. And that's what Myanmar is all about, I feel, right now. Both Yangon and Mythic Seal, they've gone at it so many times. And unfortunately for Yangon, Mythic Seal have been the ones that have come up on top for the majority of third-party tournaments. It's just, for some reason, Mythic Seal, in these big tournaments, in these major tournaments to qualify for major internationals, there's always something that halts them, man. There's something that just stops them from being their best version.
Yeah, either something stops them from making it international or they get stopped in the international. The last time they were on this stage against Falcon, they slipped up and Falcon eventually flew to Malaysia for the M6 World Championship. Now, as EWC, the shadow of Riyadh looms over the two teams on your screens right now. Let's see if they don't slip up. Joy, still an option for Yangon to actually steal away. Mythic Seals banned the Fredrin and they banned the Fanny. While Yangon, they switched things up this time with their drafting in this game, as they banned the Fovius and the Chip. They still keep the Low Yi ban though.
Oh, all right. So a few changes here and there. The Chip finally banned out. 100% win rate this time around. Yeah, I heard your conversations with LaFell earlier. It really almost seems like the curse is real, dude. Every time we say a hero doesn't do well, it does well. It's uncanny. They've identified that as well. I think they've been watching the streams. They're like, all right, these casters, man, they keep on cursing these picks, so we're gonna ban it out. 100% win rate for the Chip, even though it's 30%. I think almost 0% in the playoffs. The Kalea, though, has been left up for grabs. Yangon will just pick it up for themselves. Mythic Seal, what are they gonna respond over with? Is it still gonna be the Joy? And if it is the Joy, are you sure about the Joy against the Kalea, you know?
Yeah. If you're going to pick up a Joy here, you need a strong roamer to pair up with it so that you can answer right away. Mythic Seals will get their 1-1 though. And they get the juice in as well. So they're still continuing to tick that condition of, alright, you get your carries, you get your comforts, but most importantly, you get something proactive for Nico. It was instant. Game number 2, with Nico having something a bit more proactive that can stay in the front line even as a juice in, going forward with the Crimson Beacon. It works out very well for them. And this might be greedy, but you know what? If it goes well, why not? Yangon can respond though, and I think they need something that can hold and blast that 1-1. So they immediately go for 2 blasts on the Granger and the Joy Rush.
Understandable Joy pick, you know, denying Mythic Seal's very, very comfortable pick. Very, at this point, signature pick of Ken. The 1-1 in the Juice In, though, has already been picked up, so they can really go back to the old style of Mythic Seal of just winning out in the early game. Knowing that Yangon, with the Joy, you're not really the best at contesting for the first few neutral objectives. It wouldn't be too crazy to see a Lucas here, right? For Mythic Seal, I think it's solid.
Yeah.
Gets you the wins around the Turtles. You already have a Juice In too, so extra utility, extra CC to enable a pick like the Lucas. And hey, it's one of the picks that Ken has actually found a win on. It's kind of rare. It's either Joy or Lucas, but they go for the Hayabusa. That hasn't really been a winning pick for Ken at all in the playoffs. Yesterday we saw it, game number 1 against Yangon, and it was similar to the Suyo.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like Mythic Seals, they're being forward thinking about this. They pick up the Haya, they ban the Zask. That means they're sort of trying to funnel Lina to end up with an artillery mage that won't be happy with the presence of a Hayabusa. And I think Mythic Seals might actually be eyeing a Gatot Kacha 4th pick as well, as that taunt will be great against the Joy. Especially, I'm just looking at it as an answer for a Joy, honestly, and maybe even the artillery mage. So if Yangon don't read that Gatot, they're gonna end up with a long-range mage going up against a Gatot Kacha and the Hayabusa. So they take out the what? They take out the Farsa? I thought they wanted to give the Farsa. What's going on? What's going on?
I guess it is a way for Yangon to play for against this 1-1 and the Juice In, right? It's a good counter. Yes, you have Hayabusa, but technically 2 of your picks do struggle up against the Farsa, so it's a good
Yeah.
deny knowing that Lina has been one of, if not the main carry for the team, if it's not Stitch, right? Good way to deny that away.
All right, so they decide to play the safer route. They instead of pressuring them in the gameplay, they ban it out, and as expected, Yangon does take out the Gatot Kacha even. So, Mythic Seals. You mentioned the. I don't think we'll get a Lucas XP. I think we're just gonna be stuck with. They need a tanky front, that's for sure.
Yeah, they do. Young
Oh, Baksha. They can go Baksha Rome if they want to.
for Mythic Seal.
Yeah.
Okay, I think the Baksha works. It's okay against the Joy, but maybe, yeah, it's kind of tough right now. Maybe with the Badang and the Gatot Kacha banned out, do they want to just go Phovius, win out the XP lane, and just
It's
try to
banned.
win out early? Yeah, man, everything's been taken out now. I wonder what they go for actually. Hylos, not the
Okay.
best against the Kalea. You can get locked down quite easily, but. I mean, this technically gives the angle for YG to go for... Actually, you know what? It's fine. Even if YG go for CC, it's fine, I think. No problem.
Yeah. If Yangon goes CC here, Mythic Seals can double up on a tanky front. They park the high loss in the EXP, and then the roamer. If they want to go fast, Khalid might be too risky for them. Let's see. Maybe the last two picks of Yangon will give us a little bit more context for what Mythic Seals might end up with. They get Aurora, great crowd control at the center of the map, a good burst magic damage as well through the Joy. They even pick up a Baksha so that it provides some semblance of magic damage, a good utility. It blocks the Revitalize of the High Loss, or at least reduces its effect quite a bit. So I like the last two picks of Yangon. I think Mythic Seal should really double down on a tanky front, though.
I think so too.
Oh,
They
there
go
we
for the Tigreal, so extra. There's another way. A bonus up against the Joy as well, right? Really, really solid. It's just you got to be careful if the Baksha or the Kalea goes on you and engages on you. That's going to be a lot of engage potential loss. Mythic Seal can very easily lose their front line just through pickoffs here for the side of what Yangon. It's kind of, I don't know, it really looks like a composition built to contest for the first few neutral objectives. But Mythic Seal should be the ones that win out, right?
Yeah. I think this is one of those drafts where you have to see which team is willing to give up either one or even both of the first two turtles. Because that's how you balance things out usually in that regard, right? It's like, okay, if you're not going to see each other in the turtle pit, that means you're either forcing minion wave pushes at mid, trying to trade things up in the opposite side of the map, applying pressure there. So maybe that's where we'll see the difference.
Perhaps. I guess we're just going to have to see Renmar as we get ourselves ready. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're going to jump into the Land of Dawn. Not match point just yet, ladies and gentlemen. This is a best of 7. Winner makes it to MSC XEWC, so it's still a long road. But who's going to get a step closer to that very glorious title of MSL Myanmar Season 1?
To be crowned the first ever champions of the Super League should feel damn good, and you can tell that they want it so bad, not just making it to Riyadh. And I gotta go back to something that you pointed out about the Tigreal. Something about it tells me that if that Tigreal of Boye decides to flicker ultimate and that's how he starts every engage, I feel like he's gonna be trapped. Like there's almost no escape for him once he decides to full commit.
That's true. It's an all-in or nothing. You have to get hot. You
Yeah.
have to get... Well, to be fair, there's not a lot of purifiers. Actually, just one on the side of YG, despite the Tigreal pick. So, on paper, it looks easy to find these targets. But I think for YG, the way that they're going to try to deal with the Tigreal is engage on the Tigreal first. Try to look for the pickoffs first, with Lina having that crazy CC lockdown together with Blink. This combo could be deadly.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of the old Cho Aurora, right? But it's a better
Yeah.
Cho in Kalea.
Yeah, gives you healing, very mobile, can be safe. To see Lina getting... Oh, he freezes them! All three of them right in front, and Han going in, trying to find the right angle, trying to not to get knocked back!
Yep. Just too much. Too much to handle. For Mythic Seal, they're going to have to play it slow again. Losing out early on in the battle. Nico taken down means that there's not going to be level 4 for him. And Kun is going to have a tough time rotating over. Boye walks up, able to get a knock-up down. Blink now jumps in onto Kun. It's the turtle that has been started by YG despite the joy in the early game. They're still going to try to go for it. Ken jumps in, looking for it. Han still wins out the retreat battle here, and it's giving the glorious pathway, running him down. Kun able to escape. A big win for YG.
All right, that's exactly how you want to start things off. If you are Yangon, get that first turtle, get a kill to boot. And you see there the difficulty that comes with being a Tigreal in this situation, and with Lina being able to just, honestly, he can just focus on dishing out the crowd control, stopping the actions that Mythic Seals want to do. Yeah, they can just slow roll this to a frustrating for Mythic Seals win for Yangon, because every time Mythic Seals would want to do something, I can see a world where they barely get anything while Yangon just walk away safely every engage.
Really tough there. I mean, at this point, it's YG who's going to take control of the game. Despite the fact that Mythic Seal are the ones that kind of need that snowball. It's always the opposite in these Burmese games. It's so tough to read despite the early, I think, readier composition to fight early.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter because YG's execution was just phenomenal. The Lina 3-man stun set up for that beautiful turtle take. I mean, I don't know which one's more beautiful, the early lead or that 3-man stun from Lina to stop that momentum.
Yeah, there's something really cold-blooded about just being able to press a button so quickly and then seeing the other team just be like, oh, are we doing that? What was that old trend from before? The mannequin challenge?
Yeah.
Were you old enough to remember that,
Yes,
or do I just sound like an old man? Okay,
that
okay,
was
I was
during,
worried.
like,
I said,
young. That was Young Miracle, but yes, that was a challenge
Alright.
that I was present for.
all right, I was worried I was just rambling like an old man to you now. Okay, so with Yangon, let's see where they're at in terms of the items. Okay, no full build just yet, except you do see a Hunter Strike on that Hayabusa. Tough boots on... Oh, okay, on the Kalea, of course, just so he can survive all the crowd control being dished out by Mythic. Yangon and Mythic for turtle number 2. Ken and Han still both getting their buffs. Looks like they'll be here, though. Yangon starting things off.
Mythic Seal, the ones contesting the turtle here. Ying holding onto it. Stitch in the bottom lane, trying to get some prio. Zippy Cutie going for the gold crab. It'll be taken by Stitch with a Detonata. Now Ying jumps in with the shield. Unity going to be stunned up with the glorious pathway in the back line as well. Han, good position. Great tsunami slam to cancel out any threat of the retribution. And that was Kun. Even with the poisons, he can't escape. He can't soak in the bullets of Stitch.
Picture perfect pick off by Blink. Ken blinked and he missed it, man. He couldn't even get the retribution off. Next thing he knew, he was just grabbed by Sakura in the air, gets blasted, and Yangon even get the tower in the middle. What we mentioned earlier about there being a possibility that Mythic Seals will barely be able to get something in fights, that's what we're seeing right now with how Yangon are executing.
Beautifully done by Yangon. Again, Blink. Phenomenal stuff, man. Great targeting, reading the movements of Ken, just like he's a book. It's really, really smart by YG, and that's the reason in Turtle 2, it just looks so easy. Han also great execution on the Joy, amazing. The fact that he's able to get the full stacks, jump into the back, Stitch taking the gold crab away. There were no wins at all from Mythic Seal. Boye, oh, there you go, Tsunami Slam into the Frigid Glacier, not moving for an entire, 2-3 seconds. Oh, man.
Yeah, no, this is 100% the Yangon Galacticos Mannequin Challenge at this point, with how Blink and Lina are playing this Kalea and Aurora together, and they're not stopping.
Freeze again, Nico in the back, the Quad Shadow to secure the purple buff, not successful. Ken forced to back away as the purple buff got stolen by Han with the retreat, and now to add insult to injury, it's also the green camps being taken away from what we expect to be a winning matchup. But knowing Ken on the Haya, it's the same story as yesterday, man, losing against the Joy.
Yeah, and we mentioned also one of the conditions that Yahon could do, which is like, okay, wait, Boya conceal is actually gonna find something good.
The Frigid Glacier though cancels it out. Oh, great shove back, but it's still going to be the passive. Locking him down. Tsunami Slam from Blink, locking Ken down. Poisson's on Ying. He's just holding Ken. That's gonna be the shadow kill. That won't take anyone down. He'll fall to the music of Han, the electrifying beats, shocking him to his demise.
We were just talking about it. Boy, you gotta feel so bad for this Tigreal. He's trying everything he can. Mythic Seals are doing everything he can, but if you can't get that Aurora down fast enough, if you even just get crowd controlled once, that's it. Blink is gonna jump in, find the catch. Han, Stitch are just gonna follow up with damage, and there's barely anything Mythic Seals can do. They haven't secured a kill, haven't secured any major objective in this game.
Nothing.
To make it worse, they might even lose another purple buff.
We saw a 9-1 stat line in game number 1, Renmar, when the comfort pick was taken away. Stitch! Oh, my lord, Nico. Wow, just had to eat that up. Purple buff taken, just like you said, Renmar. And it really does seem like Mythic Seal, when they don't get their comfort pick on Ken, they're a completely different team. Boy, yeah. Spotted out all alone, isolated from the rest of the team, can't recall, and will be cut off by Blink. Boy, yeah, 0-3, gets an implosion. That would have been a game changer had he had, I mean, if anyone was there to follow it up.
Yeah.
But it ends up being his 4th death of the game. Shadow kill? Ken? What? Oh, Tsunami Slam, what was that?
Bro, no, not like that. That has to be some tilt in there. That feels a little. That was a tilt moment by Ken. He tried to get Stitch down, but with the members of Yahon all close by, I'm pretty sure he saw that there was help for the Granger. He's slipping right now. I think Mythic Seals are already thinking about game number 4 at this point.
Realistically, they have to, right? If they keep on staying in this game, I don't know. I don't really see a comeback angle here. I might have to, rephrase that, knowing the curse, but even then, I'm not afraid. Mythic Seal, this composition was really built for the early game. At least you need to have an a level playing field by mid-game. This is an 8,000 gold lead by mid-game. It's a 1-1, Juicin, alt Nico, already Crimson Beacon out of there. Yeah. Very hard game to come back here. Shield Unity over to Kun. This should just be free. Mythic Seal fight this. I think it's just going to be a free wipe for YG.
Yeah, it looks even if it looks like Mythic Seals might get a good picture perfect setup, I don't think they'll have enough damage. Yahon are just blitzing the Lord.
Full all in again. No movement. And Ken won't even be able to pop it. The Retribution gets bursted. Nico has stolen the Lord. Will it matter? I don't think so. Han constantly on him. The 1-1 in the bottom lane trying to get a tier 2 and will be able to do so. But YG will ignore the Lord. They'll look to go for the Holy Defenses and then they will get rid of the Lord. How did Nico steal that?
I have no idea. Han uses Retribution, but somehow, some way, the game decided, you know what, let's give something to the Juicin. At that point, that's like the best thing that we could surmise. Because Han had his Retribution off. That means it was early. That means there was just a little sliver of health on that Lord. That somehow, some way, out of all of that chaos, it was the Juicin that got the last hit. It buys a little bit of time, but again, we're still at the point where you could still say that it's just Mythic Seal delaying the inevitable. That Yangon can slip up one more time and they'll still be okay. But if this continues to pile up, then Mythic Seals might be able to find a comeback angle. But Kun, Kun still got away. Okay. Wow.
Yeah. That was pretty surprising. Very surprising. Glorious Pathway got out of the chain CC. I guess it wasn't combo properly, or the tenacity of the tough boots made YG miscalculate. But anyways, it really should still be a big win. That only delayed the inevitable, it seemed, right? Because it's still an 8,000 gold lead. YG, have they built a few Winter Crowns? Because if they have, Zippy is going to have a lot of trouble getting the crossbow tank transferred over to any of the members. Look at the stacks. Tsunami Slam, locking him down again. Freeze, and this time not even a Frigid Glacier. It'll just be Stitch with enough damage on, what, 4 stacks on Sky Piercer?
Yeah. Sky Piercer built second after a rush on the Hunter Strike. Yeah, should be at around 4 or 5 stacks. one Winter Crown, although it's in the hands of the box. Wait, we might have to double check if that's actually accurate. But if there is a Winter Crown being reflected, that means there's at least one on the side of Yangon somewhere. We'll see where eventually it is. For the side of Mythic Seals, again, it's at this point, you're strategizing for the next game, and you're just trying not to add more to the frustration. You're just trying to keep your spirits up. If you find something good, a miracle happened, but yeah, with how this game transpired, the front line are just at the mercy of the Kalea and Aurora combo, Kun and Boye. At this point, I wouldn't be mad if they decide to tell the rest of their team, no, I am not going to give vision anymore. I don't want to give another kill. Because there's barely anything the front line can do.
Absolutely nothing. I don't even think we can count them as a front line. They're so behind that they're very, very squishy still. And right as we say that, Lina picks up the Divine Glaive. So any magic defense or any way they would have had to actually prolong the burst from happening is kind of gone now. Lina's basically dealing true damage at this point. They're going to start up the Lord as well. 12 minutes in. Kun and Zippy are the only ones here. Mythic Seal, they got a bank on Boye getting a 5-man set at this point. That's the only way I see a win happening. 2 Death Sonatas and a few Rhapsody bullets. Got Nico up to half HP. A good stun from Kun, opening it up one more time. Let's see the conceal from the back, but Blink! Good read. Tsunami Slam, but no one's there. Everybody's gonna go into the other side. Frigid Glacier missing out as well. An all-in over. Blink there in the midst of it all, taking the damage with the Revitalize too. Ying taken down. Blink's gonna be following next now. Oh, 2 for 1. Stitch walking up, looking for the play, but he's all alone. This might be a mistake. Picked up Purify. Stitch able to escape. Ken has the quad shadow. Wind of Nature from Stitch to hold down that damage as Han deals with the Lord alone.
Stitch knows he has hella stacks on that Sky Piercer. He can afford to be aggressive. Lina was there for the assist. And most importantly, just when Ken thought he could finally get that Granger down, Wind of Nature activation meant that Stitch can just laugh and deal damage. Yangon, I think this is already going to be the end moment for them. 700 stacks on this Granger. Minion Wave's going to crash in at roughly the same time for them. A Lord past 12 minutes. If Mythic Seals still somehow hold on, it's a miracle.
Let's see. YG already going for it. That's going to be the Lord. Marching down in the mid lane. Good shield unity. Catching him. Ken caught on the Frigid Glacier. Still able to get out with the quad shadow, though. Slowly but surely taking him down. Boye! In the back, finding an implosion. Is it going to be enough to turn the tides around? Nico, Crimson Beacon, Kun walking up. Stitch gets picked up and has the immortality, and despite the big Boye play, Ken won't be able to get it. Stitch with a snipe, another one. Wind of Nature. Zippy Cutie trying to save the game. Stitch on it already, just a cannon minion, and somehow Mythic Seal are able to live for another fight. Han walks up, stacking up again. Stitch with that Sonata. Boye taken down again. Crossbow tag going in. It's gonna be 2 kills taken away. Zippy Cutie making miraculous plays.
Are you not entertained? Just when you thought they were out for the count, it seems like there's a third element to the name of Boye, and you gotta add a key at the start of his name. That implosion, channeling the legendary Indonesian roamer to keep Mythic Seals alive in this. And of course, Zippy finally showing up at the right time on this 1-1. 4 kills, no deaths, 2 assists. The crossbow of Tang in the clutch. And Yangon are still in this game. When they were just about to end it, they still have to keep playing. And now you're thinking, what if this time the tilt and frustration are leaning towards Yangon?
That was a ridiculous set of skills, I would say, for Mythic Seal. Individually, all of them had to play it perfect there. Nico with a dive in the back, baiting out the immortality, picks Stitch up as well. Gave him a triple kill, and now he's fully stacked on the Sky Piercer. Tsunami Slam, Frigid Glacier, there you go. The fully stacked Sky Piercer dealing so much. Kun lost his life so quickly. Just one combo and he's done. Mythic Seal need to fight before that happens, before YG can get a pick up, because every single time that set of skills is up, the cycle of skills is up, there's no real counterplay for Mythic Seal.
Yeah, and Mythic Seals, the frontliners really need to start talking. If someone wants to hold the shrub, get vision, there needs to be at least 3 members of Mythic Seal nearby to respond instantly. Not walk, then respond. Yangon has the advantage for this potential last lord of the game.
Blink jumps in, onto him for Glacier, locking him down as well. Han in the back line, jumping in with electrifying beats, and it's gonna be Zippy walking away. Crossbow Tang, use up into the Winter Crown. Zippy baited in, and now shut down by Stitch. The big plays in the end won't be able to amount to much as YG look for the end.
No tilt, no frustration. Yangon look determined. 5 versus 3. This looks like this is it.
Stitch has the win of nature, even if they're able to somehow get close to Stitch. There's so many ways to counterplay. Shadow kill in the back. Han able to escape. Frigid Glacier in the base, trying to predict. Ken gets away to the quad shadow in the base. Stitch is still looking for the play, trying to get the kill. But YG, the rest of them, just want the base, the crystal that will be popped to give them 2-1 the lead in this series.
Moments of hope there for Mythic Seals, especially in that second to the last big team fight, that big defense in the base. But in the end, it was just way too much resources, too big a lead for them to crawl back. All of the control on the side of Yangon, and the Kalea and Aurora setting things up. Now Mythic Seals is looking at that Joy thinking, wait, if we play the Joy really well, and they play the Joy really well, what's gonna happen now?
Well, we're gonna see a lot more joys from Han. That's what I'm expecting, right? You want to take it away as much as you can away from Ken. Ken does amazing on the Joy, but for some reason on the Hayabusas, the Suyos, the other meta picks, we just haven't really been able to see the Mythic Seal Ken. We've just been seeing a random Ken going around on the Hayabusa again. I would say very underwhelming. Not to say that it was his fault. I think as a team as well, they just don't connect that well when they're put in a position where they have to win in the early game. They're much more of a mid to late game team for some reason. They always are able to make these comebacks happen. They're so slow at starting games, man. I think at this point, give them a composition that scales. Give them a composition that just looks to trade in the early game to play around their power spike mid.
Yeah, and I think at this point we've seen enough that it's already a fact, because you have the Tigreal as one of the slowest roamers you have in the game, and then it seems like it just magnified the problem of Mythic Seals, where, all right, you have a slow-moving roamer, then suddenly they just cannot find any footing at all. Yes, gotta point out that the Tigreal was already dealt a bad hand, considering that he's up against a Kalea, he was up against an Aurora. Most importantly, that every time he'd get into position, even Kun on that high loss, they would just instantly get picked and blasted. Even when Yangon didn't have the lead, they knew that they can only do so much to us in the early game right now. They have a Juicin in the center of the map. The Hayabusa needs time. We have the Joy on our side. Okay, we can be aggressive, they can afford it. So yeah, I think now that has to be like the clear priority for Mythic Seals, wherein get something similar to game number 2 and the games that you've been able to shine in this playoff so far that can scale up relatively quickly. If not scale, at least trade far better in the early to mid game.
Way easier said than done here. It really just seems so scary too, so difficult when Stitch is on a Granger. He is so good at playing in the back, but also knowing when to walk forward, knowing when to make those risky moves. Here in this game, it really also kind of reminds me of how brilliant he is in the itemization department, right? Firstly, 16 kills. We got to talk about that. Crazy. 16 kills in a game like this. It was a dominant game, yes, but it was dominant because of him. He was just precise every single time the Death Sonatas were landing, just like he had an aimbot. Last game he went War Axe. This game he went Wind of Nature. Just the little things, the subtle things here and there that he does on the Granger that elevate his play.
Yeah, he was locked in right now. He answered the call of duty, and he looked like he was just playing Modern Warfare in the Land of Dawn with how locked in he was with this Granger. Everything he was just able to make work, and even those pokes were one of the reasons as to why the front line would melt. And if it's not the front line, he would even find those angles where Nico's like, all right, I'm here to... Nope, I'm not here anymore because I gotta go back. The Granger peppered me enough. So it's not that Mythic Seals has to ban the Granger, but more so that they can't end up with a draft where they cannot reach Stitch comfortably. they need to have someone, not just the jungler, not just one hero, but at least two options, so that you break the formation of Yangon, so that Stitch isn't comfortable.
How do you do that though, right?
Yeah.
Right now, the thing is, they've only ever done well on the for Ken on the Joy. Sorry. So, what do you do to enable or to get that pick? Firstly, it really comes down to how they get the Joy. Do they just first pick it at this point? Because I think they did have an angle to pick it up early, right? But they would have had to play it against the Kalea. That's the problem. You at least have a blink in the Hayabusa. On the Joy, you're even easier of a target to lock down on the Kalea. So it's kind of a forced error anyways. You either play a hero that you're not as comfortable at, or you play the Joy and you're up against one of the main counters to it.
Yeah. Whatever the adjustment will be here for Mythic Seals. Now, similar to how we felt going into game number 2, now going into this game number 4, it's an even stronger feeling, because this game number 3 loss was considerably worse than their game number 1 loss. It's so strange that it seems like I saw two different versions of Mythic Seals. The Mythic Seal I saw in game number 2 doesn't feel like the same Mythic Seal as this game number 3. Is it really just the draft? I feel like there's a universe where this game could have been much closer, but it seems like the disconnect was strong enough that it just magnified the draft loss. I'm on the boat of this 100% could have been a much closer game heading into the mid game. Something just crumbled in the comms and the internal timings of Mythic Seal.
Could have been. Perhaps it could have been a much closer game, but it almost seems like Mythic Seal, again, just keep on going for fights. They've gotten to a point where maybe fatigue is catching up to them. Playing 4 games earlier today up against AI, and now another best of 7 series up against probably, the best currently in the regular season and also the playoffs. It does take a toll on you. We're going to see the highlights again just to see exactly what happened. And again, it was this play that started things off. I would say more of an outplay for Lina, but the fact that they actually even went for Lina, trying to crack that passive, was pretty ambitious.
And then to be fair, in this one, it was because Blink just found the picture-perfect pickoff onto Ken. So now, at this point, Mythic Seals are just grasping at straws. Turtle 3 hasn't even spawned yet. They tried, but then they were instantly answered right away. And then, so, I think, now, looking back at it, those two crucial starts for Yangon really set the tone for Mythic Seals, that it just, made their farm even faster. That when Mythic Seal would try to make something happen, sort of like this, they just weren't in the right time. I feel like this one, though, was just a big mishap by Ken. He definitely should not have dived and tried to contest that. In this scenario, also, you shouldn't try to contest anymore. Even though Nico miraculously got it, there's only so much you can get out of that. You lose even more. You even push the lead even further for your opponents.
Then it just continued. It was 14-0 at a certain point. Then you saw this crazy team fight for Mythic Seal. They were able somehow to get 2 kills on the board despite having to go up against a fully stacked up Granger, who we saw how much respect they gave, to be fair here, towards Stitch. Great usage of the Purify again, knowing when to be aggressive here, to taking that damage, knowing he has Wind of Nature. It was really a good, really, really good performance by Stitch. This was the miracle play from Mythic Seal. I want to take it slow again to see just how he were able to do it. Boye, great read. No combo instantly. It was almost, every single time Boye gets picked up, it's always comboed in with the Frigid Glacier. So the only time that it wasn't, Boye saw the angle to attack the back to get it.
Yeah. Zippy, okay, Wind in Nature. He spotted Stitch. Han. Boye's going to get clipped here by that Granger alongside the Frigid Glacier. Was able to get the crossbow tag off. It's a crossbow tag, and at this point, Stitch didn't want to risk it. If they gave a wipeout and he got killed, that's hella resources for Mythic Seals, because it ended up being a perfect game for Stitch in the long run. And this one, it just felt like Yangon at this point, they were no longer surprised. They had the better positioning. They knew it was their team fight to lose, and with the lead that they had, it was difficult to mess up that specific scenario.
Then the end just happened. Good reads there. Trying at least. There was an attempt for Lina to catch Ken with the quad shadow, but Blink was able to get the knock up too, so it was kind of missed time. I think Ken would have jumped there and would have been a kill if Blink didn't walk up and, you know, use skill 2. In the end, though, a game is a game. It doesn't really matter if they got the kill on Ken or not. It was already over at that point. I think I'd go as far as to say that Turtle 2, it was done. When Blink found that pick on Hayabusa on Ken, it was done because they kind of needed Turtle 2 to go in their favor. If not, the gold lead, the snowball would have been too much, and that's what we saw.
Yeah, it seems like we're getting closer and closer to a point that, yes, we saw Mythic Seal win game number 2, but the losses that they've had in this series have been spectacular losses, to say the least. I'll use a positive adjective for something negative that happened to them, just so that, you know, make things not seem so harsh. But we've seen what's happened to Mythic Seal so far in this series, while Yangon, the wins that they've got have been dominating. Game number 2, yes, they look like a completely different team from their game number 1 efforts, but you still saw some fight there. Mythic Seal, yes, just played a better game. But every time Yangon would win, it makes it look like Mythic Seal aren't playing in the grand finals. That's how crazy the disparity is in the win quality that we're seeing. That when you see something like that, you really have to look at the drawing board for Mythic Seal to see what they'll do to come back. But that is only game number 3. We will be back for game number 4 after a quick break. Renmar and Mirko here. But when we get back, you're going to see me evolve into Lafel. See you guys in a bit.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
A
Welcome back,
2-1
ladies and
right
gentlemen.
now in this best of.
LaFell trolled the hell out of me, man. He said we're not doing the normal. The normal is he'll open. Oh man. Okay. I see you, LaFell. I see you, LaFell.
Yeah.
That's how you keep. I see. You're trying to tell Mythic Seal to stay on edge as well. Damn.
Lie to your opponents.
Lie
That's
to
how you
your-
do it.
How do you do that
I
in
feel like they're
MLBB
being too
though?
honest.
How do you lie when you can only play Joy? Like that is in itself is a truth, yo.
Maybe there's one other damage dealer in the jungle that Ken can use. Maybe the Harley.
Well-
Maybe the Karina. Hey, you may think it's Loco, but what's the alternative? Hayabusa? Oh. Because here's the thing. I do have to say this. Mythic Seal, I feel like they're drafting themselves into trouble. Because I see a lot of anti-synergies in the previous lineup. For example, you pick up the Tigreal, and then most of the damage that's on your team is like slow burning. There's no instant burst. So even if you get a good catch, what's gonna happen? It's just gonna be a long team fight anyways. And then the second one, isn't the idea of a Hayabusa is to isolate someone, not grouping them up? So it's kind of like anti-synergy, you know? It's like
Anti-synergy, I agree.
you bring them in, but then there's no AoE damage. Even the one is single target. The Hayabusa prefers to be single target. The most is the Jushin. But Jushin can pick up one person. It can't pick up the entire team. But that's an idea, though. Maybe for Mayhem. But still, I feel like anti-synergy there, where it does look like YG is just a little bit more prepared. And I make fun about the Joy and then pick up the Harley or Karina, but at the same time, I'm pretty legit. I'm pretty serious. Maybe Ken just needs that instant burst that comes from magic damage. And if it's not the Joy, within that 10-minute break, they better have found something else. Because if not, they're in trouble.
They're in deep trouble, yeah. It's also just because Han is so good on the Joy too, right? It's not just Ken who's good on the Joy. Ken is just good on the Joy. Han has been good on every pick you give him. You give him the Lucas, the X-Borg, the Joy, the Hayabusa even, he performs. So this is a big problem, like you said, for Mythic Seal that they have had to fix by the time we got that 10-minute break away, right? It's now or never for Mythic Seal because now YG aren't just playing another game. This is match point that they're playing for.
I found another jungler. I know that he can use, but it's just not in the meta, bro, because you don't do enough of anything. You
What?
don't do enough
What is
damage. You're not that tanky. The Julian. That's another magic damage. But see your reaction, right?
Yeah.
Joy is number 1. And number 2 and below, there's a big gap. Because magic damage in the jungle right now is Joy, Amon, Julian, I guess Selena, if you can use her, Gushin, no, Harley, and the Karina. And if you want to go with physical burst, there is the Nolan, which should deserves a shout. I don't know how much practice he has on that Nolan in this current patch, though.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. I don't know if it's gonna be good. And in this meta, the Nolan just... I gotta say, it just sucks, dude. The Nolan's so bad. Like, you go for the burst. The burst is kind of conditional because you need to have the opponents not be mobile.
Yep.
Nolan is a
Can I tell you a
far-fetched
story?
idea for me. Okay, tell me a story, LaFell. Tell me a story.
I had a game in rank,
Okay.
and no big leads from either team. Actually, my opponent Nolan had quite a lead in the first 6 minutes of the game, and then he
Okay.
tried to burst at me. I was using the floor in, mind you.
Wow.
Full
all
combo.
right.
I didn't flicker. I didn't anything.
You just healed.
He only destroyed a part of my shield.
Oh. So that was a floor... that was a Nolan that was ahead.
He was like level 11. I was like 9 or 10-ish. No, I think 9. The
Did you have any
interaction that I did.
damage? Did you have any defense damage? Physical defense?
No, none. So, so for you to make
Yikes.
it make sense, what I did was just that I saw him coming, so I preempted my first skill heal, and then proccing that Flash of the Oasis, that big shield. Yeah, that shield just mitigated all damage. So that's Nolan.
Okay.
I mean, maybe
That's
my
something
opponent was
that I
bad
think we
because
crossed.
it is the Malaysian server, so I
That's
don't,
true.
you know, I guess asterisk there.
At this point, I think if we're not talking about the Joy, it has to be the Ling. The only other hero that he's performed well on is the Ling, right? It's also pretty good against the Hayabusa, so maybe at this point, if you don't get the Joy, sure, just go for the Ling. It's way more risky compared to the Joy. You need the purple buff, very reliant, and when you don't get the purple buff, it's tough. But we've seen Ken, even without purple buff, do really well up against AI. That comeback game, that decisive engage up top on the Moskov was what got them the victory. And right now, it's time to show your cards. You can't be hiding anymore. It's game time, man. It's match point, almost, for YG.
I played with Ken before. We played with Ken before, and I can read a bit of his mind. In this situation, you know what he wants? He wants a Natalia roam. He wish he has that right now.
Naomi in Rome.
Yeah. Imagine like he had this conversation with the boys like, hey, I know this is a bit of a stretch, but can you use Natalia? Because I feel like if someone takes the attention away from him, even with the Hayabusa or the Suyo, I feel like he can make work.
Let's see. We're going to jump into the drafts. Again, same template for Mythic Seal on the blue side. Fanny and the Fredrin banned out. Man, it's really strange to
First
see
pick
that...
Joy. First pick
Yeah, do you want a first pick Joy if the Harith
Hey,
is left
hey.
open?
Hey, then ban the Harif. Let go of the Baxia. Who cares about the Baxia? First pick Joy. If Ken is amazing only with the Joy, what else are you gonna do? First pick the 1-1 again?
Yeah, the 1-1's got to go, by the way. Even though it's come clutch, a lot of times it's not that good. It doesn't guarantee them victory. So far, the Joy is more of a guarantee. At least Ken is on a comfort pick that can enable everyone. So I gotta agree with you. Harith already banned away, but YG can very simply use the Dark Arts, which is ban the Joy.
the bans, man. Like,
What if that happens? Then what?
how many mythical nights that we practice the dark arts to have 3 bans? Back in the day, Mirko, it was just 2. It was just 2, bro. Dark days. But now the Louis gets banned out. Joy. 1-1 is great. I get it. But give Ken the joy. He can 1v5 at one point of the game if he's far enough hit.
All right. Let's see. Mythic Seal. What are they going to pick here? Blue side.
Thinking about it.
They gotta think about it because what's left open? No Loi, no Kalea, no Chip. It really seems like it's obvious right now for the Joy, right?
Later on, maybe they could see Kimi. There you go. Joy first pick, and then YG take the 1-1 away. But then ZP gets the Granger anyways.
Yeah. I don't think pick the 1-1. I think at this point... Oh, I was thinking more Phoveus, right? Try to stop the Joy early on. Try to win in the early game. But yeah, the Badang works too. Badang is a pretty solid choice.
And Jushin.
Phoveus, I am not the biggest fan of Jusin currently. I think Phoveus and Granger make sense too.
Yeah, just feel like Zippy can have that 1-1. It really isn't that big of a deal. They do pick up the Granger, as you said, and then the Phoveus. Reading out the draft a bit better here. Mythic Seal. I want damage coming from Nico. He might get that Jushin again, but I'm actually preferring either a Valentina or a Farsa.
I agree.
Coming in from Nico.
I agree with you. I think the Valentina should come through here for Mythic Seal because for YG, this is the old and gold setup of just picking up Lucas last pick in red phase or red side, and Mythic Seal won't be able to respond with a Valentina if they don't pick it up here. 1-1 Valen. Do you want to go 1-1 and Joy against the Phoveus though? Gives him so... he stacks the passive so fast.
Ying ain't that great on the Phoveus.
He is not great. He's a Mei Ying, Jusin, and Badang. They don't go for the 1-1 Lafel. They go for the Badang and the Jusin, and no Valentina. That means YG. They can either go Farsa, which is a riskier choice. I think just go for the Lucas. I think this is going to set them up for a lot in the early game. For that first few turtles, it almost seems like a sure win with a Phoveus plus Lucas. And then they can go Matilda later if Mythic Seal don't ban it. Oh my god,
I'm sure they will ban it. I'm sure they will ban it.
Don't say that, man.
Hayabusa is still up if they do want that as well. Hayabusa hasn't been
True.
banned yet. Yeah, because the junglers, there are a lot of picks here. They do pick up that Lucas. And at this point, I feel like YG banned the Irithel, and then after that, it should be good.
Yeah.
Maybe they can even deal with the Irithel, honestly.
Yeah,
just get
YG.
Two or three Blade Armors is good.
I think at this point for YG, just ban Irithel and Moskov, right? Two of the MMs that can actually deal with YG. The 1-1, no problem. I think the Phoveus is going to have enough with the Lucas to deal with that, and the Granger as well. A lot of kill pressure in the lane itself. And then YG can also still go for the Farsa. If this is a Matilda Farsa, I'd say this is a perfect draft for YG, and Mythic Seal are going to be in for a lot of trouble. But YG decided to go for this safer route, taking away the good matchups against the Phoveus, which is the CC. Yes, the glue also comes to mind when we're looking at this kind of composition. Mythic Seal, get rid of the Kimi. So, Mr. Lafel, the Matilda is still...
Hey, no.
Oh my god.
There's no way. Like, they themselves have felt the wrath before, okay? Hold your horses, Mirko.
Lord,
even if you don't have horses, just hold it. Hold it.
I have liquid in my region. That's a horse.
All right. YG ban Irithel, Mythic Seal ban. Oh, they ban out the Hilda. Okay, respectable. And now you ban the Matilda. Okay, relax. It's gonna be a quick ban. They won't even think about it. Hold on. They won't even think about it. There's no way. This is the grand finals, Mirko. If YG wins this one, it will be match point. All right.
Match point.
They're
thinking about it, Lafel. They're thinking about it.
They're taking this time to discuss, like, okay, what's the next pick, etc., etc. They already know they want to ban out the Matilda. They're just discussing what's the 4th and 5th pick. All right, relax. They're using the time wisely. This is what a good coach does. Mirko.
should
use
be
as
the
much
Gatot
time
Kacha.
as you're using as much time as you can to ban out the Matilda. Okay, relax.
Okay, okay, I'll believe you. I'll trust you on that. I think the Gatot Kacha is a solid choice. Oh, Sask! They ban out the Sask! Oh, free Mathilda YG! They can do it right here. Lucas, Phobius, and the Mathilda Mythic Seal are gonna have to commit to the Gatot Kacha. Oh man, and the gold lane.
Matilda here, they're trolling, man.
They, I mean, to be fair, yeah. They can still just go for the safe Farsa pick before that. Again, it's a really, really good pick up against the Juicin.
They're thinking about
And
it.
possibly the Irithel later that they're expecting. So, let's see. What is it going to be? They're also they're taking a while right now. It's kind of
just
wild
looking
if
for
it's
the hero.
not a Mathilda,
They're looking
right?
for the hero,
LaFell,
okay?
like,
They're-
this looks
they're
like a
looking for it.
very... Did they forget about Mathilda?
No, they're looking for. Okay, they're searching. It's like, yo, where is it? Is it
Oh.
in tank or support? Faramis, not Matilda, but not.
But
that.
that's a
And
setup for
actually-
Mathilda, LaFell. That's a Faramis Mathilda. That's also...
Yeah,
that's,
okay,
that's pretty
listen,
good.
listen. Either ways, even if they don't pick up the Matilda, I think it's still fine. And the Faramis deals with the 1-1. So this is
Alright.
also another thing. Was like, okay, Mythic Seal. I like basically they're target banning heroes. Now they're just target banning Zippy here.
Well, now it's just the Irithel, right? I feel like the Farsa would have been the safer choice because it does good against both 1-1 and the Irithel. Now it's, yes, better against the 1-1, but there you go, Gatot, and show me the Irithel. Show me the Irithel. Give me that 100% right here.
Boom, Beatrix. Which actually wouldn't be that bad as well.
If the front can hold, yes, it'll be very, very solid, actually. I think... Huh? Oh.
I'm not feeling this Moskov though, not gonna lie. Not feeling this Moskov.
So, do we...
Oh,
go
I actually read
Matilda?
chat and people did say that they could have gone Valentina EXP.
Yeah, they could have, but that means that the Badang will have to go roam, right? And so far, I don't think Boya has actually done that well in the Badang. Just go for the Mathilda and let us cast this guy. Oh,
no.
wow, what a surprise!
no.
Oh my
no.
god, dude!
Oh, no.
Like that was that not the most
Oh,
obvious
no.
Mathilda pick in your life? I have never seen a pick so obvious. Oh my
Dude,
lord!
when I say oh no, it's not that I don't see it, it's that I see it and then it happens.
No, yeah,
How
exactly.
did YG get this draft? How did YG get this draft, bro?
That's what I'm saying too. Isn't that the most obvious pick ever? Oh, they were overthinking for sure. They were overthinking about the Zask, about these picks in the mid lane, that they completely forgot that there was a no way pick. You know, there's a no. Oh my.
Okay.
Mathilda,
Okay.
Faramis, and this comp.
How many times do you have to kill the Lucas or Phobius? Like how many times?
You start the game with a 0-2 Phobius and 0-2 Lucas, and you win. All right. If you stop them early game from doing what this comp can do, then yeah, you have a chance and you can actually scale to mid to late with a Moskov and Joy. Maybe I'll play YG. But if YG win first two turtles, back it up, Unk.
All right. We got to look at this here. Get the Fovia 0-2. Get the Lucas 0-2. Because if not, this is YG's game to take to match point in this best of 7. Coming into this draft, it's going to be an uphill battle for Mythic Seal. But can they do it?
A tough batter, definitely. LaFell Han on the orange buff. Sorry, I had to get the jab in. Really though, I still like the Farsa over the Faramis. I think the Faramis is actually quite weak in the current meta. You can already see it here, actually struggling up against Nico. The Farsa wouldn't have struggled, I just want to say.
Actually, if I'm remembering correctly, I feel like Lina kind of made his name in SPS with the Faramis pick. I could be wrong, but I think I was impressed with his Faramis during that time.
So it might be a comfort pick too, yeah?
Yeah, it could be a comfort pick, honestly.
Okay. Slow game, waiting for the turtle. But the first turtle is definitely going to be explosive here. So both these teams, well, actually, Mythic Seal are the ones that have to be very careful because YG, they have all the early game that they want. Look at that. Han already level 4. Not yet getting the ultimate. Ken opening up.
You know what's the crazy thing is? What is the power spike for YG? It's one item and it affects the entire team. That Flash of the Oasis.
Oh.
The moment the Flash is there, it's gonna be a game for Mythic Seal. They don't even have that much damage in the first place, mind you.
Yep. Ken also on the comfort pick, really looking to stop Ying from getting this cannon minute, but he will still be able to get it with the help of Lina. Pure setup for the first neutral objective. Different kind of rotation here as they've actually rotated up top, but Ying is going to be dragged down into the mid lane, and they're going to leave the Fairness up top to get level 4.
Yep, and with that level 4, even Ying is going to get that level 4 anyways. I believe that YG at this point try to get kills. If they get Turtle for free, they're the kind of team that would be disciplined enough just to be happy with that. But I feel like they do have the damage and more importantly the sustain to actually force things out.
There you go, the guiding wind already used up. Ying in the back again. Dark Wave actually locking down 2 members. Ken gonna be targeted down as well. In front of Pursuit constantly. Couldn't with the pin down. SOD does land. It's what? So many resources used preemptively. No Sacred Beast, no Netherrealm. Mythic Seal might be able to get a chance here. Ken walks up, wins out the red tree battle. Resource wasted for YG, and they end up conceding. Ken jumps in, AOG onto 2. Ken looking for the stacks again. The pin down coming down. Ying still able to get so much damage out with Infernal Pursuit, but finally ends up dying. First blood and the turtle to Mythic Seal.
I blame you. I'm gonna be very transparent here. We glazed the draft.
Oh.
And I even said that Lina is good on the Faramis, and then they did that. I mean, it's not over, right? Once they get the Flash of the Oasis, it's gonna be good. But if somehow YG loses this one, let's never say good things about a draft. Let's just be like, it's mid, all right?
Usually, LaFell, I want to take credit of the curse, but I just feel YG dropped the ball. I'm sorry, that was so weird. Sacred Beast and Netherrealm for nothing is kind of wild, though.
I think they were anticipating the Moskov to come in. Although, like, why would you think the Moskov would go in, right? Yeah.
Even if he does, that's 4 members. That's a bad engage. That's a bad take. Like, to take the SOD there.
Hey, if Nico can accidentally press the Winter Crown, they can accidentally press their ults, right? It's close. It happens, Mirko. It happens.
It was a pre-fire.
Like,
they pre-fired. Yeah.
During that time, it's like, what, 10 p.m.-ish at this point? And now Ken trying to get onto Han because they already almost hit the win condition on Ying. Ying is 0-1-0. One more death, and it's Mythic Seal's game.
That's true. But it has to be 0-2 on both Han and Ying, I feel. I don't think Ying alone just getting shut down will get them the game win. But this is already a really good position for Mythic Seal, definitely. The Moskov constantly farming. This time Stitch will be able to participate in the fight, though. So it's going to be a 4v5 unless the SOD lands. And even then, I don't think he'll be able to take it. I think Zippy Cutie is better off just farming up top as YG set up for Turtle.
Yeah, honestly, like, get as much turrets as you can before the Lord spawns. Like, oh, hold on, flicker in. Ying tries to get onto Nico. Nico is just trying to push Ying away, but now SOD connects. Looks like the turtle is going to go over to Han, and they should be disengaging.
That's the expected result, the expected outcome for this composition. A free neutral objective. That should have been the case for Turtle number 1. The guiding wind brings Granger. Stitch up top gets the Sky Piercer as well. But look at the damage that Zippy Cutie has been able to do onto that turret up top. 1v1 down below as well. YG back on track, even though it's not according to their expectations. I don't think it is yet, right? I think at this point, it should have been a 2k gold lead.
Yeah. Maybe as well, they just don't have a lot of practice with this draft, because let's be real, Mirko. How do you get this draft, right? So maybe this is Mythic Seal's idea. It's like, hey, it's a strong one, but I'm pretty sure they don't have practice with it, because who would let this composition go? So maybe that's their idea, right? They don't expect to get the draft, so you give it to them.
Overload your opponents with the meta as you go for comfort. I like that. I like that. That idea. That could work. Could also be really, really bad. But so far, it's working. It was working for Mythic Seal.
Hey.
Kun able to hold up top as well.
Hey, Mythic Seal, like, you know the gamble, right? It's not just in the gameplay, it's in the drafts as well. So far, not looking so bad. I say that with caution because it ramps up. This draft definitely ramps up. If Zippy Cutie can have a similar game like Alita, the start of the day, hey, they could make it work. They could. I'm not going to give too much hope, but they could.
LaFell, Alita lost that game though. He had an
still,
amazing individual performance, but yeah, I get what you mean, man.
Flash of the Oasis on Blink. 6 minutes in, a full team Win Con has been activated. At this point, it should be very difficult to kill Ying and Han. So I want to see them actually use that to their advantage.
Again, slow build. Lina back in the mid lane. Turtle gonna be spawning up top to 1v1. Han actually taken quite low. Has skill 1. Almost taken down. Mathilda bringing Stitch back into the fight. Ying getting position here, and Han will have to sustain back up. Does he even have a War Axe to sustain? He's still so low. I think he needs to get some green camps, but it's cleared away from him.
Yeah, at this point, I think he can. You have to remember that the Matilda can heal.
There you go.
And now, look at that, they're going in!
Guiding Wind and the Circling Eagle onto Boye, but it's only onto Boye, and they've already wasted the Sacred Beast form. Zippy Cutie, meanwhile, the mid lane will get a turret for free. One last shot on the cannon minion. Good clear from Stitch. A Shadow Stampede, bringing Kun back as that's going to be Ying jumping to the Infernal Pursuit. A jump into the back with the AOG as well. Now the run for Lina to find Beast onto the back again, and good night, Han. It's going to be the SOD to the back as well. Stitch going to be caught. Lina caught in the tough spot too, has the Guiding Wind to escape, and somehow Mythic Seal again win out in the battle.
No more analysis for this one. Let's just talk about the draft, how Ken is able to get the joy. Like, let that be the analysis. Give Ken the joy, and then GG, easy win, no competition, going to Riyadh, MSC, heck, you might even go to MWI as well. Right now with 2,000 gold lead, around 1,800-ish, but still Mythic Seal is looking pretty good. YG trying to get as much advantage as they can in terms of the farm. Now Ken having that Holy Crystal is going to be trouble for YG.
Oh, the pickup. Blink getting pinned down by both the Spear of Misery and a Fist Crack. Down below, a free turret, and YG have lost that early game lead completely. Ken almost with the assassination. SOD! Zippy Cutie! Pulling out the SOD, gets the DHS at 8 minutes as well.
Right now, Ken taking away the buff. This is almost 4,000. At this point, YG has gotten the side lanes under control. So now the situation on the Lord later on is going to be much cleaner coming in from them. Kun having that Oracle is just trouble because the shield is going to be bigger and, more importantly, a lot more cooldowns, making it so that it's going to be easier for him to actually engage. Now he's even pulling off the Nico, showing up with the recalls.
Spicy moves by the team again for Mythic Seal. Every time they're in the lead, they have this much confidence, and at this point, we just have to talk about the joy. It really is just about the joy for Mythic Seal. The joy pick elevates not just Ken, but everyone in the team. When Ken is doing well, the team is doing well. He makes the moves happen for the rest of the team to be enabled. And for YG, you might be right on that one. They might have gotten the better draft. They might have gotten the most meta draft currently. Actually, I don't like the Paramis, but it's pretty good still. They just probably don't have a lot of game time on this. Yeah, like you said, they don't have a lot of experience playing this composition, because who in the right mind, usually in the scrims even, would let this go?
Yeah, because here's the thing. Ken is not just using the joy as a hero. Joy is an emotion, and joy is a battery. And now Mythic Seal, all they needed was just a good battery. And now the Lord looks like is going to get taken down. Han is going to try to contest it, but Ken still able to get that Lord. Nico, everyone else coming in from Mythic Seal is going to disengage. And this is just one of those days, man. One of those days. Like, even one of the best Fanny users in the world, they have one of those days where they haven't played a Fanny for 3 years, and then they get it, and then they just get rusty. It happens. It happens.
Free Lord over to Mythic Seal, 4,500 gold lead, and YG's composition, that win condition is completely gone. At this point, it's just a slow roll from Mythic Seal. They're really just rising to their item power spikes, and they're going to outscale YG very, very soon. Stitch is the only guy that can make this composition still work by scaling into the late game. And this is also the reason why I would have preferred something like a Farsa over the Faramis in the mid lane. If you fall behind, there's no plan B. Your plan B just becomes Granger. If you have Farsa, at least it can be Farsa and Granger. More dimensions to play with. And now, they really just become slow build. Shadow Stampede not even landing there. And they will be able to get a few waves in towards the base turrets. Lord in the bottom lane, shoving in already. Getting the charge down too. Just a bit of damage over with the Holy Defense procced.
Okay, right now we're looking at the minions down bot, pushing in, but Mythic Seal, they're not really forcing it out. Mirko, if you get this draft and you still lose, isn't that like just nail in the coffin, never letting this joy go? Because, bro, like that's a at this point it's a lucky charm, right? It's a lucky charm. Like with the joy, he might be even able to take down TLPH.
Oh,
Too far? Too far?
Maybe,
you know? Maybe,
yes,
right?
though, right? Who knows?
Right? Maybe. We don't know.
They'll have more of a chance than if Ken goes Suyo or Haya. That's for sure. I'll give you that one. Purple buff contest. Going in. Has the guy to win. Ken's just gonna walk up into everyone. No one's there to really punish. Electrifying beats and the retribution. Clean steal for the purple.
Yep. In terms of the gold lead, 6,200 gold behind here for YG. At this point, it looks like they listen to our conversation, and Ying and Han is trying so hard not to go 0-2, but with the cost of not really doing anything in terms of damage here. Looking at Lina having the glowing one as well as the lightning truncheon, you do have enough damage, personally for me, but it's not too bursty and it's not continuous enough. So whether Han actually gets a good flash combo is really the answer of them winning the fight or not, because Ying can zone all he wants, but Han needs to deal enough damage to just threaten them a little bit. Lina splash damage and then let Stitch finish the job. If Han doesn't work, the entire composition no longer works.
Okay, Ken walks up. Electrifying beats. Oh, Lina forced to take the guy to win. Oh my damage! Ying obliterated Lina with the late Nether Realm, and I think it's kind of cooked. Yeah. You can see Nico and Kun recalling on the corpse of Ying. No Mei Phobius today.
Yep. I mean, as long as it doesn't become like yesterday, it's good. I think like they understand, like, hey, you guys got a very good draft and you're losing. Rookies, man.
I think that actually might be the case for Mythic Seal. They're just looking at it and they're like, what the hell? Well, you guys can maybe ask the AI on the Infinix AI Infinity phone, the Note 50 series, to find a reason. To find a reason and to find the solution to how YG actually lost the first turtle with this draft.
It's like asking AI, it's like, hey, can you create a new color? And then they'd be like, that's impossible. And then it's like, why is YG losing? Okay, imagine this color.
Okay, if Nico died there,
yeah,
we just have to shut up. Wait, Nico's already very low. He has to recall, right? There's no regen on him too, no revitalize. This ends up being a pretty useless lord, but we'll see how they're able to utilize it still. They're shoving bot. They're going for it. Okay.
Dude, Nico is like, Nico is saying, I only need half of my HP. That's enough to take down you guys.
Oh, that's my con! What a fist crack, finding them all. That's why he doesn't need HP. When you have a front line as
Savage,
crazy as Loco as Kun, does not matter. The equalizer from Mythic Seal, 2-2.
No more glazing the draft, Mirko. All right? No more. That ends today. That ends right now. Another equalizer here. YG Mythic Seal went from a best of 7 to a best of 5, and now it feels like a best of 3. The next 2 to win. And at this point, if the Joy doesn't get banned, we might actually go for a full 7 games here, Mirko.
At this point, don't ban it. If they lost to that hey, I don't know whether to say like Mythic Seal are legendary for that or if YG just really dropped the ball, because this is one of the moments where I feel like they just dropped the ball hard, man. That first turtle, oh my god, Sacred Beast and Another Realm, that was an oh my god Mirko stream moment, you know. It's like an emote almost. It's almost like they were like, haha, look at our ults, boom. Oh man.
I mean, like, maybe just picking up the Joy does that to you, you know? Like, maybe if I went up against Ken using the Joy and, I don't know, a Minotaur, I would ult the minion wave, right? Maybe that's the effect. Maybe that's why they keep on winning. They just have this psychological factor where Ken on that Joy just makes you use your ult way too early.
Yeah, way too early, and then the recall started happening. At this point, I'm not going to be surprised if Mythic Steel take full control of the series. You know, momentum is on their side. As long as they get Joy. YG, I think, don't overthink it too, right? Like, if the Joy is consistently the problem, and consistently how Mythic Steel are able to win, maybe you ban the Joy over the Lo Yi, you know? Like, whoa.
Look, Mirko, I don't care, right? If I'm on the grand finals and my opponents have had 3 straight wins on the Layla, and I keep getting the Fanny, the Ling, the Hayabusa, and I still can't kill that Layla, dude, I'm banning that Layla, man. Like, how is he? How many MVPs have Ken gotten
Every time he got Joy.
602, 89% kill participation. The guy popped off. The guy made this look like a Tuesday.
Bro, he made it look like a Wednesday, a Monday. It looks like every day, bro, when it comes to playing the Joy. This is just Ken's bread and butter. Every single time he gets a Joy, he's able to pop off.
No kills for YG. It's 9-0.
9-0, yes! With this composition, LaFell. With a composition that should have won early, should have won Turtle 1 and Turtle 2. They were able to get Turtle number 2. But that Turtle 1, man, oh my lord. We laid the conditions on the floor. How do Mythic Steel beat this composition? And Mythic Steel were like, okay. Actually, YG were like, okay. We had to see Lucas go 0-2 and Phobius go 0-2. Turns out, doesn't matter if it's 0-3 and 0-1 because it's still the same 0-4 stat for both of them.
At this point, I kind of just want to bring Renmar into the conversation. Like, I need
Dude,
a
I
Filipino
agree.
insight. Like, yo,
Like,
how does that not work? How does this draft not work?
We need some milk.
I would not mind getting some chocolate. Actually, you know what I really want? Yesterday, I had a waffle. It's very sweet, maybe a bit too sweet, but I still enjoyed it. I didn't know yam flavor on waffle actually works.
Well, this is almost like, I mean, for YG, it's almost like getting a really good breakfast and then getting punched in the face after.
Well, Kun punched people in the face for sure because he did 21,000 damage and Han only did
Damn.
12,000. 12,000.
He dealt more than the Moscow. He dealt more than Zippy.
Yeah. Kun been punching people in the face, man. There you go. Although that might be bad for Zippy because, like, dude, you got a Moscow and you did less damage than the Badang. But either ways, rich guy here is Ken. The carry is Ken. The MVP is Ken.
On that Joy. In any chance, did he get a Joy in this game? Did he get the Joy by any chance?
Not
chance,
really did he get it. I
No?
think it was first pick. I think it was first pick with Joy. Yeah.
The pick that he got MVP with in game 2 too, yeah?
Yeah.
Man!
All the wins are on the Joy, huh? What a coincidence.
I can't even blame the Joy getting let go because I keep thinking about that draft. They got Lucas Phobius. I can't. I actually can't.
If I was a coach, I would just be like, you guys are great, but I don't trust you guys anymore.
Let's just ban Joy, guys. I think that's what I'll do as a coach. I'm like, you know what? Never mind. Whoa.
I wish I could speak Burmese so that I can hear the conversation. Like, imagine all 5 people say ban the Joy, but then there's that one guy. It's like, guys,
we can beat it.
Guys.
Yeah.
Come on.
There's always got to be that one guy in the team, man. Every single time, you know, like you think, guys, we need to ban Chip, and then that one guy's like, guys, come on, that's a low rank thing. What? Even in Epic, we don't have to ban Chip, you know? It's like, bro, there's a reason. Never mind. You know what? Let's just not make sense of it. Let's watch the highlights again. This was truly... We didn't even get to see the real highlight. We were skipping through the real highlight. The real highlight in Turtle 1 was Lina and Han both saying, you know what? We need a worse draft next game. We don't need to play this. And he pops in Sacred Beast and Faramis. Like, oh my lord. Oh my god.
Can I just... We saw Han on the Lucas before, and it looked okay, right?
Yeah.
Right? Like, am I
He
am I
looked
crazy?
good.
Or
He looked good on the Lucas, dude.
in this one, he looks awkward, right?
It's
I'm not
very
crazy,
awkward.
right?
I think it's because, for the most part, he is the main initiator. Maybe he's just not comfortable being the main initiator. Maybe he's used to having Ying on a badang going in before he walks up. Yeah, really big miss on the win conditions here for YG as well. Always late to rotations. After Turtle, I think it's just the given that you're always going to go into the gold lane, right? The lane that you'd expect the enemy team to go as well. Defend your turrets, rotate between mid and bot. And I think this is another display of why I personally do not like the Faramis pick, okay? I said this, like, I think 4 times during the game, 2 times during the draft, 7 times. So, yeah, 4 times during the game, 2 times during the draft. There was the 7th time. And I think it's warranted, man. When you have a composition like this, yes, you can go all in, but that relies heavily on, again, just winning Turtle 1 and 2. Or you could just go Farsa, where even if, say, you don't win out completely in Turtle 1 and Turtle 2, you have poke, you have late game, you have insurance with the Granger and the Farsa. Here, it was like, all right, we lose Turtle 1, cooked.
I feel like that draft can really work if you have a I'm sorry to say this, but a world-class jungler that can legit carry on any hero, right? Because that's really just about supporting the jungler, right? Matilda for the jungle, the Faramis for the jungle, even the Phoveus just to zone people away so that the jungler can get free objectives, right? So that was a draft for the Lucas. So if the Lucas doesn't work, it makes the other 3 picks irrelevant. At that point, yeah, maybe you need to balance it out. Let someone else do the damage in case if that guy fails. So give him time to actually farm up. And I feel like with this, we should give the time for players to discuss which joy do we have to ban. We're going for a break. After this, we're going to get number 5. See you guys right after this.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Say what you will, but YG has the potential to play basketball because they know how to drop the ball. Going up against Mythic Seal, had an opportunity to go for a stomp and then just making it a 3-1, but they couldn't do it. Now it's a 2-2. Welcome back to the grand finals. My name is Fel. Alongside with me is Renmar.
What's up? Yeah, I think it's very clear to everyone who's been watching this grand final so far is that there have been some absolutely glaring moments that have dictated the games and thus dictated the series. So far, we've seen 4 games determined by the fact that one team had some errors, whether it's in the draft, whether it's in the actual execution of their ideas. Uh, Something's really gotta like shaping up for these two teams if they want to force a game 7. Actually, if we're gonna follow logic, we might actually get to a game 7 just because they keep trading dominating wins.
Raymar, I asked you earlier that's like, no way we're going to
Uh.
see the Joy again. And then we got the Joy again. And then the Joy
Yeah.
won and became the MVP and didn't even die.
Yep.
If I see that Joy in the hands of Ken,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to lose it. I will kick a child. I don't know. I'll do something. Maybe not that. Maybe not that. You know.
You'll kick a chair at least. You said chair.
Chair.
Right?
I kick a chair. A chair.
Yeah,
What-
you kick a
one
chair.
of these chairs.
Kick the chair that you're sitting on. One of the chairs that's there in your house. No, I get it because, I mean, it's glaring already for Mythic Seals. Their main condition is simple: they get the Joy, they win.
Anything else doesn't matter.
Yeah, anything else, you have a good shot of giving them a good fight, making them struggle. Even if you lose with them not ending up with a Joy, at least that's something that can be rectified. Clearly, Ken was born to play Joy. He was born, everything happened to him, and ever since then, it was like this man is in the at this point, Ken playing Joy was in the Dead Sea Scrolls that they found. It was written in prophecy.
Yeah, you know that Joy is his middle name. He is Ken Joy MLBB.
Yeah.
Actually, now that I say his name, I could make a different joke, but I don't think that's good for broadcast.
Yeah. Let me.
Do you know? I can type it out. I can type it out.
Okay, type it out. I'll react to it, but then I won't say what it is.
Okay, there you go.
All right, so according to LaFell. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I just thought of it and I'm like, that would be funny, but I won't say it.
Yeah. You know what? Hopefully, again, I really hope things happen up here. If we are going to go into game 7, I hope these last 3 games are closely contested, shows more of their bright spots. To be fair, the bright spots we've seen, again, they come from dominating performances because of glaring errors from the other side or glaring errors from at least 1 or 2 members of the other team. But it seems like teams in Myanmar, once they see that they're in control, dude, they barely lose it. And this is coming from the fact that Mythic Seals, one of their story heading into this was they can drop the ball, they can slip up. But the 2 wins that they've gotten in the series was them completely taking control and not losing it.
Yesterday we see a lot of Kimmy. Today, absolutely no Kimmy. We've seen some bans, haven't been picked up so far. And despite not really, like Jushin hasn't been super top pick, but Nico has been popping off on that one. I wonder if they do get the Joy, but because of the recalling, they end up losing as well. And there's the Joy ban. Thank goodness. Now there's life in this game.
To the absolute surprise of nobody, the Joy is finally banned. Finally! We've waited 5 games to see a Joy getting taken out, making sure that it doesn't end up in the hands of Ken. And now let's see what Mythic Seal has prepared for this moment. That they will not get a Joy Prio. That the Kalea is not in their hands. The last time we saw them in game number 1, where they were on the blue side, they rush picked the Harith, and they were counter drafted like crazy by an X-Borg Sask surprise pick.
And now the Herb gets banned out. So if Mythic Seal is not banned out, they will probably go for that 1-1. If it's not the 1-1, I don't know if they will consider the Lu Yi, but I'm pretty sure Mythic Seal really wants that 1-1. So YG, they might either ban out the Badang or Chip here.
Yeah. I feel like whatever choice Mythic Seal...
Or Lu Yi.
You know, this... Or Lu Yi. This might actually benefit Yangon more because Mythic will only end up with 1. So
One.
whatever Yangon ends up with, I think it's gonna be a Badang +1 most likely.
Badang
Or if they're not,
Granger.
yeah, but Badang Granger, Badang Chip, Badang Loi, anything that just centers around the Badang. Because uh, in game number 4, the Badang played very well. So I think that's also something that they have to consider, that they really have to respect that pick on the hand of Kuhn. Actually, not Kuhn. Kuhn? Kuhn, yes, Kuhn.
Actually, now that I think about it, if they do pick up the 1-1, eventually you might be able to counter with the Iritel third pick. So maybe even like a Badang Hayabusa. Maybe that's what Mythic Seal is also thinking about. Do they want the Hayabusa or the 1-1 here? Because you got to get Ken on a good hero.
Yeah. There's also a possibility that Ken might end up with an even older assassin. Back in the day when he was still a member of Team Falcons, he did... excuse me, not Team Falcons. Falcon Esports. Have to be very careful about the distinction. He is also a prolific Ling player. So if they want to go mega macro on this one, the ultimate of the chip plus a Ling actually fare well because you set up for the Tempest of Blades better. That might be an option down the line.
Yeah. So now YG, I still feel like Hayabusa Badang should be pretty good. The Badang make it so that even if Ken gets a fighter in the jungle, you should have some counterplay to it. In fact, we saw just now, Kun on the Badang deals more damage than the Moskov. I don't know if that's good for the Badang or bad for the Moskov.
Yeah, it's I think they'll really have to choose. I think they just 100%, as you mentioned, Badang Moskov. Well, Yangon should just lock it in right now, unless they go a different route with a gold laner.
All right, great.
Whoa. Okay, I'm still all right with this. Sorry, I got startled a bit there.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Jushin here because Nico has been so comfortable on it.
Yeah. Jushin Irithel, maybe?
Jushin Irithel looks good. If there's a Prio EXP, like Glue hasn't been showing up, and if Lina isn't all that great with the Faramis, then hey, maybe you're not that scared. Maybe you're not that worried.
Yeah. Honestly, you could. All right, Lucas Chip together. Okay, great aggressive combo. Mythic Seal can take control here. Then will they go Juicing or something with a bit more burst damage, just to change things up?
A Valentina.
Oh, they go Valen.
Yeah, making sure that they don't get countered themselves. So good opening, but I feel like I had this conversation before, but that team lost.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Did that happen earlier in the series?
I think it did, and I think it was YG actually, and then third.
Yeah,
because Mythic Seal third pick the Joy. So now YG third pick. I'm not even sure if the Hayabusa is the best, but I feel like it's still because going up against the chip that makes it difficult for a Hayabusa. Maybe delay your jungle pick here because I don't know what is really good. Even the might have some problem.
I agree with you because even if you go into the second phase without your jungle pick, 2 bans mean that you'll always have at least 2 options available in the meta right now. You could even swerve, but nah, they still want to go Hayabusa. Might be risky.
Yep.
They will have to 100% commit a ban on the Hilda, though. I wouldn't want to see them consider picking up the Hilda 4th pick. It might be a bit awkward paired up with the Badang against a chip. So better they ban out the Hilda here.
No, I do agree. The Hilda is going to be pretty oppressive. I wonder if they will consider a pick like... I guess the Phoveus as well as the Hilda is really the big problems here. I would consider Iritel as well because that could be bad because Chip portals in and then Iritel comes in with the Lion with Leo and there you go, Iritel ban.
Yeah, smart ban by Yangon. We were seeing eye to eye there. Really, if the Iritel gone through paired up, even in the laning phase, could have been a struggle for Stitch. So, I'm thinking if Yangon might want to consider...
Is there any mid that's problematic here? Like, maybe Aurora?
Yeah, I think an Aurora ban is warranted.
Just considering
we saw
like, what
Lina
happened.
play it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you take out the Aurora, then you're left with a strong burst. I mean, Vexana has completely fallen out of favor in the meta. I don't think we will see that. Yangon might even be trapped with a Novaria pick later on.
All right, Jushin, respectable ban. The other pick that Zippy Cutie, like now you got to consider. Do you want to get take out the 1-1 or take out the Moskov. I would say both are quite okay considerations for the ban.
Either or, considering that Yangon, if they open up the 1-1 for themselves, that means they're already thinking about burst. I wonder though if they're still
Oh
willing
wait,
to
Hilda. Like you
flex
said,
up
Hilda.
with
Hilda might be a good ban here.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Completely forgot.
The hill. Yeah, same though. It like slipped my mind too. I think there's somewhere in this draft we'll see either Hylos or Gatot show up along with the Phobias.
I feel like if either or, they would prioritize banning out the Gato, because I feel like the Gato has been banned quite a few times. I feel like Gato Aurora is okay. Aurora maybe a little bit niche. Maybe they feel like it was just a fluke. Lina just had a good positioning to do that. So Gato does seem pretty okay in terms of the ban. If they get them themselves, that could actually be much better. That could actually be really, really good.
Yeah. You know who's been completely overlooked this entire grand finals? Glue.
Well, now that the Fairmans gets banned, it should be the Glue. Let's see here. I feel like the Glue will have actually a harder time going up against YG unless you're very patient, because my experience with the Glue is that sometimes I want to rush pulling people in, but then they just dash away. So I'm just end up in a very bad spot. But if you're patient, just wait for the dash and then you pull them in, then your glue is annoying as heck. That's the kind of glue that separates friendships.
Yeah, friendships, families, entire communities. That's what the hero was built for. Let's see if Mythic Seals will end up with it. With the long longs. It's been a long time since we've seen that hero pop up in the... We did see it yesterday, but... Ooh, Basha, that's interesting.
Now, actually, the glue is looking pretty good because you can actually handle the Baxia because he doesn't have a dash. He rolls, and then you'll be hating, but he can't dash away.
Yeah. So I think they might lean towards either a glue, high loss, if they want to revitalize Glorious Pathway. I like the 1-1 that you mentioned. We might actually see it pop up. Unless Mythic goes for an absolute super swerve and they go X-Borg jungle, they put the Lucas in the EXP.
Oh, I don't mind that, actually. I don't mind that. Later on, it's going to be trouble with the Granger, but you'll cross the bridge when you get there. Just win the early game. So there you go, the glue. I like that we're actually ready to draft and the 1-1. Hey, we're kind of good at this.
Yeah, I think this could be our jobs.
Farsa?
You know? I like the Farsa.
Yeah, just to deal with the 1-1. And then just
need
ignore
that
everyone
burst.
else.
But then are you willing to give the feathered airstrike to the Valentina? And you're up against a chip. Are you willing to be static?
Well, then maybe the Aurora then, right? It worked before. It worked before.
Yeah.
Gives a lot of space and then makes it easier for the Hayabusa to actually get his quad shadow in. Other than that, if you want to be super safe, I guess the Novaria. Oh, the Kimmy. Completely forgot about the Kimmy for this one. And we just talked about how there's no Kimmy in this series. And then there's one.
We finally got it. So the two heroes that we both mentioned has been kind of missing in the in-game action finally pop up. The Glue for Mythic Seal, the Kimmy for Yangon Galacticos. I'm thinking though, there's something about the lineup of Yangon that I feel like if they lose this early, it's so devastating to try and make a comeback because they are not an early comp. They are 100% wait for Kimmy and Granger to get their items comp.
Yeah, unless the Hayabusa gets good kills, but looking at lanes, it's only the 1-1. But then Boya just has to stay around the goal lane, and then you just neutralize the Hayabusa. I do agree with you. There's not a good lane for Han to actually get a kill. You can try onto Nico, but Nico has been proving he used to be a jungle, and a lot of those skills transferred to the mid.
Yeah. Let's see what's gonna happen in this one. It's game number 5. Will it be another stomp trade? Will it be an even more competitive game? If I've learned anything from this region and for their gameplay, you never know what to expect. It's the grand finals, baby.
Whoever gets the win here will be claiming a match point because the score right now is 2-2. Who will get the third victory? This is Mythic Seal going up against YG. And in this draft, this time, Mythic Seal, without that joy, can they get a win?
if they get a win, if they get a win without their joy, that has to be like one of the most joy that they'll feel in this series outside of getting the joy. It's like, guys, we can actually do it. And we did really well without it. Well, that's one less thing to worry about in the draft for us.
Yeah. And then can be like, yeah, but still, if it's open, give it to me.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, we can without it, but just give it to me. I kind of like it. Let's remind everyone at home, they played each other yesterday in a best of 5, and it was YG was the one that actually got the W. Even though we have to mention it was off of the mistake coming in from Mythic Seal. And historically, it's always Mythic Seal favored. So YG, this is their setting ground, right? Not only would they be able to confidently beat Mythic Seal, but go to MSC, and now they went on to Boye. Boye actually flickering out, but Blink is going to be the one gets taken down. Ken grabs first blood.
Exactly what we were talking about. Yeah, they found a good start. They could have taken Boye down, but trading against the core 3 of Mythic Seal is so difficult for a Kimmy, a Badang, and a Hayabusa to do. 100% the Lucas, the Chip, and the Valentina all will trump them in damage. That even if they get a good pick, 100% Mythic Seal will be able to trade out with the composition that they have in the center of the map.
Unless Mythic Seal just completely whiffs a lot of skills. And now looking at the turtle has been started. Ying trying to push people away. Nico doing significant damage onto Ying. And they got to be careful because between the Hayabusa as well as the Lucas has a better time, but now Boye got caught. He uses the ult here, but Boye gets taken down by Lina. The fight continues. Ying actually takes down Ken. What was I saying about missing abilities? Now Mythic Seal, they're the ones gets taken down.
Oh my goodness, Ying! I did not see that coming. Neither did Kun. And Yangwon, just like that, turned things around. The sheer willpower of this Baxia with a Revitalize was the difference maker. Tortoise's Pusans also dropped down. Oh my good, I did not see that coming.
Yeah, now Lina, quite early, getting that concentrated energy, making it so that you can stay in the fight for a long time. Not just with the sustain, but with the build up of the damage as well. Funny how whenever we say like, oh no, this is bad, they're in a bad spot. Oh wait, they just got a few kills. Oh, now it looks better now. Lina popped off yesterday, getting an MVP performance. I believe only dying once. 2-0-1, already looking pretty good on this Kimmy. And unless Boye gets a good flank, no one can get on top of this Kimmy because the Kimmy is very, very slippery.
Facing an opponent that you don't expect is dangerous. Facing an opponent that don't even expect what they're doing is even more dangerous. I feel like that's like the learning I'm gonna get after this grand finals, where it's like, if your opponent even doesn't know or completely understand what they're doing, yet they're beating you, then that is more terrifying than anything. And with how Yangon are playing, with how Mythic Seals are playing, again, I can't fault Mythic Seal for wanting to take that fight. They take this fight in the bottom lane, but look at Ying! An absolute wall in the bottom lane is like, I'm fine here. I don't even need to pop my Revitalize. Though he did use his ultimate. So that might be the timing that Mythic Seal, or the condition that they wanted to remove before the turtle spawns in 22.
It's crazy. There's absolutely no change on the Baxia. It takes Kimmy to come back into the meta for people to realize like, hey, why did we stop using this guy? It's kind of crack. It's kind of good. Anti-heal is amazing when you don't have to build for it. And now speaking of which, the turtle is spawning. Looking at all the spells, everyone has everything. Even Ying on that Revitalize. So if they want to go for a team fight, everyone is available. The question is, how does Mythic Seal go for this team fight? Does Kun start it off? Do they wait for Boye with the portal? Or can just say, hey, I can do 1v5. No problem. Hold my drink.
Yeah, I think it has to be through multiple angles. Earlier, it looked like Yangon were really ready for the entry of the chip. It looks like the glue is going to be the first in the target. Kun able to still get away. Boye finds the gank angle, but just like that, Yangon back off. They were ready for the entry of Boye. Turtle, no one full committing just yet, but Mythic Seal have opened up the bottom of the map as Ken decided to split push instead. It's going to be a longer dance for this Turtle.
Yeah, I feel like Ken really wants to rush those 2-item power spikes because that skill, that would really help out. Nico now, oh boy, yeah, use the teleport, gets onto Stitch. Stitch tries to run away. There's no way that you can go. Ken secures the kill. Hun gets the turtle, sure. But now Ken, with the War Axe, he will be ramping up higher and higher in damage as the fight goes.
Good trade for Mythic Steels. They decided to give up that turtle. They got a kill up top onto the gold laner. They'll get their 1-1 out, but in the bottom lane, looks like Ying and Blink will stop Ken from being able to defend the tower in the bottom. So trades across the map. Both teams playing to the macro. I'm liking how this game is going down more. I think this is the closest game that we've seen so far this series.
Yeah, looks more balanced.
Yeah.
A lot of teetering, seesawing, not really a single stomp. We don't see anyone making huge mistakes, and we're just seeing that team just trying to outplay each other. So yeah, definitely looking pretty good. Lina now having the Blood Wings is going to be a bigger problem soon. I'm really looking at how Mythic Seal can take care of Lina, because if not, going to take over the game. Because at late game, when everyone skills up, I would say YG has the advantage here.
Oh my goodness, oh, they popped and found Ken! That was just Ying providing vision and Han deciding to go in shadow kill. Ken gets blasted in the map, and Yaon looks like aren't completely phased by what happened in the previous game. They're making the right decisions across the map.
Yeah, and now Boye is holding that bush. Even if he does use the shortcut, I kind of doubt that they're really ready for a kill. But now that Ken is up, he wants to go onto Stitch. Shortcut comes in. Ken gets the kill onto Stitch. And now no one can help out. Everyone disengage. And put the cherry on top. Even the turtle spawns there.
Yeah, you can't blame anyone at that point. At that point, it's literally just accepting reality. It's like, oh, this is what it feels like to go up against a chip. You know, this is what happens to us. And now Yangon will have to try and contest this turtle. If they will, with just 4 members, they don't have their gold laner right now. Stitch has returned to the map, but it looks like Ying is going to get trapped there. Already popped the revitalized tortoise. Q-Saw is keeping him alive as well. Crossbow Tang already committed. No ultimate here for the 1-1. Han goes in. YG goes in, but Ken gets the retribution. He gets the turtle down. Hayabusa down as well. Make that a double kill for Ken. He's going after Stitch, but Ken has taken too much damage. He backs off. Meanwhile, another kill on the board there for Nico as he takes down the Basha to boot.
Oh, it's starting. It's starting. Kun and Nico trying to show up. Dude, I like when Nico gets an aggressive mid lane, man, but something to note. I saw signs that actually YG can control this like crazy, because we talk about how the Boxer is good against the Kimmy. Now to think about it, it can be good against the 1-1 as well, because he took the entirety of the crossbow of Tang and it barely hurt him. The one that hurt him was Nico and Ken.
Yeah, I was surprised too. I was waiting to see the health bar go down quicker, but oh, wait. Oye, gets para Belina and Blink. Let's see if the 1-1 will have enough damage. Only up to 2 main items. Had to build the Wind of Nature, so went for defensive for the 3rd. Let's see if Ying will be able to absorb the damage of the 1-1 later on. Again, another fight at the bottom.
That looks like Kuan got caught, immobilized, and now Han goes in with the Ogi shadow kill, but it only hits the longs, the glue, making the Hayabusa be like, bro, what you're targeting? I'm still here.
That was unfortunate for Han. I was wondering, it's like, wait, what is this hitting? And then you pointed it out. It was the longs of the glue. And you can't blame it, because I think Hayabusas are used to that timer. Even though it's been a while since this revamp came out, you're used to thinking of that as the ultimate. But now it's just the 2nd skill, bro.
Yeah, not gonna lie, even I forgot. I was like, hey, there's no damage. And it's like, bro, of course. You're split up into multiple beings. Hey, now it's something for us to consider in the draft after this. Like, hey, Hayabusa, counter with the glue.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, attempt.
Bro. Oh, at 10 minutes. When the Lord is gonna come up. Now it's really game time. I feel like Mythic Seal, if they can seal it in the next 5 minutes, they're good. If it gets longer, man, hey, maybe Maybe the Kimmy will do work. Maybe the Granger will do work. Maybe the Boxer will be too much for Mythic Seal to handle.
In the closest game we've had so far this entire grand finals, now we wait with bated breath. The first pause of the day, as this might. Let's see what happens. Of course, we know we gotta do our best to give a good environment for our players, but what does this do for the momentum that Mythic Seal have found themselves in? Because the players are not allowed to re-strategize at this point. That's true.
Yeah.
But if you're Yangon, that's a moment for you to go, all right, we have a moment to breathe, guys.
Yeah. I honestly agree with you. You're even thinking the same thing that I'm thinking. I feel like this pause will hurt Mythic Seal more than it will hurt YG. But maybe we can, I don't know. If I were to turn this around, I feel like for a professional team, when you're having this big of a lead, it's actually good for you to take a breather, right? To make sure that you don't make plays that you don't have to. Because we've seen that multiple times where it's really unnecessary to go for fights, but because of your emotions, because of the heat of the moment. Maybe this is good for both teams. Chill down, don't force things out.
Yeah, that's true. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this is also... I know not all teams do this, but just so people know there that teams all throughout the world will try to simulate real life scenarios. Like they'll pipe in crowd noise through their ears, even though they're wearing sound blocking gear, sound blocking tech, just anything that could simulate the potential hiccups that could go on in the live setting, and included into that are pauses. So maybe Mythic Seal Yangon, they have training in this regard of like, guys, we have to remember pauses. They can happen. We have to make sure that it doesn't mess up our flow, because if it messes up the flow for Mythic Seal, it'll be incredibly unfortunate. They have a good lead here. They found their footing. The longs are even showing up at the right time up against that Hayabusa. They have everything going right for them.
At least we gotta say that it didn't happen while they're doing the Lord dance. The Lord is about to spawn.
Yeah.
But I would say if there's any time for a pause, this is actually a pretty good one. 10 minutes in.
Yes.
I feel like during a Lord dance, that would be one of the worst times because you just lose your tempo.
Yeah.
YG. As of right now, I would say it's still Mythic Seal favored, right? Yeah, the only thing that makes it difficult is really that Kimi, because honestly, this game might go where Kimi is absolutely deathless, because even Ken is having a hard time getting onto that Kimi. This is one of those situations where you kind of wish you were at EXP Lucas, just because then you can have the flicker, right? Even though, yes, with the flash step, that's a very long dash, but sometimes, mid laners and gold laners, they learn to respect that distance, so they make sure that I don't have to deal damage. I just have to make sure that you don't catch me.
Yeah. Especially with the lineup that Yangon paired up, it's not just the Kimi, it's also the Granger. Like two very long range heroes here that, yes, the biggest problem for Yangon right now, as it looks like, is one of the age-old problems going up against a glue, is that you have the right damage profile with it. At this point, because Yangon doesn't have the items, the answer is no. They don't have the right damage profile for it. But the good thing is they have the right pieces to empower the Granger and Kimi that can tell them, guys, just stay in the back. Even if we lose the Badang or the Baksha, we're doing our jobs. That increases the chances that they get to do damage from afar. Maybe the Hayabusa could go in later with a shadow kill to deliver that burst that you can spread it out to set up for even more damage. So I think as Yangon, as this game goes on, Mythic Seal will then acknowledge that, wait a minute, it's getting a little bit more difficult for us, because that's going to be the nature of the lineup for Yangon. The good thing is, though, you're in the position right now of your Mythic Seal looking at the game going like, we can end this in the next 3 to 4 minutes.
Yep. And again, we got to talk about what's at stake here, because getting this win means that you are at match point. It means that your opponent can no longer afford a mistake, either in draft or in gameplay, because one more win after this one will put you in MSC X EWC, and every team all around the world, this is what they're gunning for. This is what they're aiming for. And now we're jumping back into the game. Mythic Seal still controlling the Lord. And then YG here, looking at Blink, trying to find an opportunity to actually go in. Nico takes away that fist break.
Okay, gets the ultimate off the Badang. That could be big later on. It's only a small lead here for Mythic Seal, so Yangon definitely has a chance to turn things around. Maybe a miraculous steal by Han and the Lord could be one of the things that they're eyeing at. You make it look like that they're going for a full fight, but they're actually just setting up for the retry. Then they all back off. Let's see if they can actually find that.
Now they see Ying being in the front line. It looks like they were trying to entertain the idea of actually taking him down, but both Lina as well as Stitch is there just to deter them for a bit. And now it looks like Mythic Seal, even though they're losing a bit in terms of where they're positioned at the Lord, but look at down bottom. The Lucas is slow pushing that one, so they're trying to play the back row game here against YG.
Yeah, they send the Granger back. Kimi also pushed back a bit, although he's there paired up with Blink to clear up the middle minion wave. Still looks good for Mythic Seal, honestly. Again, they have the chip with them so they can call in reinforcement very quickly.
Yep. Traction Pulse, pull, Zippy Cutie, going quite low. And looks like what Mythic Seal really wants is actually to go for the kill, because they actually had an opportunity to just go straight for the Lord, but they resetted it in order to bait out YG. So they're playing the patient game here. They want to have a very clean team fight win. But look at here, it looks like Ken got caught. He tries to get away. Boye now coming down bottom. Stitch is able to get away, but now the portal comes in, trying to get Blink, but Ying goes in, and Ken gets shut down. Blink gets the kill, Lina gets the kill onto Nico, and even though Mythic Seal, they wanted to fight, YG is so ready for this fight. Only Kun and Zippy Cutie is still alive. One person is on the Lord, everyone else try to rush mid.
A worldie of a turnaround for the Galacticos. Now they have a considerable lead. They found the read onto Ken, wanting to clear up the bottom portion of his jungle. They were able to escape the initial shortcut. Then they re-engaged, and Yangon gets the Lord. What a turnaround. This is the grand finals game that we're waiting for. Neck and neck, 13 minutes in, and now Mythic Seal has to defend against a lineup that is very good against sieging.
This is showing that YG has understood the pathing of Mythic Seal. They know that Ken is going to be the one handling the sideways. They don't have to control the sideways. They just have to wait down in the middle, man. Catch him in the middle of the rotation. And this is where we see the prowess of a Badang. One good set, and then you win the team fight.
See if Young Galacticos can find another. Can Blink lead the charge? Can Ying hold the front? He actually spots out the chip. This might be a big force fight. If Boy decides to use down the shortcut, what is the call gonna be for Mythic Seal? Is he just gonna run? Han goes in with a shadow kill, but he gets spread out to the minion wave. Boy will be able to escape, and here comes the shortcut. The turnaround, baby. Crossbow of Tang ready. Yangon has spaced out. Han gets found out by Ken, but Blink finds the Lucas. Han gets spotted out by Nico. Both jugglers are down. Zippy Cutie finds the Baksha. A wall by the Badang means another kill traded. 2 for 2. What a sequence. Nico might be final, but Boy is here, LaFell.
Dude, Boye trying to help out any way that he can. Nico still survive, having to flicker out of that. And dude, Ken, he actually made the right play. He waited behind. He tried to catch someone. He went for Han. But what happened? Why was the flash combo not enough to take down this Hayabusa? And I gotta say, Hayabusa being able to dodge the Bijudama point blank, now that's a Kakashi moment right there.
What a dodge by Han, and that little moment led to a big result, which was just an even trade across the board for these two. That Mythic Seal don't need to worry. It looked like it looked very bad for them, then they turned it around, but then Blink showed up. Back and forth again. This is the quality we've been waiting for this grand finals. After 4 games of just trading dominant performances, we finally get to see an even playing field, an even ball game. It's now up to who slips up first or who shows up a level of quality unexpected by the other. This is game number 5. This is the grand finals for the inaugural Super League, and this is what we've been waiting for.
This is crazy, man, but I gotta say this. The one that has to take down the tank, the Boxia here from Ying, is not the marksman. It's actually the mid laner because Zippy Cutie, like, yeah, you have great attack speed, but Boxia loves that. 1-1, Kimi, Claude, give him all these attack speed heroes, and Boxia will be smiling. Like, Boxia could die for sure, but maybe in the next 3 patch, it will take such a long time. It gives room for Han, Lina, and Stitch to deal the damage.
Speaking of damage, you're seeing crit values coming out of that 1-1, 1,400 with the physical, 867 plus on the magic. Oh, the damage is online for this 1-1. Yangon, what's gonna happen here? Because Mythic Seal looked clear into getting that Lord.
Oh, it now looks like Ying finally got caught, taking a lot of damage, but finally it gets taken down. Now Kun having to flicker out Ogi's shadow kill onto the members of Mythic Seal, and now looks like with the Winter Crown, and look at that all coming in from Nico. Nico on the Valentina, taking away the Padang ult, and now Zippy Cutie goes for the kill, triple kill, able to get Stitch, and now only Han and Nico, dude, no.
Oh, Nico.
Oh, Nico.
You know what? He deserves him. Let him. Because when you need someone, when you need anyone to show up, small in stature, big in how he plays and how he has led Mythic Seal to secure match point in this game number 5. Valentina cosplay as a Badang. What a final big series of punches by Mythic Seal and Nico.
Dude, love him or hate him, Nico is probably the MVP of this playoffs, of this grand finals, if they end up winning, man, because jungler going into mid and now looking like a roamer / EXP laner, double dash, flicker, fist, crack to the wall, getting 3. Dude, Valentina is just a better everything else, man.
Yeah, I mean, IMU, it's the name of her ultimate, and Nico has showed it up earlier in the lower bracket finals. It was his X-Borg, now it's as a Badang. Crazy.
Let me tell you a secret, right? I talked with Buton, and it was actually mistranslated. It's not the full name. The actual name of the ult of Valentina is like, I am you, but better.
Ooh.
That's the full name. That's the full name. Show some respect, okay? Mistranslation.
Yeah.
Sorry, folks.
I am you, but better. And Nico can definitely say that with pride. Now, again, you're not going to ban the Valentina. But now you're thinking about that Valentina of like, what are we willing to give up? And because of Zippy, bro, he hit his power spike exactly when they needed him to. Once those crits were popping off, we were like, oh, even the box is gonna melt to this, man. This does not look good. And then paired up with the Valentina Badang cosplay, Zippy following up to that, he deserves his spotlight too, deserves his MVP.
The fact that Zippy Cutie didn't die all throughout this game, it's good, because as good of a set that Nico had, it would be absolutely useless if there's no follow-up. Dude, Nico is like, hey, let me be the mid, let me be the tank, let me be the EXP. This guy is insane. If they go to MSE, Nico is the guy to watch. Shut him down, and then maybe you have a good time. Because now we got to talk about this. Mythic Seal, they won without the joy.
Yep.
Without the joy.
Dude, we were talking about that earlier at the start of the game. Like, if they win this without the joy, that's like major motivation now. Now if you're looking at Yangon, they're going like, guys, we took out the joy, but they still won. What the hell are we supposed to do now?
Like, at that point, like, this is weird. But they'd be like, Blink, what are you doing? And I'm like, what do you mean, what am I doing? You frisk cracked us. That was not me. That was Nico. But then they're like, yeah, but you gave away the ult. What do you want me to do, man? Like, that's the kind of things that will make your teammates hate you. It's like, why'd you give the
Yep.
ult? What choice do I have?
Exactly as we dropped earlier, when it gets to a very close game such as this, again, the type of game we've been waiting for all grand finals long, it takes one guy doing something unexpected, rising above when it looks like they're running out of options to try and equalize, to try and take control. And then Nico shows up, and then Zippy Cutie follows up as well. If you're Yangon, whatever the recovery will be heading into game number 6, it has to be world-class recovery, draft preparation to force a game 7.
Yeah. Dude, that was amazing. Like, you can have a lot of highlights, but I'm pretty sure everyone just wants to look at that one, the last one. And now,
Yeah.
Mythic Seal, they are fulfilling the prophecy of always beating YG. And here's the thing, let's remember, Mythic Seal has not gone to international just yet. At most, they've been in SPS, but they don't even make it to the offline venue. So, will this finally, after 3 times going to the grand finals, will this finally be the time that they go outside of Myanmar?
Again, the story for Mythic Seal, to add even more to what Lafell has already dropped down, 2023 M5 Myanmar qualifier, they lost 4-3 to Burmese Ghouls. You go into the MSC 2024 Myanmar qualifier, they get swept by AI, they drop to 4th. M6 Myanmar qualifier, they lose 4-3 again, this time to Falcon Esports. If Mythic Seal finally make it to an international event, live on site, this is a long time coming for them. That this is finally like years, literally years of pent-up frustration not being able to go international, finally getting released.
And the thing is, like, you talked about their history, and I heard a lot of 4-3 Ranmar. If YG wins the next one, I feel like a sense of PTSD might be coming.
Exactly.
Especially for Ken, especially for Zippy. They were like, we've been here before. Like,
yeah.
At that point, like, as strong, no matter how strong your mental is, it might crack. But we're going for a break. We'll see. Can Mythic Seal close this out, or YG extend us to a full game 7? My name is Afel. This is Renmar. We'll catch you guys right after the break.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Twice in the past has Mythic Seal been denied an entry into an international tournament after falling 4-3. Now they have match point, one game away from flying to Riyadh and securing the first ever MLBB Super League championship for Myanmar. Game number 6, Renmar and Mirko here. And after what we saw from game number 5, I will admit, I honestly don't know anymore, man. I just don't know anymore.
Yeah, man. I don't know. Me too. It really just comes down to individual skill at this point, right? We're seeing a lot of different drafts. We're seeing that the Joy finally is getting respected, yet Mythic Seal refused to go down. They figured out a way to win without the Joy. And turns out, when you don't get the Joy, you play through your playmaker in the mid lane. Nico, man, phenomenal performance back to back to back to back. LaFell said it in the game as well previously, right? Like, if there is a playoff MVP, he thinks it's probably going to be Nico. I think I got to agree with that. Nico has been phenomenal in the games that he has won, and this is truly his redemption from doing something very, very stupid yesterday. A big throw up against YG in the last game, in the game that possibly could be the reverse sweep game to make it to the grand finals, but it will all be corrected if he wins here today, if he has a statement victory. He already kind of has, right? But you have to win. You can't just make these statement plays and then go on to live your day, live your life. No, you have to win. You have to make it to MSC, and you got to show the world, mainly Myanmar, to all the non-believers, the doubters, that Mythic Seal deserves to be up there in the international stage for Myanmar.
Yeah, 100%. Nico has solidified himself as a bona fide star. Let's pull back the curtains a little bit for the viewers out there. Before every major international tournament, the talents involved all have a big meeting and we talk about who the stars are, players to watch out for. If Mythic Seal are the team to go to MSC, 100% Nico's name will be the first to get dropped as the guy to watch out for. So let's see if they can manipulate the draft so that Nico ends up with another star-making, star performance pick. But Yawan Galacticos, 100% they're now going to be thinking of the mid lane that they've seen. Okay, even without the Joy, Ken can win. So let's not put too much focus on Ken. Let's look at the young man at the center of the map now. Let's give a lot of difficulty onto Nico.
Let's see what it is going to be for Mythic Seal. Again, there are two ways that they can actually play now, right? It's either Ken gets the Joy or Nico gets a playmaker. If both are denied, we're going to have to see a brand new style of play for them. And I think it just might be the case here for the final game, perhaps, for them. Because YG are going to be going in guns blazing, banning out every hero, just respecting how powerful Nico and Mr. Ken can be. Hopefully Zippy can pop off, can, come back in and show how good he can be. Because so far, I think Zippy has kind of just been just the guy that's reliable. He hasn't really been the game changer, the carry, the X factor. That's really mostly been on Ken, on Nico as well. Boye, I want to see him on the Tigreal again, maybe like on these big picks, and finally being able to make that play happen, only if Ken and Nico don't get their picks. Because if they get their picks, then hey, go for it. Just play for them, right? It's already worked 3 times out of 5 games so far. Keep on doing it.
Yeah. Another question to add to all the multiple questions we already have here, especially considering the center of the map for Mythic Seal, is now looking at the other side at Yahan Galacticos. Are you gonna do what is that? This is like one of the most go-to strats for teams that are about to lose the grand finals. Let's say it's game 6 or it's match point for the other side. They immediately show up with a hyper-aggressive early to mid lineup that can end the game in like 11 to 13 minutes. The thing is, though, in this metagame, the options for that are quite thin and even more risky. Because if they decide to go for something that has like a jawhead in the lineup because they want for that crazy early to mid game aggro, that can still be punished by the other side just ending up with like a badang or a glue. So that's an even bigger question now for Yahan Galacticos. Can you play the crazy aggro game?
Oh, there's a lot of questions right now. You can already see the pressure as well, really playing a part in this possibly final game of the series. YG, they came into this matchup confident. They came in with fresh, unlike Mythic Seal. They had to go through a banger of a series up against AI, 4 games out of 5. And having to play another one, we spoke about how that could be a double-edged sword. It could be a momentum, could be something of a momentum they can use in the grand finals, or it could also just hurt them when it comes to fatigue. It has been, one of the biggest factors for a lot of different tournaments. That's why in our own MPLs, our lower bracket finals and our grand finals is actually separated. The fact that they have to go through a best of 5 to a best of 7 straight back to back shows you just how mentally strong they are. Shows you how good they are at resetting and saving strats, because a lot of the picks that we're seeing here were not. We didn't get to see it up against AI.
Because of factors beyond their control, things we haven't discussed. What you can definitely laud and praise the players and organizations in Myanmar is simply their resilience. Resilience outside of the game, resilience in drafts, resilience when it comes to the execution. That now we just want to make sure that the environment for these two teams is 100% the best that can be delivered at this time. There can be no slip-ups. There can be no hiccups. If Mythic Seal want to end a history of heartbreak, they have to do it now. Lest they go to a best of 1 game 7 where it's instantly that mental is going to be a factor. The history will play a factor. I'm on that boat of this has to be the game that Mythic Seals win it.
Has to be. It almost seems like it's written in the stars, patient as ever, Mythic Seal, all the way from their heyday. They've just never been able to qualify for the M World Championship for an MSC. The internationals have been just one step away, always so close yet so far, and Ken has been part of this lineup all the way from the start, from when they formed as a team together with the old Falcon, the old guards of the Falcon Esports lineup with Justin, with Ruby DD. Now he's the only member from that first lineup of Mythic Seal. He's gone through it all. He's gone through failing 3 times to qualify to an international major. This could be it. This could be his proving moment. Because just right before the M6 World Championship qualifier, Renmar, he told me that was his last. If he didn't qualify, he's done with MLBB, at least for a year. But you can still see him playing in this grand finals. You still see him trying his darn best.
He fought on and he stayed. And now as we end up with the draft, one of the major questions for the series is already answered. No, Ken will not get his joy.
Nope.
Then another question
No
pops up. Will he even get the Lucas? Because if I'm Yangon, I wouldn't be surprised if they even rush pick the Lucas with the first 2 picks on the red side.
This is, I would say, a pretty confusing first pick here. The Kalea is up for grabs. It has been one of the best picks, I'd say, for almost every single match, every single tournament we've casted for ever since that release, the release of Kalea. But the 1-1 has also kind of been a weird first pick for Mythic Seal that has been working out. They're going to opt to go for the Kalea. They will leave the 1-1 later, which I agree with. This should be just a solid draft for them. They don't need to overthink anything. They just need to go with what works, because the pressure's all on YG. If YG were to make, if someone were to make those desperate calls, it has to come from YG, not from Mythic Seal.
Yeah. Mythic Seal, they can, if it's going to be available for them and if it looks good, Lucas Valentina would be great picks yet again on Blue 2-3. Well, Yangon, I respect this Baksha priority. They're going up against a Kalea, although that already shows that this Baksha will be going to the roam to sort of counter the healing dished out by the passive of the Kalea. But I think, they're really waiting if they're going to go for their gold laner now or their mid. Is it the Juicin? No, it's the 1-1 that they'll get.
Yeah. Oh, the 1-1 gets taken away. That's why I was a bit concerned. But this does mean that Mythic Seal can just go for the Irithel, right? They've been picking up the 1-1 so much, they know how to counter it. This is their bread and butter, up against the 1-1. The Lucas is also up for grabs. Now, that is a bit of a concern, because if YG have already picked up the 1-1, usually you want to stay away from the Lucas pick. They're going to go for the Hayabusa. A pick that hasn't worked for Ken. A Granger as well. No Irithel. They're going to play with the kill pressure in the Granger and the standard counter in the 1-1, which is the Assassin. But at this point, I'll say it's a bit risky to go for these picks. We know how inconsistent Mythic Seal are when Ken isn't on a comfort pick.
I will say the dreaded B word. It's been quite bad of a time for Ken when he ends up with the Hayabusa. And I think that is definitely an idea Yangon will be playing around, man. The Baksha roam rush, and I'm really leaning on the idea that this is a roam. I feel like they were already thinking about the Hayabusa getting showed up at Blue 2-3. That now they have one of the best picks that they can pick up to pressure the jungle of the Hayabusa of Ken. Yangon add even more pressure as they end up with a Hilda. Whatever Mythic Seal ends up with in the EXP lane has to be something that can leave lane quickly. It cannot be a passive EXP laner because it has to help out in the jungle of Ken.
Dude, this draft for YG, they've done this before. They have started a game with an overwhelming advantage in the draft to go on and lose it. But it's looking so strong. Redmar, the Hilda, the Baksha, two very tanky members. The Hilda with that pressure you were talking about already. This is probably the best choice to go for when you're up against the Hayabusa and the Granger. And to add on to that, it's not a comfort pick. It's not a joy. It's a Hayabusa that has not won on the hands of Ken just yet throughout the playoffs. It's different in the regular season. For some reason, this Hayabusa has just been bearing a curse that has not been lifted just yet. YG with a ban on Farsa. Another pick that would be quite good at dealing with the 1-1 to help the Hayabusa, help the Granger add on to the killing pressure. And Mythic Seal will try to go for also probably... Oh, no, they go for Badang here, thinking that this Baksha is probably going to go to the hands of Han.
Whoa, okay. I honestly overlooked that possibility of the Baksha going into the jungle as a flex pick. And honestly, that Badang getting banned out, actually... in the big picture of it all, yeah, if Yanga decided to flex it and then they pick up a Badang still in the roam, Hilda XP, jungle Baksha, that would have been totally game over. So what a read by Mythic Seal that they can still spot that out. But with Yangon banning out the Farsa and the Jusin, it seems like the last best options for Nico are a Valentina that doesn't have a lot of ultimates to steal, and on Aurora if you just want to go for the sheer pick-off combination with the Kalea.
The Juicin, taking away that utility pick. Usually, we do see that right from Mythic Seal. When they don't get their hands on something like a Farsa, they opt to go for the Juicin. And currently, we can talk about the Valentina. That is a comfort pick for Mythic Seal's Nico. But there's no good ultimates to take. And that's why YG don't really care about the Valentina right now. There's no Badang on the other side too, so no crazy sets that he can do as well. Mythic Seal, is this going to be another roamer ban to shut Blink down? And if it is, no, it's going to be the Kimmy. Trying to take away the setup of the Baksha already picked in to go for the Kimmy pick. Now no Farsa, no Juicin, no Kimmy. What's the mid lane going to be?
Either of these two teams have the names of Valentina, Faramis, and Aurora floating about. That could be an option. I think Yangon, I wouldn't be so mad if they decide to full commit on dive and aggression early on, the pokes. If they go Valentina here, they can steal away the ultimate of the Kalea and whatever Nico ends up with, most likely. I wouldn't mind a Valentina. Like, just go in for the close range dive and aggression that you could go for. Oh, no way! Oh, what a pick!
Selena, in a game of their lives to qualify to MSC x EWC, a Selena pick. This is uncharacteristic of YG, a team that is known to, again, play systematically, to a team that builds up from the early game. To go for a Selena pick, you can already see how desperate they are to get the win here. And truly, if we're talking about that early to mid game, this is a composition to do just that, to snowball out of control right after winning the initial turtle fight. Mythic Seal, they need a bit more firepower. But what's it gonna be up against this composition with so many of the mid laners taken away? Do you lean to comfort or do you lean to another risky pick in the Novaria and the Phobius to end things? YG, jungler or roam?
Are you gonna play the slow front to back or just go for an assassin that can dive that Novaria?
Has to be a Ling.
What's it gonna be, YG? Yeah, I was thinking that too. It has to be the Ling. It can't even be a Lancelot in this scenario because you see that Phobius assassin. It has to be. No! They go for Baksha Angela as their potential final gambit. They still swerve the Baksha into the jungle. Okay, you not only is it for the Baksha, it could also be for the 1-1 in the mid to the late game. And even when the 1-1 doesn't have the items yet, you can use the Angela pairing with it so that you empower it a little bit earlier. You won't get so much damage, but it's still gonna be really strong. But with Mythic Seal having the Novaria, that means a good amount of the initial burst that can actually be dished out by a Star Shatter could just be recovered through. At this point, the Novaria isn't going to be for damage. There's a good chance it might just be mostly for utility to set up the Granger, Hayabusa, and even the Fovies to deal majority of the damage.
A bold pick for YG, but I think that might just be the right pick to extend the series, to force out a game number 7. This is the typical YG that we see. Renmar, bring us to game 6.
This could be destiny finally achieved by Mythic Seal, or for Yangon Galacticos to just deliver another nightmare, to force another game 7 against a team that has a history of dropping in those scenarios. Game 6, Grand Finals for the Super League of Myanmar. Again, I'm still absolutely gobsmacked by the draft swerve of Yangon.
Same here. YG have truly been the better team when it comes to draft. And Mythic Seal, the ways that they've been able to win, it really has been through these hero moments from these individual players. Ken, already this game, starting off with that typical risk-taking style of Mythic Seal, a triangle pattern start to the game to get to level 4, possibly a level advantage by the time Turtle 1 spawns.
He's acknowledging the fact that at whatever point in the jungle, there will be someone invading. Earlier in the bottom lane, it was Hilda, now it's Han!
Abyssal Arrow, the trap also there! Han with first blood, Mythic Seal start the game with a big hurdle right in front of them. Another Abyssal Arrow forcing Boye to flicker out.
Not the start that you wanted if you're Ken, but the start that Yangon definitely set up for themselves. The info that Ying got in the bottom lane, that Ken was here, his timing going into the purple buff, and Han plus the arrow coming in from Blink was just perfect. That was Yangon showing Mythic Seal, we read your rotation, we know what you're gonna do.
And it goes to show once again, Ken won a pick that's not his comfort. Will always start the game somehow as the guy who gets first blooded. 0-2 is the average start for the Hayabusa in the playoffs so far. Blink again, finding an arrow on this pick on the Selena. Ken looking for a play in the bottom lane. Will be looking for the quad shadow here, but will not be able to fully commit onto it. Under the turret, even with the Star Shatter. Not enough. The Star Shatter hadn't landed, would have been a free kill over. A disaster to start things for Mythic Seal. It's a kill and a turtle for YG.
Lina hugged the wall just right at the very tip of the animation. And Han decides to invade yet again, although the purple buff hasn't spawned yet. Ying is here to pressure, Kun is here to help. Ken already brought down Solo. Ying flickers forward, and Ken has started 0-2. The average that you've mentioned, Mirko.
The curse of Hayabusa for Mythic Seal. The curse of Hayabusa for Ken. It just can't be thrown away. It can't be lifted. Not here. YG are doing all they can to keep that curse alive. Whoa, a weird retribution from Han. Actually, in a twist of fate, Ken, despite the 2 deaths, will still be able to get his purple.
He unintentionally peeled for his opposing jungler. Somehow, Han fumbled that retribution. I don't know, was he intimidated by the presence of Boya or something, it looks like? Let's just give it at that.
Oh, man.
Still, though, Ken finds a little bit of breathing room, a bit of a miracle that he's still able to get a purple buff in this scenario, as the lead for the Baksha is starting to balloon. And the 2 gold laners, 1-1 just has a little bit more gold, but Zippy's still close enough in terms of the farm to say that it's still competitive in the gold lane.
Really just looks like a dash of fate, you know, a pinch of destiny at that point. Getting the purple buff leashed for you in a situation like this when you start the game 0-2, losing Turtle 1. But it does mean that Mythic Seal have yet another chance given to them at this point by the gods of the game. To try to qualify.
Yeah, at that point, you could tell the universe just told Ken, we feel bad for you, bro. Here's some moments so that you can at least get a buff and remain competitive in the turtle. Zippy getting so much pressure, but he's avoided the abyssal arrows and even avoided some traps here and there. The right time, he has Hunter Strike with him. If Mythic Seal somehow get this, definitely the universe is smiling at Ken and Mythic Seal.
Good cancel on the shield unity. Blink unable to get the traps down here. No pressure. Kun able to control it again. Now it's going to all in onto the back. Good CC from Boye to cancel the retribution. It'll just be the turtle take, but Kun decides to take the Infernal Pursuit, leaving it to be a 2-for-1 trade. An Abyssal Arrow landing on the purple buff. Han, no retribution. Ken will try his best to get it and will be able to secure it.
They decide to back off. No kill secured yet for Mythic Seal. Oh no, Blink eats an arrow! Zippy Cutie trying to hold on! Can he survive? He does not! Blink finally lands the arrow onto Zippy, and he punishes him for it.
For every win of Mythic Seal, there's a bigger loss somewhere on the map, somewhere in the fight. It could have just been a 2-for-1, 2 kills for the turtle to stabilize the game, but Zippy was ganked. YG really pushing the tempo, really understanding that this composition needs to snowball in the early game. Ying is 4-0-0. This is literally the best route that YG could have possibly chosen for the Hilda, the man who can bully Novaria, Granger, and Hayabusa to be the one with 4 kills at the start of the game.
That's why Yangon decided to not go for an assassin. They knew the Hilda was more than enough. That landing abyssal arrows and Han going in at the right time would be enough. That they had the tools to pressure the back line. And the Hilda pick that once we saw it, we knew the absolute pain Ken and Mythic Seal would have to go through is the one absolutely shining for Yangon. Stitch goes bottom and will be able to take the tower there, but it's a cross-map trade for objectives as Mythic Seal get the tower up top. Still, 3,000, very close. Kun forced to flicker out so that he doesn't get arrowed, but Ken sees the Hilda and backs off.
YG are within their power spike. Stitch has just been farming up a notch, a whole level lead for the gold laner. Stitch, again with the pressure in the mid lane, can go and do whatever he pleases at this point of the game. There's no CC that can lock him down with that second skill. Zippy Cutie pops in and buys the Sky Piercer, but look at the damage! Oh, Ken forced to use the Quad Shatter defensively already. A shot for the Star Shatter tickles Han. A free neutral objective once more to YG.
And it's starting to look even worse for Mythic Seal as that turtle going to them means Yangon will now have full control at this portion of the game, and it will take a major error from Yangon Galacticos for Mythic Seal for them to be able to turn it around. Han is too farmed up, too tanky. Stitch way too comfortable in the farming that even if he somehow gets picked, there'll be a hard guard waiting for him. Zippy was safe, but he still somehow got hit by an abyssal arrow by Blink. We might just actually be already going to a Game 7. Mythic Seal, they can't escape the shadows of that Game 7, man.
They really can't. Back-to-back arrows, too, from Blink. Who, again, is on a pick that we call the desperate pick. But when you're this good, no wonder. No wonder it was the game changer. No wonder they put all their marbles into the Selena pick, into the Angela, too. They know that they have enough damage. This will be a big problem for YG as we get into the later stage of the game, though. That's the only hope that Mythic Seal are trying to hope for at this point. Like, it's just YG having, I would say, a composition that falls off. A Winter Crown will deal with the 1-1, a Wind of Nature, same goes. And then just a few Athena Shield, Radiant Armor, I think just that is already enough to deal with Blink.
Yeah. Radiant Armors especially, because once Stitch gets into the realm of building that Wind Talker, that crit build 1-1, then definitely that's going to help with the magic damage dished out by that item. So Mythic Seal, they have to hold on to that, but they cannot slip anymore. They cannot lose big fights. If someone's going to fall, you back out instantly. You don't try to trade it out. You really have to start minimizing your losses here. Looking at the two mid laners, it's good that Nico has been able to keep a gold lead over the Angela, who's been focused a bit more on supporting, has the glowing wand, has the enchanted talisman, but then at this point you need 4 items on that Novaria to really start feeling the pain or to start forcing some desperate moves from YG. Zippy's farm is there as well, but then again, there's another layer of problems. The Selena's Abyssal Arrows landing, and look at where Ying is, man. He could single-handedly win this fight for YG.
He could. Nico shoots the Star Shatter. If he walks up a bit too aggressively, over. Oh, it's going to be Ken. Ying knows it.
He sees him.
Look for the angle. He knows that there's no one there to follow it up, so there's no reason for him to display or to show just yet. A flank position still being held down. Lord going to be reset again as a slow push builds up in the bottom lane, creating this forced error for Mythic Seal. They're going to have to make a decision here.
Yeah, no one's checking where the Hilda is just yet. Ken's conceal onto Lina.
Quad Shadow landing as well. It will be a kill. Tsunami Slam, though. I think it was a bit unnecessary. Lina taken down. Still has the Shadow kill, but there's no Tsunami Slam. YG will choose to play it slow.
Yeah, that's roughly 30 plus seconds before the ultimate of the Kalea comes back. It's already been 10 to 15 since that has been used, but Mythic Seal, they decide to try and rush. They're forcing something out of YG.
Good Astral Echo, revealing them in the back line. Kun able to go in for the back as well. Dealing so much damage, jumping with the Infernal Pursuit and jumping onto Han. Star Shatter, not going to land on the right target. Crossbow Tang is popped up by Stitch. Lord low. Han is down. Ken wants to go for it. A Retribution to seal the deal. And Ken secures the Lord, buying a bit more time for Mythic Seal to continue to scale.
They want to deny that Game 7. And Ken, patient. Maybe not just in-game, but for his entire career with Mythic Seal. Patient, trying to find that right time. And he gets the Retribution to shorten the lead of YG. And to increase the chances that Mythic Seal can get more farm, get more space, get more objectives to end it in this Game 6. What a play, not only by Ken, but for the entirety of Mythic Seal to stop the engagement of Han.
The artillery, you can really feel it now. They wanted to get the gold lead early so that they can do this all the way from the start, but the fact that it only happens now in the 11th minute should show you just how deadly this combination can be. The Novaria, the Granger, when you get ahead, when there's so much pressure on the map that you can't walk up, that range will quite literally burst you down, and Stitch felt that damage. A Star Shatter and an Astral Echo to help the Death Sonata land even easier. Bottom lane tier 2 taken down. YG doing a good job at clearing the waves, and it will not be the biggest of gold lead moves and swaps, but it's something. Mythic Seal are back to level.
And now it's the alarms are blaring at the camp for Yangon Galacticos now that they have to make sure that every engagement from here on out is sharp, that it is on point. Stitch gets taken down from 100 to 55% with just one Star Shatter. 100% now. The pressure is on Yangon to not mess up, to play the cleanest team fights, because one team fight that was just not the approach that they wanted was the turnaround moment. Once Han went in and Boye got that title strike first activation, the suplex on that Baksha, stopping him, Mythic Seal, they backed off at the right time and then re-engaged and then got the Lord. We've seen this all throughout the playoffs from Mythic Seal. They're good for that longer engagement, that push and pull. They're really crafty with it. So Yangon needs to be sharp.
Definitely do. Wind of Nature already in the inventory of Stitch with the Malefic gun too. Item-wise, this is where we start to see that fall off, I feel. Wind of Nature for Zippy, but for Mythic Seal, I think the main item that they need to get to deal with Stitch should be the winner crowns for their frontliners. Kun, in this game, I think he's just fallen behind so much that he can't really afford to win a crown. He has to go for some more defensive items before he does it, before he commits to that build. But truly, if they want to win, they're going to have to deal with it. Tsunami Slam! He's trying to dodge away from the Shield Unity. It's an all-in, but it's onto the Baksha. So far, good damage. Now, the Quad Shadow also on Ham, but Ken will stick to his guts and save the Shadow kill.
No more ultimate for the Angela. No more ultimate for the Baksha. That decision by YG to try and pick Boye, and the fact that Boye was still able to get the Tsunami Slam off in time to reposition that fight, this might actually end up becoming so bad for YG in the long run. They will try to contest. It's do or die.
Do they have the info that he already used the Retribution? It seems like they don't. They restarted again. Han with the Shield Unity. Now Han has the red tree back up. That advantage is completely gone. The ultimates are slowly but surely coming back too. Lina, just a bit more for the hard guard to come back, and Mythic Seal will have to reset. We'll have to send someone back up top to manage the waves.
It was too close to count. Mythic Seal didn't want to risk it anymore. By the time it got close enough for them to actually win the Retribution, it was just 2 more seconds. Now YG re-engage as they know that there are members of Mythic Seal opening up the map. Astral Echo, this doesn't look good for Mythic Seal.
Slow poking game for Mythic Seal. YG knows it. An Abyssal Arrow lands on Kun. A Shield Unity as well. Going to be cancelled out by Kun with a good Dark Wave. Now an all-in onto the back with a Tsunami Slam knocking him down. Another Star Shatter. But Ying is able to flicker out. No engage as Kun does the same. Disengage already. A wave in the mid lane. Taking a tier 2 for free. Ooh. Stitch, half HP, has to back away for a bit. Mythic Seal holding on to the Lord.
Moments like these are what separates boys from men and men from champions. One moment of heroism or one mistake is all that separates Mythic Seal and Yangon. Mythic Seal from finally securing an international slot and becoming the first ever Super League champions, and Yangon from forcing Game 7. Too close to call, but the difference makers are online. Nico hurts so much, and he is stopping every positioning that Yangon wants to do.
What a stun from Blink. He caught him right as Boye was on the wall. I think he popped in the flicker. This is an interaction that we've seen before. Let's see. Boye has a Tsunami Slam. We'll be trying to go for it already. That's going to be the arrow from Blink that lands on Ken on the Hayabusa. Han secures it for the team. Kun jumps in, but it's right onto Stitch. Ying will be taken down. It's going to be a big shutdown, a big bounty over with Blink falling as well. But YG were the ones who got the Lord.
They blinked and they missed it. The angle was found. He threaded the needle. Abyssal Arrow on the right guy. On the guy who was supposed to be the hero for the moment for Mythic Seal was the one who ate the Abyssal Arrow of Blink. What a play by the Selena. Desperate as the pick may be, it has showed up in this game when they count. But Mythic Seal can still defend this Lord without the problem. YG, it's their turn to buy time and buy space with a Lord they were able to steal away.
I don't know if they want to buy time though, Renmar. Again, YG, when it comes to the late game, they do fall off in damage. Winter Crowns have still not yet been built. And again, YG have just been trading equal, despite getting the Abyssal Arrow on the right target, despite getting their proper win conditions in. If Mythic Seal play it right, if they don't get caught by that Abyssal Arrow onto one of the carries, this is still a Mythic Seal game to win. This is a game that they have taken all the way from the start, getting dismantled, getting dominated. They've weathered the storm truly. Fleeting time already for Boye too.
We wait for a moment. We wait for someone to turn something around. Mythic Seal are now deciding to play as 5. A very tight formation as YG are spread out. 1-3-1, 1-2-2, all evolving in different versions. 1-3. And they'll have the Angelos sitting back, as most Angelos usually do in this scenario, waiting for a good heart guard moment. Astral Echo. Nico has to be the guy right now. His Novaria will be a difference maker. Zippy avoids an arrow and avoids getting bumped.
Big moves by YG. They really are just trying to bait out, just trying to feint out a flicker, a battle spell, right? A resource at least from Mythic Seal. If they get it, it's of massive value at this point of the game. Again, why this Selena can be a crazy game changer is the fact that there's no purifiers on the board for Mythic Seal. Here, in the 18th minute of the game, you get hit by that Abyssal Arrow in just an opposition by a bit, you're dead. You're going to be taken out. There's so many members that can just follow it up. So much mobility on the side of YG. But it'll all come down to who gets this Lord. This is going to be an Evolved Lord spawning in the 18th minute of the game. And it might be the final Lord of the game.
Yeah, you see Mythic Seal doing everything they can to check the map, provide vision. Boye, oh no, this looks bad for Mythic Seal!
Tsunami Slam, Abyssal Arrow! Oh, so close from landing. Now it's going to be the all-in from Ken. Jumps in the Shadow Kill too. Yay! Taken down by Ken! One member down right as the Lord spawns in the game. Mythic Seal have a ticket that they want to punch in.
One member down, but they can still fight this out. But big ticket ultimates are gone. Mythic Seal, they have the ticket in their hands. Will they slip?
Blink taken down, crossbow tank ready, winner crown, but it's not timed in perfectly. Goes in on Zippy Cutie, has it with a nature, buys a little bit more time, but with the Angela, it turns everything around. Stitch going for the chase, Ken in the bush already, doesn't have the shadow kill, the quad shadow comes in, and will be able to escape. Lina with the flicker forward, Ken jumps back in, and he goes back, but he's met by Lina, who was waiting there. Now it's YG who's pushing the tempo, a massive play for YG to save the day.
Nico has to be the hero. He'll use the Astral Echo, the Star Shatter. He won't have another one. He won't be able to steal it away unless somehow he doesn't. Just a bit too early. Han gets the retry. And now Yangon are gonna be knocking at the gates of Mythic Seal, knocking on the gates of Game 7. Mythic, they slipped.
The stars lined up for Mythic Seal, something we cannot guarantee in the final game, something we cannot guarantee in this Lord push. It is an Evolved Lord, and YG already had a very tanky lineup. This damage reduction as they group up together with the Lord might be too much for Mythic Seal to deal with, but fortunately for them, YG did not have time to manipulate the waves. It'll only be one wave coming down. An Abyssal Arrow landing in the back again! Shadow Kill already zoning them away from the Lord. Evolved Lord will be dealt with by Mythic Seal. And once again, they have miraculously stayed in the game.
Nico and Ken. Once Nico landed that Star Shatter, Ken smelled blood. He knew that he needed to pop that Shadow Kill to force them back, and it was the right call at the right moment. Just when we thought Yangon would be getting the victory with that push, they don't even get an inhibitor turret down, a base turret down. One is about to fall, but they do not succeed in their mission, and Mythic Seal have a chance to fight another day. But now the problem is staring them in their face. It's Stitch. It's Lina. It's the 1-1 and Angela combo. That crossbow of Tang feels like it lasts an eternity now at this point.
Yeah, I think it was on Kun too, right? Obviously, well played to Stitch, but Kun needs to be patient with his timing on the Winter Crown. He can't just pop it before the crossbow attack happens, because before it happens, Stitch, if you use the Winter Crown before it, Stitch has all the time in the world to wait and then use the crossbow attack. The rest of the team, even with the Winter Crown, wasn't able to get away from it, and that's why we saw a massive play from Stitch. Had he waited, even if he died, by the way, to Stitch's basic attack, it would be better than giving a crossbow attack translation over to Zippy Cutie. Patience is the name of the game for Mythic Seal. For Kun especially, they cannot panic in these moments.
Yeah. They have to be tight in their formation, and they really desperately have to conserve those flickers for making sure that they have enough space between them and the 1-1 that's going to be chasing after them. They spot Stitch, a lot of damage, Nico. Wow. He is single-handedly keeping Myth alive by landing the shots on that 1-1 to provide just an inch of more space.
Quite literally could have won them the game had he gotten the steal on the Evolved Lord as well.
Yeah.
Nico, what a fighter, what a warrior for Mythic Seal, man. Zippy Cutie in the mid lane, clearing it out. Prio for Mythic Seal all across the map. Top lane, bottom lane, even in the mid lane, Stitch has to be careful while clearing out the waves. He cannot get popped by Nico. And he has to be careful because they don't know where the Hayabusa is. Another shot taking Stitch very low. Has to walk all the way back to Lina.
Yeah. Too close to call. This might be the final big Lord fight. Who's gonna get it? Mythic Seal, Yangon!
An arrow landing as well. Stitch trying to go in. Boye looking at the play. Jumps onto Ying. Goes for Tsunami Slam as well. Kun gonna be taken down by Stitch as Ying drops his immortality. But perfectly timed Star Shatter. Luckily, the Abyssal Arrow only lands on Boye. And they've already used a big resource. No Heart Guard for a few seconds.
They needed that kill security. They needed to even out their losses. And Nico got it. There's another great Nico in esports known for popping heads, and if Nico wants to share the same space, the same air as him on that world stage, he definitely needs to be the hero now for Mythic Seal, and he got that shot. But can the rest of Mythic Seal find that opening? At this point, they're showing it, that they are desperately playing around the idea of that 1-1, that ultimate, that crossbow of Tang, and that heart guard. The push and pull yet again successful for Mythic Seal, while Yangon, they cannot slip on their discipline. They cannot be too aggressive in trying to end, or they will get punished by Mythic Seal.
It's funny that you bring that up, man. Nico known for popping heads, but he's also known as the best second place finisher of all time. Stitch gonna be engaged on. Shadow kill, baiting out the Wind of Nature. Stitch already getting the hard guard and buying the immortality in time. Selling the Wind of Nature. No Shadow kill, no Astral Echo. An opening for YG as they hold on to the Lord. Ying gonna walk up. Kun not able to get the Dark Wave. In time, Abyssal Arrow going wide as well. Nico pops into Astral Meteors. Kun dives in all the way to the back. Has the Winter Crown. Will be able to pop it in time as the crossbow tank gets used up and gets wasted down. Ken jumps in with the Quad Shadow. That's a kill over Han. Will lose his immortality. It's Zippy with a double kill. Mythic Seal might just do it here.
Push and pull. They've waited, and this may be the moment. But they're gonna try to end. They're not even gonna go for the Lord. They want to end it.
A risky play, a risky call. An Abyssal Arrow now into the backline on Nico. With a crown being bought, that's gonna be an all-in over to Nico. Flickers out the safety, but the bird is putting him down. Blade falls. Zippy Cutie finds the kill. The base is wide open. After 3 heartbreaking runs, Mythic Seal have broken through the doors of destiny. They finally rise to the international stage at MSC XEWC.
October 1st, May 18th, October 13th, all led to heartbreak. But now they can look at June 8th, 2025 as the date Mythic Seal have finally achieved the destiny long denied. What a final game to finally go international.
Ken was there when the dream was born, and when it broke again and again and again. The last man standing from the original lineup of Mythic Seal. This isn't just a qualification. This is vindication for Ken.
A lot of stories. You can make a mirror to other greats in sports, Nico with Nico, but another man who remained loyal, who waited for so long because he wanted to achieve a championship with this organization. Bro, with what Ken achieved here today reminds me of what Sonny did for Spurs, and you can't just help but be misty-eyed with what Ken has finally achieved with Mythic Seal. Bro, Mythic Seal are champions of Myanmar.
Finally, after the long wait of always being the best in Myanmar, but never being the best when it mattered most, they did it. They finally did it. And you can see just the love, just how much they can support Nico as well. They know who carried the games. They know who was the special one in this series. What a special day for Nico and for Mythic Seal.
Yeah, the Novaria. We talked about the story of the Novaria, the story of Nico, and at that point, it really desperately needed to be him. Because the burst of damage he needed to dish out to set up for Ken, to set up for everyone.
I think we're going to be throwing it over to the stage just very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, to get a few words with the champions, to get a few words for the Myanmar, the Burmese representation at MSC. Mythic Seal, man. This Grand Finals was truly special for me too. Looking and watching this series, Ken has really done so much all the way from back in MSC 2022 when I first met him, man. He was literally about to quit Renmar after failing to qualify to the M6 World Championships. He told me, it's over, I'm taking a break, I'm not playing anymore.
Yeah.
He's tired, but he kept at it, man. He kept at it, and now he will be going to MSC.
You can see the emotions, you can see the tears flowing for Ken. He has fought and waited for this moment. Patience was a major storyline for this win for Mythic Seal, and patient long they have been. Are we gonna hear from the players on stage though? Let's give it a moment.
အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ခုနလပိုင်းမှာ sorry RV ကနိုင်ငံမှာရှင်းပပြုလုပ်မဲ့ပွဲမှာတွားရောက်ရှင်းပြိုင်တဲ့ခါမှာလည်းအခုလိုပဲအားပေးဝင်ရမှာ Okay, are you ready? MSL Season 1 Champion Mike Okay, အဲ့တော့လေမနီယာကိုပေးပါပြီးအားလုံးနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ group photo လေးရိုက်ချင်ပါသေးတယ်အရင်ဆုံးကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ MSL Season 1 Champion Mythic C ကို Champion Boat စင်မြင့်ထက်မှာပေးဖို့အတွက် Game Cast Network GC ကန်ရဲ့ Operation Director ကိုစိုင်းကောင်းထက်သူ Chicken ဆိုဖိတ်ခေါ်ပါရခင်ဗျာOkay, Champion team ဖြစ်တဲ့ Mighty C Champion ဘုံလေးလက်ခံပေးပါအောင်ခင်ဗျာ Okay, နောက်တစ်ခါတော့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ MSL Season 1 Champion Mighty C Okay, thank you so much ပါ Okay, ကိုဆိုင်ချစ်သူများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်ထပ်မပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီနေ့ MSL Season 1 အတွက် beverage sponsor အဖြစ်ပါဝင်ပေးပါတယ် Vico Sparkling Energy Drink မှာ Brand Manager မတ်ထထခင်အားဂုဏ်ပြုစုများပေးအပ်ချီးမြှင့်ဖို့အတွက်စင်မြင့်ထက်သို့လေးစားချစ်ခင်စွာဖိတ်ခေါ်ရပါတယ်ခင်ဗျ Okay Okay. Okay, sorry, ဒီနေ့ champion အသင်း Mighty C team member များကိုကျွန်တော်တို့ Vico မှ brand manager မတ်ထထခင်မှမတ်တရားဂုဏ်ပြုစုများတဦးချင်းစီပေးရမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျ Okay, ကျေးဇူးများကြီးတင်ပါတယ် Okay, ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ beverage sponsor အဖြစ်ပါဝင်ပေးပါတယ် Vico မှ brand manager မတ်ထခင်ကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ထပ်မံပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ official gaming phone အဖြစ်ပါဝင်ပေးပါတယ် Infinix မှာ Okay, အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီနေ့ရဲ့ပွဲခန်းနာမှာ official gaming phone အဖြစ်ပါဝင်ပေးပါတယ် Infinix မှာ winner team ကိုအမတ်တရားစုများပေးရသွားမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်။တို့ဖြစ်ပါပြီ။အမတ်တရားစုများပေးအပ်ချီးမြှင့်ပေးနိုင်ပါရန် Infinix Mobile ရဲ့ Marketing Head Mr. Vincent Infinix Mobile ရဲ့ Marketing Manager ကိုဇော်လွင်ဦးစင်မြင့်ထက်တို့လေးစားချစ်ခင်စွာဖိတ်ခေါ်လိုပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ။
Jacket ကဆိုရင်ဖြင့် GD Burst ကိုဝင်ရောက်နိုင်တဲ့လက်ရွေးစင်အဖွဲ့ဝင်တွေရဲ့သင်္ကေတတစ်ခုပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်ရှင်
Wow, congratulations ပါထပ်မံပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ အခုပေးရတာကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ GT Champion Set ထဲကပထမဆုံး jacket ဖြစ်ပါတယ်နောက်ထပ် GT Champion Set ထဲမှာပါဝင်တဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ GT Ring ကိုပေးရချီးမြှင့်ပေးမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ပေးရချီးမြှင့်ပေးမှာကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ Infinix Mobile ရဲ့ Marketing Manager ကိုဇော်လွင်ဦးဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျโอเค
အခုချီးမြှင့်ပေးနေတဲ့ GT Ring ကတော့ challenge တွေကိုအောင်မြင်စွာကြော်ဖြတ်နိုင်တဲ့ brotherhood တွေကိုဂုဏ်ပြုတဲ့အနေနဲ့ရည်ရွယ်ထားပါတယ်ရှင် AI နည်းပညာပါဝင်ပြီးတော့ head monitoring လုပ်နိုင်မှာလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ရှင်
ဟုတ်ပါတယ် AI နည်းပညာလည်းပါဝင်ပြီးတော့ head monitoring လည်းပြုလုပ်နိုင်မှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ကိုယ်
ထပ်မံပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ GT Ring Box တွေကိုတော့ Mr. Vincent မှပေးရမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ကိုရညီလေးကဲအားလုံးနဲ့ပြီးကျွန်တော်တို့ group photo လေးရိုက်ချင်ပါသေးတယ်ပြီးကိုပြန်ပြီးโอเคဒါပြီးရင်တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့နောက်ထပ် GT Champion Set ထဲမှာပါဝင်တဲ့ဖုန်းပေးအပ်သွားမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာဖုန်းကိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကိုဇော်လွင်ဦးမှပေးအပ်သွားမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဖုန်းလေးလုံးအရင်ဆုံးပေးအပ်မှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်
အခုပေးအပ်နေတဲ့ Infinix Mobile မှာမကြခင်ထွက်ရှိတော့မဲ့ Next Gen Gaming Phone ဖြစ်တဲ့ GT30 Pro ပဲဖြစ်ပါရှင်
။ Okay နောက်ဆုံးဖုန်းတစ်လုံး Mr. Vincent ပေးရပေးပါဦး။ Okay လက်ခေါက်သားလေးထပ်ပြီးချားကြပါရစေ။ဒါအပြင်ကျွန်တော်ဒီနေ့မှာနောက်ထပ်ဆုတစ်ဆုရှိပါတယ်။ဒါကတော့ MGG လို့ခေါ်တဲ့ My Greatest Teammate Award ပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်။ဒီဆုကတော့ကိုယ်အသင်းသားချင်းချင်း vote ပေးပြီးတော့ရွေးချယ်ရတာဖြစ်ပါတယ်။ရရှိသွားတာ trophy ရှိနေတဲ့ Game ဖြစ်ပါတယ်။ Okay, so we need to take a group photo session. Okay. Camera ချက်လောက်ရှိပေးပါ
ဖုန်းလေးကိုချက်လောက်
ring လေးချက်လောက်ပေါ့လို့လားဒါပြီးကျွန်တော်အားလုံးနဲ့ group selfie ရိုက်မှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်MSL Season 1 Champion တူတူပြောမယ် Champion Okay ပါထပ်မံပြီးတော့လည်းဂုဏ်စွာနဲ့ကြီးညာစရာရှိပါတယ်လာမယ့် MSL Season 2မှာလည်း GT30 Pro က official gaming phone ဖြစ်ဂုဏ်ယူစွာဖြင့်ထပ်မံပါဝင်ပေးသွားမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာလက်ခောက်သားနဲ့ကြားကြပါရစေ Okay thank you so much Mr. Vincent ကိုစိုးလင်းဦးကျေးဇူးထူးပဲတင်ရှိပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာအဲ့တော့ဒီမှာရှိနေတဲ့ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ Magic C Fan နေတဲ့ group photo session ဖြစ်ပါတယ်အဲ့တော့ selfie ရိုက်ပါမယ်trophy လေးခဏယူထားပေးလို့ရအဲ့ခဏလေးပါအဲ့တော့အားလုံးကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီပုံစံတစ် side ထဲပဲစုလိုက်တော့မယ်နော်နှစ် side မခွဲတော့Okay အားလုံးရှင်းလေးနဲ့ထိုးပါ
ရှင်းလေးအလဲလေးကိုချက်တော့ဆွေးကြပါဦးရှင်
ပြီးတော့ Okay ရှင်းလေးနဲ့တော့နောက်ကိုရပြီစိတ်မမထက် Okay အောက်ကပဲ Okay အားလုံးတူတူခွဲရိုက်မယ်Okay ရပြီဟို main stage ပေါ်ဒီမထက်ပါဘူးဒီလောက်ဆိုညီလေးအောက်လေးနဲ့ဆင်းပေးပါလားအောက်အကုန်ဆင်းလိုက်မှရမယ်
ဆင်းပေးပါလားရှင် main stage ပေါ်ဒီတက်လို့မရပါဘူးဟုတ်ကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ် selfie လေးတစ်ချက်လောက်
Okay ပါကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ Infinix Mobile မှာမကြခင်မှာထွက်ရှိလာမယ် Next Gen Gaming Phone ဖြစ်တဲ့ GT30 Pro ကလည်းနောက်လာမယ့် MSL Season 2မှာ Official Gaming Phone ဖြစ်ပါဝင်ပေးသွားမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျကဲအားလုံးရဲ့ပြောနေတဲ့လက်တွေလေးတန်းမှာမြင်ချင်းနဲ့ Make some noise My Dixie Okay အခုဒီတစ်ခါအခုမော်တော့အခု 3 2 1ဆိုတော့အားလုံးက My Dixie ဆိုလို့អော်ပဲဟုတ်ပြီနော် Okay အခုခေါက်လို့ပြင်မယ် Let me count Ready now 3 2 1
Mark Dixie
Okay ကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်အဲ့တော့ congratulations ပါညီလေးတို့မောသွားပြီ
Congratulations ပါရှင် Okay
Okay အဲ့တော့ညီမလေး
Okay ကို
MSL Season 1ကတော့ရှင်ပြိုင်မှုတွေအချိန်နဲ့တကယ်ကိုမှအောင်မြင်ကိုမြင်မြင်နဲ့ပြီးဆုံးသွားပြီအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့Saudi Arabia မှာတွားရောက်ရှင်ပြိုင်မဲ့ My Dixie အသင်းကိုပရိသတ်တွေအားပါတရားထပ်မံပြီးတော့အားပေးဝန်းရံဖို့ပဲကြံတော့တယ်
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ကိုရေ
အဲ့တော့ဒီနေ့ပွဲဖြစ်မြောက်ဖို့အတွက်ဝိုင်းဝန်းကူညီဆောင်ရွက်ပေးကြတဲ့ကျေးဇူးတင်ထိုက်သူတွေ Infinix ပြီးရခါမှာ Vico AGP Gaming ပြီးရခါမှာကျွန်တော်ကျေးဇူးတင်စကားဆိုတဲ့နေရာမှာကြံရှိခဲ့ကျေးဇူးတင်ထိုက်တဲ့သူတွေပြီးရခါမှာ Technician ဘိုင်းတွေပါဝင်ကူညီအားဖြည့်ပေးကြတဲ့ပရိသတ်တွေအထူးသဖြင့်ကျွန်တော် Hexagon Complex Ring ကိုလာရောက်ပြီးတော့ချိန်ပေးပြီးအားပေးကြည့်ရှုကြတဲ့ပရိသတ်တွေ online ကကြည့်ရှုနေကြတဲ့ပရိသတ်များအားလုံးဒူးစီတယောက်စီတိုင်းကိုကျေးဇူးထူးပဲတင်ရှိပါရစေ MSL Season 1ရဲ့ Champion ကတော့ My Dixie ဆိုတဲ့အကြောင်းကိုပြောချင်တယ်ဒီနေ့ MSL Season 1ပွဲစဉ်များအားလုံးအောင်မြင်စွာပြီးမြောက်ကြောင်းချီးမြှောက်ပါခင်ဗျာOkay အားလုံးကျေးဇူးထူးပဲတင်ရှိပါရစေဒါပျော်ရွှင်ပွဲကောင်းတဲ့ညချမ်းလေးဖြစ်ပါစေခင်ဗျာ
And there we have it, the moment of glory that Mythic Seal have waited for after almost 2 years of heartbreaks, finally delivering for their fan base, their families, and everyone who's ever supported them. Congratulations again to the champions of the first ever MLBB Super League for Myanmar. It's a great moment, not just for Mythic Seal, but for the entire region to have an almost at this point, it's their version of the MPL being back in their hands already, having a big tournament such as this. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, I mean, well played. Well played, guys. Well played to Mythic Seal. I'm glad that they qualified. You know, unfortunately for YG, but as a new organization, for such a new org to already make it in the grand finals and make it through the upper bracket finals as well, it's a really good story as well, just to see, again, the future of Myanmar later on. Whether it's going to be Mythic Seal or YG in the future for M7, let's see. It's going to be a good one. The progression of Myanmar MLBB continues.
Yeah, and these are just culminations of stories that were told before the MSL even began, when it was the triumvirate of Falcon Esports, Bigatron, AI, and then eventually Burmese Ghouls became... Oh, did I say Bigatron? Burmese Ghouls eventually becoming... Sorry, it's the B. Burmese Ghouls eventually becoming Mythic Seal, and then Yangon Galacticos getting some of the members of all those three organizations, the first ever champions being Mythic Seal. There's some sort of a poetic, at this point, justice to it, that after years of not having like your official league, you've had qualifiers, but not a league like this. And then the first season, it goes to Mythic Seal. It's like, no wonder you've waited for so long. It's because it was for this moment.
Definitely. And with that, you know, again, congratulations to Mythic Seal. We'll see you at MSC for YG Continue On and for all the other teams as well who competed in the playoffs. Yeah. Bright futures up ahead. Paladins, a team with no coach. AI, a team that has really just been trying their darn hardest all the way from the start for the longest time as well. Hopefully, they get their chance like Mythic Seal did today. But I think it's time, Renmar, for us to end the show.
Thank you so much to everyone who's tuned in to the inaugural season playoffs and grand finals of the MLBB Super League Myanmar. On behalf of LaFell Production and the entire ground crew and talents as well in Myanmar, thank you so much. We'll see you for the next season, and we'll see you for MSC at EWC.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level.